Dan Campbell spoke with Fox 2's Dan Miller about the consistency and longevity of the young right tackle. Campbell also said this pick almost solidifies the move of Penei Sewell from right tackle to left, but Blake Miller will still have to compete with Larry Borum for the starting spot on the right side of the offensive line. Miller was the fifth of 9 offensive linemen taken in the first round last night. The 4 before him were all taken in the 8 picks prior to Detroit's. Rounds 2 and 3 of the 2026 NFL Draft take place tonight starting at 7 o'clock. The Lions have no third-round selections this year as of right now. They currently hold the number 50 overall pick. That's number 18 in the second round. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning. Congrats, you made it to Friday. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Gov and Greg behind the glass. Lions beefing up that offensive line, watering the garden, as some would say. Good morning.
What'd Doug say?
Balake Miller out of Clemson.
Why did I think that? It sounded like Doug, but obviously.
Do you think Keegan-Michael Key sounds like Doug?
In that little, clip there. Little raspy voice.
We got to have him say Javier Bays to do a real test.
Yes. Have Doug say that. Yes. Anyway, am excited that we get to say the word Balake quite a bit now that we have Blake Miller as our starting right tackle.
So let's start with initial reaction to the pick, and then the obvious question for you, John, is you were a Monroe-Freeling guy. Why Miller over Freeling?
I think there is a higher floor and maybe ultimately not as high of a ceiling as Monroe-Freeling, and Monroe-Freeling probably would have kept Penei Sewell at right. So you don't have any mismatch. But Blake Miller at right tackle, he's got 54 starts there. And we know that Penei Sewell has some starts in the NFL there. He played his college career there. So I don't know that there's much of a give and take there. But I think Blake Miller for the Lions, for Dan Campbell, for Brad Holmes, they're probably looking at the number of starts, the experience coming in. 54 starts versus, 15 for maybe just a hair more.
17, I think.
Yeah, for Monroe-Freeling. And obviously not the same as a quarterback, and we'll talk about Ty Simpson and that whole thing with the Rams, but I think there is value in there's more proof that Blake Miller is what he is, that you are getting what you're purchasing with that 17 pick versus, we liked what we saw, and I think Monroe-Freeling is going to be a really good offensive tackle. And like I said, I'm happy with Blake Miller. I have no problem with this pick. And I'm excited. I think it's exactly what this team needed. Whether it was Monroe-Freeling or Blake Miller, both of those guys we had talked about. Now you've solidified that offensive line. Now, who's going to step up at that left guard spot? The competition there.
So this gets a John Jansen stamp of approval.
Oh yeah,
Blake Miller.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question. We had talked about it. Mm-hmm. We didn't sit there and say, Blake Miller, boy, if they go there. We didn't put him in the Caden Proctor category. And when Caden Proctor was taken off the board, I thought, when teams draft and we're like, that's such a Baltimore pick, or, John Harbaugh's, that's such a John Harbaugh pick now that the Baltimore's up in with the Giants. Steelers. That's such a Steelers pick. I thought that was such a Miami pick.
Yep.
And a couple of people had texted me a lot of sigh of relief from, I'm sure, a lot of Lions fans. And you're exactly right. And I text back, I'm like, it's such a Miami pick.
Yeah. Blake Miller's a guy that I had been pushing into the tackle conversation for well over a month.
Mm-hmm.
What I love about him, he checks almost every box.
Well, that's what Brad thinks the same thing as you do.
Well, there you go.
You and Brad just became best friends.
We are best friends. This is a pick I really like. So in addition to, hey, he can play right tackle. You know he can play right tackle. 54 consecutive starts. Yeah. Iron Man. John, he didn't miss any games. He only missed one practice. And this is when it really started to solidify the profile for me. Doesn't that feel like a Detroit Lion, a guy who loves football, who the only practice he missed is because he had wrist surgery, and then he was right back out there the next day. He has a high school wrestling background. I kind of like that in the profile of offensive linemen. He was a team captain. And I'm giving you a lot of intangibles, but the dude can just play football. I mean, he had an athletic score that was nearly perfect, a 9.9. He's big, long arms, he moves. I trust him to stonewall NFL pass rushers. And now I can have the luxury of taking him at right tackle because I know Penei Sewell could play either tackle. This gives them bookends.
Here's the other thing, and I went back and watched more, obviously, Blake Miller film last night. Missed a large part of the last half of the first round there because I was watching Blake Miller film. And here's what you get, and it's really the difference of a guy that's played 17 snaps versus a guy that's played 54. When you watch him in pass protection, he's really good at throwing the change-up pitch. And by that I'm talking about, okay, it's not always, hey, if he's not covering me up at all, I've got to take these 2 steps. If he's a wide 9, I've got to take these 3 to 5 steps. It's the change-up pitch of maybe he's not covering me up, but I could still jump him. Mm-hmm. And I could throw him off by doing that. And you watch the way he uses his hands. It's sometimes there's a right punch, sometimes there's a left punch, sometimes there's a fake. And the ability to clean a guy's hands, if you're going to get a guy into your chest at some point, giving up a bull rush. And it's how do you react when that happens? And it's a much smoother transition for a guy that's got 54 snaps, who's done it, seen it, and this works, this doesn't work. I feel comfortable in experimenting with these things. That's where I think he's ahead of Monroe Freeling. Monroe Freeling is going to get there.
They may have had both on their board.
Excuse me.
But the difference was, hey, we can plug and play Blake Miller more than we felt we could plug and play Monroe Freeling. Is that a way to look at it?
I think as a rookie, you're going to get maybe a much more reliable performance, and you're asking him to go and right, left tackle, all that stuff. It's like when we were talking with Ross Tucker the other day. He is right in regards to pass rushers are much more free in these days to go right and left. And there are plenty of guys, even if they don't switch sides, that are left defensive ends rushing over the right tackle. That is. Where I disagree with him is if a right tackle gets beat, a quarterback's staring right at it.
Yeah.
Right-handed quarterback. If a left tackle gets beat, now all of a sudden, hey, you might lose a head in regards to, you get your head knocked off because you just don't see it coming.
Is it fair to say the gap used to be bigger? Like it felt more important that your best tackle was on the left side years ago, and now that gap has closed?
Your most athletic tackle, yes.
And now that gap has closed where, hey, defenses are bringing junk from
right. Well, it's like how we look at Aiden Hutchinson. Aiden Hutchinson can line up at all 4 spots. Yeah. And he can rush over the right, he can rush over the left. That's it doesn't matter where he lines up. So and more defenders are like that. I still think Monroe Freeling has a higher ceiling, but the gamble of taking anybody in the draft is,
will they reach it?
Will they reach it?
Yeah. I felt like Penei Sewell gave them the luxury of just taking the best tackle. I don't think they forced a right tackle. I think the right tackle was the more polished player. Mm-hmm. And they also aren't shortchanging him on his ceiling either, John. When we talk about potential, if you've got the long levers, if you're athletic, if you're coachable, if you're a high IQ, tough football player, you're going to play a lot of games. You're going to learn a lot. You're going to grow. I don't feel like they're really sacrificing too much on the ceiling front, and they're getting the more reliable, dependable plug-and-play dude. And because they had Penei Sewell, they could take a right tackle, knowing that he can do the job at left tackle, highlighting what he did at Oregon, what he did his very first game in the NFL on the left side.
For 8 games.
Yeah, for a good chunk of his rookie season. And there's a blueprint here. Tristan Wirfs who is one of those elite offensive tackles, started his career at right in the NFL and now has moved over to left and is, again, still one of the best tackles in football. I have no hesitation about moving Penei to the left side, and it allowed them to take the tackle they felt was better in the first round.
Right, and the biggest difference, because you've heard TJ talk about this, you've heard me talk about this, of taking a guy from right to left, left to right, right? It is difficult. We talked about it with Taylor Decker last year. Why not just put Penei Sewell over there? Well, Taylor Decker has always played left tackle. Mm-hmm. And for me, moving to the left side at the end of my career playing left guard, like it was a huge challenge because I had only played on the right side, right-handed stance. Penei Sewell doesn't have that. He has played both sides equally as dominant.
Yeah, I'll never forget. We were at a training camp a couple years ago, and Graham Glasgow, we asked him about moving from one side to the other, and I said, just playing dumb, like, how hard is it? And he gave a look like, oh, no, it's muscle memory. It's a whole thing.
Yeah,
you don't want to displace people.
How your brain is wired.
Yeah.
Like it gets wired a certain way, and it's really hard to switch things over, even if you're just hearing and how you associate how plays are called.
Some text coming in. We want to get that instant reaction from Lions fans. Blake Miller's the pick, tackle out of Clemson. He's a name we spent some time discussing. Text says, it sounds like they really loved Blake Miller, but Freeling was enough as a backup option if Blake Miller was gone. They didn't have to force a trade up.
No, and here's, if we're going to nitpick, could they have traded back?
You never know, though.
So that's a question. Like, you never know. Especially since there was starting to be a run on tackles. And
9 offensive linemen went last night.
If you are convinced that this is our guy, then just take him at 17.
We get too mock draft brained as sports fans, where Blake Miller in the PFF simulator that you did while you were sitting on your couch would go in the late 20s. So when the Lions take him at 17, it's a reach. It's like, no, hold on. They evaluated him as a plug-and-play starting right tackle with upside. The idea that they should try to game the system and move back 6 or 7 spots and cross their fingers, act decisively and with certainty. Get your guy. I suppose you could make the case they could have traded back. I have no hesitations with that.
And here's the other thing about moving Penei over, because I know there's going to be a whole lot of people who say, well, he's been there for such a long time. You're right. He has. And he has been amazing. It's the ability to get over there at this time of year, right? It's not, hey, we heard from Graham at the end of the season, well, they asked me to move to center in 1 week, or they asked me to move over to the other side within 1 week. Like, that's not enough time to work on that. Penei Sewell will have and has had as much time as you would ever want to go and do something that he grew up doing. He grew up as a football player, and I'm not talking about at the age of 8 or 9. I'm talking about from 18 to 20 playing on the left side. He came into the league. He played on the left side. He knows what it looks and feels like. He'll be just fine.
Yeah, as a Twitch comment puts it, that's his natural position. So now you're going to play both tackles at their natural positions. You upgraded the center position in free agency. You're remaking this offensive line. Tex says, great pick. Feels like a 10 to 12-year starter in the league. Feels like we got right tackle Taylor Decker, a fringe Pro Bowler year in and year out. Now let's stockpile defensive players. So I was clicking around to see who Blake Miller was being comped to. NFL.com says it's Roger Rosengarten, who's a big athletic right tackle for the Baltimore Ravens, quality player. Taylor Decker was the ringer comp. Yeah. That was before the Lions took him, so convenient it works out that way.
It's that comp, though, that's the only reason I have any negative feelings toward this right now is it could have been taken care of before. It was the watering of the garden that me and John had been talking about for 2 years, and you too as well. And it was just, okay, the garden finally got watered, but it could have been watered sooner, and then you could have used that capital to
I didn't mean to set him off with Roger Rosengarten.
No, you're not setting me off. And look, I just pointed out 1,000 times they should have taken him instead of Rakestraw. So that's where the frustration was leading into the draft, that this hadn't been taken care of sooner. It's been taken care of now, and I'm optimistic about this. The Lions improved their Super Bowl odds last night, I think.
Tremendous.
They got a starter. You look at the offensive line, and there's one semi-question mark.
Right. It's the competition at left guard.
Yeah, and they've got guys to compete for it. And if they've got some depth now with Borum, so I think the offense is going to be just fine.
Yeah.
The other comp I saw was PFF. They compared him to Joe Staley.
Oh, it's not bad.
Who began his career as a right tackle and then was a steady stud for a decade.
Yeah.
That's what you're thinking you got here. 248-539-9797. If you think we're gushing about the pick, wait till you hear what Dan Campbell thinks of the pick. We'll play that next. It's 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch all of our great sporting events is at Stadium Swim. Located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino. It's in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Something you must witness and experience. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Got our football team investing in the offensive line. Time for you to invest in your smile. Brightside Dental. Brighter, straighter smile is just a couple visits away. Think of it like early smile prep. You got summer wedding season, graduations. If you're sitting on a tax refund, Brightside Dental, you can get something done if you want that cleaner, straighter, whiter smile. Treat yourself or someone in your family. Check them out. They've got 9 Metro Detroit locations, flexible online scheduling, after work, weekends, same-day emergency care. Guys, we're notorious for putting off doctor's appointments, dentist appointments too, but they're not going to lecture you or judge you. It's 1-800-PAINLESS, brightsidedental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Get to NFL Round 1 review. Some big-time storylines, including a running back going in the top 3, a surprise pick at 13 by the Rams. They go quarterback. Bunch of teams with multiple picks. We'll get to that 6:35 this morning. Talking about Blake Miller for the Lions at 17. The pick is John Jansen approved.
Yeah, I think it's a really good pick. And one of the things that when I was drafted that I thought was maybe the biggest compliment that I could have had or projection was, hey, you put him in there and you forget about him for 10 years. Blake Miller, I think you put him in there and you forget about him for 10 years.
Coming away at 17 with a day one starter is a great thing. It's Decker 2.0 just at right tackle. That's an unnamed texter. John, I felt better about Miller after watching his tape. What stood out to me, he uses his hands to control and stay on blocks. He moves way better than expected, Kevin and McComb.
Yeah, and then you look at the RAS score, and I know we've heard Brad talk about how much he believes in athletes at different positions. He does do a really nice job, but when he gets hands-on, of being able, not just keeping hands on or replacing his hands, the tougher thing is being able to stay in front of that defender where your hands are there. Because if you don't stay in front of them, then you get called for holding.
Right. Texter says he looks like a mauler in the run game. Says solid pick, can't complain at all. Only gave up 2 sacks last season, and now that Panay's a left tackle, it makes his contract look like a steal. That's Patrick in Grand Rapids. The idea that he's a mauler in the run game. Dan Campbell said that he is a physical finisher. Let's hear what Dan Campbell thinks of this pick. This is with Dan Miller and Fox 2.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. He could come in. I don't think he's competing. I mean,
that's
he
coach speak.
Yeah, with Larry Borum.
Told him he's got to earn
Larry
it.
Borum is a starter.
Thank you. He's got that in his resume, John.
He does.
So we got open lines, and we want to hear feedback on the pick. I don't think this one's going to be unpopular at all. This is what we've been discussing. Get yourself a tackle, and a guy with 54 career starts is a plug-and-play, polished guy to upgrade this offensive line. Steve Yzerman spoke yesterday.
Yeah, how about that?
Got some thoughts on it?
I actually think he handled it pretty well. I thought he was as honest as he could be. He was authentic. And I don't think anybody has ever thought that he wasn't. Like he is very cautious in what he says. Mm-hmm. And I think the one thing where we're like, okay, well, do you expect to make the playoffs? And all of those questions, like he never pins himself into, yep, think we're going to make it this year, or that's the expectation this year. Those are the ones where you're like, come on, man, just say it. Do the Dan Campbell,
right?
Say it
Exactly.
But having blunt conversations, yeah, I think that's what we expect is that your general manager, when you look at your stars, when you look at your leaders, the guys that you counted on, and they didn't come through with you or for you when it mattered most, yeah, you got to have some blunt conversations. And he's right. You can't just get rid of everyone.
he's careful never to box himself into a corner. At the same time, he should be in a corner.
Well, he's in a corner personally, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you got to act like a bit of a wounded animal here and fight back. This has to be a hell of an offseason. And I feel like it's Groundhog's Day because I feel like we've said that for a couple years in a row. So I did get a little bit frustrated. He can't fix anything from that podium yesterday, but I'm just at the stage of like, well, then go do it. You've been here long enough. Just go do it. The fact that this team is flawed is on you. To your point, though, what he said yesterday is largely what we've been saying. He admitted they're off course. He acknowledged the need for blunt conversations. Said 5-on-5 scoring and center depth are their biggest needs. I mean, ding, ding, ding. We've been talking about that. Said they need more bite in the bottom six. I mean, how many phone calls have we taken on that? So he made those admissions. He sees what we see. He acknowledged they never felt like a playoff lock, something he told us when we had him on after the trade deadline.
Yeah.
He said they need more from Larkin as a leader and compared it to himself and failures he had as a captain early in his career. I love the line where he asked, basically flipped it on the players. Says that, they come to me and say we need to be a harder team to play against. And he said, well, then you guys got to be harder to play against or I got to replace you.
Right.
And I think that goes back to those blunt conversations. And he acknowledged we're at the stage now where we got to be able to trade prospects for players. Get over the hump. We need to experience playoff hockey. I mean, all these things that we've said, he confirmed. I'm just at the point like, okay, you see it. We see it. Go connect the dots and make it happen.
Right. Yeah. And now it's go time. And there wasn't a lot of here's the plan for the offseason.
Because you're never going to get that.
Right. And that's where we're kind of always left wanting, and we bag on our GMs because they don't tell us, and then when Brad Holmes does tell us, we don't believe him until he does it, and then we're like, well, we look back at he told us he was going to do this.
Yeah. So he acknowledged that they may need a major shakeup. He didn't commit fully to that because how can you without knowing what trades are out there?
Right.
But I mean, he said, like, we're doing a deep dive.
So the deep dive, and we're all speculating at this point. What do you think comes of the deep dive? The blunt conversations. Who were those blunt conversations with? And he also said, hey, we did learn about some guys that actually stepped up, and I'm guessing that is Alex DeBrincat for the most part, and Mo Sider.
Yeah.
The tough conversation, the blunt conversations, Lucas Raymond.
Yeah, I thought McClellan, who was there and spoke a little bit, said, we think Raymond can be a 40-goal scorer. He goes, I love his shot. He said it's one of the best things in his, quote, toolkit. And he noted, hey, while Raymond was banged up, he didn't want to make excuses himself. He said everybody's hurt this time of year, and he's right.
Right.
So there may be a tough conversation with, hey, you're a good hockey player.
He said that
you could be a great hockey player.
Difference between being banged up and injured.
Yep.
And he never said he was injured.
Right.
So
basically, I'm not going to make excuses for him.
You know what? The one part where I was disappointed, I think the third question, the guy that asked it doubled down in a second question. But the first question was about the jerseys to Yzerman and the lack of effort and all this. And Yzerman never really answered it because the guy put the second question
I
there.
hate when they do that.
And I thought there should have been a follow-up to that. What your coach said this. What do you think? Do you think there were jerseys out there?
What Yzerman also said is he goes, what I'm not going to do is dump on the players at the podium here. I think everybody wanted him to. I mean, it would have been great theater. You get out the popcorn and he goes, I'll tell you who sucks. This guy doesn't back check. This guy doesn't win any face-offs. This guy doesn't show up. He wasn't going to publicly hang him out to dry.
That's why I think the blunt conversations thing was telling, because there's going to be some really blunt conversations with the guys that were accused of this.
Well, so John asked, like, who are some of those dudes? I mean, Michael Rasmussen, who still has multiple years left on his contract. JT Compher, who has multiple years left on his contract. Appleton, who's still got another year left on his contract. Like, and I'm only singling out a few. There's more than a few on this team that need to have blunt conversations. I mean, even with Larkin, he said, we ask a lot of him. We're always going to ask more. I'm paraphrasing, but he didn't make it sound like there are very many sacred cows on this hockey team.
Yeah, nor should there be.
Shouldn't be.
There shouldn't be. And if you're going to have to go to the trade market to get better, then you should have no one that's untouchable. And maybe, hey, Mo Sider, maybe he's the untouchable. The rest of them.
And I think the quote that was most attributed was one of the first things he said. It was, how do you close the gap to make the playoffs? We need better players. Well, Steve, that's job number one for you.
Yep.
248-539-9797. Quick thought on the Lions draft. Eric in Grand Blanc. Quick phone call. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, somebody should ask about Kosa. Anyways, we'll make it quick.
They did. He said he wants to see how they play in the Grand Rapids playoffs.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, on this pick here, I like that there was still tackles on the board, so it's not like we were reaching. We had our pick of who we wanted. And I'm not going to say I watch a lot of Clemson football, but from the tape I watched, this guy gets to the second level, good footwork, identifies stunts, and he's played for 4-year starter. I mean, it's not like an injury-prone player that Brad's been prone to pick. It looks like we really got a stud.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. We got a really solid player and a fringe Pro Bowl player year in, year out.
All right, what about everybody else? A first-round NFL draft review is next. 97.1. A running back in the top 3? Ty Simpson at 13? Big storylines. It's round 1 review.
All right, so the Cardinals at 3rd pick, new coach, 3rd pick overall, took a running back, Jeremiah Love. Is it too high for a running back?
Not if your running back is, in general, I would say yes. But if your running back can be used as a running back, as a wide receiver, you're getting multiple positions, you're getting a weapon. And I tell you what, I think Jahmyr Gibbs is the only reason why people are looking at this going, I can see that. Typically, I would say absolutely not, especially with the way the NFL is right now. But for Jeremiah Love, I don't think this was an overreach. I think he is an absolute weapon for that offense. The question will be, can they utilize him if they can't block the quarterback? If they don't have the quarterback, if they don't have the pieces around to be able to utilize him.
We've seen a resurgence of the running back position. You mentioned Gibbs and Bijan in the same draft. I think Saquon Barkley en route to a Super Bowl. Derrick Henry, who is apparently fountain of youth. The running back room has had a bit of a renaissance. So I'm not going to kill a team for taking a running back high. I'll kill this team for doing it because they don't have the infrastructure.
Right.
They don't have a quarterback. The offensive line's average at best. What's the plan here? Run them into the ground while you're bad?
Well, and it's kind of what we were talking about if he didn't get picked there and he was taken by the Titans. And then they go wide receiver. Like, it's at some point you got to protect your quarterback. At some point you got to put somebody up front so that you can utilize all of these different offensive weapons.
I like the player. I don't like this pick for Arizona.
I think this was an excite the fan base pick. And I question whether he's even as good of a prospect as Genty last year, who went 6.
I think he's better.
Do you?
Oh, yeah.
No fumbles, can catch the ball, big play waiting to happen.
Yeah.
All right, the surprise of the night was Ty Simpson going 13th overall. Sean McVay did not look happy in his press conference. Was it the right pick?
So Ty Simpson said he had never spoken with McVay. McVay said he'll compete with Stetson Bennett. Clearly a disconnect with the front office and the coaching staff. I love it for Ty Simpson because he doesn't have to play right away. McVay's a great offensive coach, good organization, and he gets that guaranteed money, 5th year, first-round pick. Love it for the player. I wonder where the disconnect happened because that's a problem.
So you then start thinking about some assumptions. The assumption is if this is a player that's not going to help you this year. For a large part of last year, we thought that this was the front runner to win the Super Bowl. Ultimately, they didn't. Puka Nakua's in rehab. Devontae Adams is no spring chicken. I'm assuming they know more about those guys than anybody else because they're in their building, or at least they will be for the season. So I think they're pretty confident Puka Nakua is going to be okay. They're confident that Devontae Adams still has some juice left in those legs.
They felt like this was a bonus pick. They got this from Atlanta the year prior as a bonus pick, and they did address a lot of their secondary needs in free agency, so they took a free roll.
Yeah, and if you're looking at some of the way it's been done at some different places, look at Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay. Look at Jordan Love in Green Bay. Look at Tom in New England. Like, there are some really good examples. What's that?
Mahomes had
Mahomes, yeah. Of guys that weren't forced to play as rookies, but then had to come in and play. And he is one of those guys, just like I thought maybe JJ would have gotten that opportunity. He needs more time to season. Should have done it in college, but now he's going to get that opportunity in the league.
This is the worst pick of the draft by far. I mean, in trying to sell this is just draft day fodder. The bottom line here is you're the Super Bowl favorite, okay? You add a player that can help you even be more of a Super Bowl favorite. You should be all in with Matthew Stafford to win now and worry about this later. I think they will rue the day that they made this pick.
I disagree. I think the best time to draft a quarterback is when you don't need a quarterback.
I just think you should add to a team that it's loaded already and a player that will be in his 2nd year by the time you get to the playoffs.
But this is the disconnect between a GM who's thinking big picture and a coach who looked very uncomfortable last night because he's thinking, I want to win a Super Bowl this year, and this player's not going to help us.
I know we got to move here, but I just will say this. Justifying the difference in a quality pick of Caleb Downs 2 picks sooner, and you get this guy that's not even going to play for you, it's just malfeasance, and you should have traded down if this is what you wanted to do. Among the teams with multiple picks, who had the best night?
This is a tough one to answer because we've got 5 teams with multiple picks. Titans had 2. Giants had 3. Giants had 2. Cleveland, the Jets had 3. They ended up trading back into the first round, and Dallas had 2. I think the Jets had the best first round. And I know that it's somewhat debatable because I really love that David Bailey pick. I've been talking about that. Kenyon Sadiq, Omar Cooper Jr., like they've added weapons for an offense. And I think this was, okay, we need David Bailey to be a difference maker now. We need these other guys. Kenyon Sadiq, he's going to be a difference maker offensively. Omar Cooper Jr. is going to be a complement to what they have in the wide receiver room. But they have 3 picks in the first round next year as well. I think this is a setup for we could be better this year, but we're going to be much better in the years to come.
Of the group, give me the Cowboys. I thought Caleb Downs, arguably the best player in this draft. They need help on defense, and they addressed it at multiple levels. You get a safety, and then you also get a pass rusher.
Right.
Love how they attacked their weakness on defense.
All right, if you want some good news out of the NFC North, Mel Kiper says the Vikings had the biggest reach. Was he right?
According to his board, no.
Right.
The biggest reach was actually the guard that Houston took.
Yes and no, that the Vikings certainly reached on this. And I compare Caleb Banks to Levi Onwuzurike.
That's a great pick.
That's a no then, John. There's no yes to that.
I think Caden Proctor is the biggest reach from Miami.
Oh.
I'm not going to argue that. Everybody knows how I felt about Caden Proctor and so relieved that he was off the board. But Caleb Banks is a guy that you see flashes every once in a while. We saw that and heard that from Levi Onwuzurike, and then he disappears. Where is he? What's he doing? Like I don't know why they would reach at a pick like this.
All right, the Giants got Arvell Reese at 5, so now they have a lot of pass rushers. Should the Lions call the Giants and inquire about Kayvon Thibodeau?
Yes, I was talking to some guys in New York last night and that are plugged in pretty good. I asked them, what would it take to get Thibodeau in Detroit? And they said, well, the Giants want a 3rd, but they're going to get a 4th probably. We got 2 4s. Make the call. Make it happen.
It was my first thought. They got too many pass rushers. We could use one, a young one with some upside. Yeah, call on Thibodeau.
So that would, if you did that, the 2 4s, you would have Miller, hopefully some sort of defensive impact player today,
Yep.
and then Thibodeau with the first 4 rounds of the draft.
Come on, Brad. Get it done.
Yep.
All right, what was the fits like a glove pick, the player that landed in the best spot for him?
I think John's old team had a hell of a pick in the top 10. Sonny Styles, the linebacker out of Ohio State, former safety, plays linebacker, very instinctive, high character guy. They were comparing this to getting like a Fred Warner for their defense because that's what Peters, the GM, had when he was in San Francisco. I thought it was a great pick.
I'm going to stay with a guy that's going to stay in the same state that he played college football in, Reuben Bain Jr. going to Tampa Bay. You put him with a healthy Kalijah Cansey, Vita Vea, Ashawn Robinson. You put him on the edge. Like they needed a pass rusher, and they got it, and it fell to them at 16.
All right, finally, we always have busts in drafts. Call your shot. Who's the biggest bust from last night?
No one's going to be surprised at mine. Caden Proctor. I don't think there's any question about it. I think he's going to be overweight. I think he's going to be injured. I think this is a very Miami pick.
And tell us how you really feel. I agree with you on the concerns, but my biggest bust is actually Mekhi Lemon. I don't like taking a player who operates in the middle of the field with Jalen Hurts, who does not target the middle of the field. I think that's going to be a bad fit.
It could be a bad fit, but I don't think it makes him a bad player. It may not be utilized as much as he could be, but I mean, it's your bust.
Thank you.
I think it's Ty Simpson. I think the Rams are going to regret doing this. I just think you totally reached on a guy. I don't even know if he's as good as Kenny Pickett, to be quite honest with you. And I think it'll eventually lead to a split of Snead and McVay, and McVay will probably do TV for a year in the next couple of years.
All right, that's something to look forward to. There's your round one review. It's 97-1. When it's time for a new roof, windows, or siding, those are big decisions you make for your home, and you don't make those decisions without doing some research. So let me give you a hand. When it's time, you want a company you can trust? I'm talking about Shaner Roofing. For over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have counted on Shaner. They're bringing that same 5-star service to windows and siding. What sets them apart? Local, family-owned. They treat every customer like a member of that family, and every roof they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. They stand by the work they do. A 4.9-star Google rating. That's thousands of happy homeowners. It's a reputation that is not happening overnight, and it's certainly not bought. It's earned through decades of doing the job right. So, Sum it up. If you're in the market for a roof, if you need new windows or siding, you got to get a quote from Shaner. MyMichiganRoof.com. That's MyMichiganRoof.com. Shaner Roofing, windows and siding. Michigan's name you can trust. Lions head coach Dan Campbell talking about Blake Miller on Fox 2 gushing about the pick, and it's going to be a popular one, John.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not seeing a lot of pushback on this. This is a guy that we spotlighted as one of those first-round graded tackles. Does this get the John Jansen stamp of approval?
Oh, there's no question it does. I think you get a guy that's plug and play, and it's refining some of the things that he does, but they're plugging him into now what is looking like an offensive line that I'm not going to say top 5 like they were a couple of years ago, but I will say they should be a top 10 offensive line. That's going to be good enough to do what you want to do with Jared Goff, with your run game, the pass game, like everything offensively all of a sudden looks a lot better. Now, yeah, what do they do at the guard position? Does Mahogany step up? Miles Frazier step up? And or the kid that they got from San Francisco, and I'm drawing a blank on his name right now, the free agent that they signed. Hold on. I'll pull his.
I don't know why I'm drawing a blank on this. Who are you talking about? What position?
Guard. Hold on here. Why can't I find?
Oh, it starts with a B.
Yeah, yeah, the B guy.
He's a depth piece, though, right?
Right, he's a depth piece. He's a guy that's going to come in. He's got some experience, and he'll compete, and he'll push all of those guys, and he'll add a little bit of Ben Barch.
Yep.
From San Francisco. So you got Christian Mahogany, Ben Barch, Miles Frazier, Juice Scruggs. You've got a lot of competition at that position. Do I think you're eventually going to have a starter, and they'll be better because now they're going to have Penei Sewell next to him. They'll be better because you're going to have a center in Cade Mays that is going to be present and hand off, twist. He's going to be really good in combination blocks. So a deficiency can be covered up much better now that you got your bookends, you got a center, and you've got a right guard that, in Ratledge, that's going to continue to improve.
NFL stands for not for long. It's hard to keep a strong offensive line. That group was aging out, right? Ragnow retires. Decker's pretty much done at this point.
Yeah.
You look around now, they're a very young offensive line. Sewell's 25, Miller's 24. You bookend tackles for a decade, right? Mays is only 27, the one player they really gave term to in free agency. And both guards are young football players in their early to mid-20s.
Yeah.
This offensive line's average age, I could do quick math, is probably about 25, 26 years old. So that suddenly is a group that Hank Fraley can work with that should, in theory, grow into a strength again.
Yeah, and with, with time, will gel, will play together for a number of years, and now all of a sudden, and not this year, but a year down the road, what a guy's doing before he even has to say anything. You can recognize blitz pickup. You can recognize shifts and all those different things that you've got to be able to do to be an elite offensive line. That's why I say this year I think it could be a top 10 offensive line. Down the road, I think you're on the path to being back to a top 3 offensive line.
Average age, 25 years old for an offensive line that they needed to rebuild, and that was clearly a focus this offseason. Blake Miller is a pick. I brought him up over a month ago because I saw this as a very good fit for the Detroit Lions. He is a natural right tackle, which allows Sewell to play a more natural left tackle, position he thrived at in college and played his very first NFL game at. So now I got bookend tackles. Blake Miller is experienced. You might be wondering, John, you liked Monroe Freeling. Why did they go this route? I think it's because they felt like Blake Miller's more polished. Having played 4 years without missing a football game and getting better every year, they feel like, I'm getting an athlete similar to Monroe Freeling who's big and long and moves, and he plays the natural right side, and he's played a lot of football games. They feel like they can plug and play with him while still having the upside of a Monroe Freeling.
So his floor, I think, is higher than Monroe Freeling. Like if Monroe Freeling were to come in and struggle because he's only got 17 starts, it was going against SEC talent. But when you have a guy like Blake Miller that has 54 starts, there's more confidence in what he'll do versus and I don't think it's a huge gamble, but a little bit of a gamble of what Monroe Freeling will be. I think the upside of Monroe Freeling is tremendous. I think he could be an all-pro type of player eventually.
First things first, you have to be able to play football. But then if you look a little deeper, there's a lot of things in his personality that I think make sense for the Lions. Blake Miller was team captain, high character guy, former wrestler. I think that tends to work well for guys for leverage playing on the offensive and defensive lines. And the thing that really solidified it to me, John, he missed one practice. Never missed a game and only missed one practice as a 4-year player at Clemson. I mean, that's a guy who loves football. The only practice he missed, he got wrist surgery and couldn't, but the very next day is back out there. Yeah. Does that not scream like, I love to play football? I'm not going to let my teammates down. Roll me out there. I'm going to play. I'm a tough SOB. So you throw in that profile with, oh, yeah, the frame is there. The tape is there. The person is a good fit, too. That's how you feel confident making a pick at 17, knowing, hey, I got a guy who I think is going to be here for a decade.
Yeah, it just feels like it's almost like it's Cinderella slipper. It just fits perfect.
Did you see who's on hold?
Yeah,
this is Tim, who has a very interesting comp for Blake Miller.
Hello, everybody.
How you doing, Tim?
I am living the dream, talking to two of my favorite guys. And I'll tell you, I think one of you is going to really like this comp. My floor for Blake Miller is a very good NFL career player, and his name is none other than John Jansen. I'm super stoked that we drafted Blake Miller.
I do see a lot of similarities, and I'm never going to sit there and compare somebody to myself. I do see some similarities, and when you're talking about, I mean, I had 50 starts, and that's all you could play at that time. He's got 54. I missed one practice my freshman year, and it ate at me my entire time at Michigan. I do think he's a better athlete than I ever was, and so I think the comp is his floor is where I was, but I do think that he's got the upside of being extremely good. I mean, it just a Pro Bowl right tackle, which I was all pro one year, but I was never a Pro Bowler.
Did the Lions just make amends for the Aaron Gibson draft? Righting a wrong decades later. Getting there, John Jansen. It's incredible. We'll talk what they do next. Next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Lions selected Blake Miller out of Clemson with the 17th overall pick in the NFL draft last night, bolstering an offensive line group that struggled through injury and inconsistency last year. Miller may not have graded out as highly as some of the other offensive linemen in the draft, but Brad Holmes said he thinks Miller has a high floor and can be a starting offensive tackle right away. Holmes said they've been watching Miller for years, and his performance allows them to sleep soundly at night. Miller ranked as the number 8 offensive tackle and number 52 prospect in the draft overall by ESPN. The Lions clearly believe in him after taking him as the 5th O-lineman with the 17th pick. Last night, ESPN comped Miller to the guy he is replacing this season and Lions former O-lineman Taylor Decker. Miller's 54 consecutive starts and nearly 3,800 snaps at Clemson could signal a similar Iron Man attitude and reliability to that of Decker, who was beloved here in Detroit. The draft is back again tonight with rounds 2 and 3 starting at 7 o'clock. Lions currently only have one pick tonight. It's number 18 in the second round and number 50 overall. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
Man, I'm bummed I didn't think of that comp. That was great. 50 plus games, only missed a single practice. Good character, work ethic.
Yeah, I thought of it, but again, I'm never going to compare someone. I'm never going to put those type of limits on an individual.
Because you said he's more athletic than you.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I didn't have a 9.9 RAS score.
No, you were an 8.8. I looked it up.
Yeah. And so, but what you can't measure is heart.
But I think he's got
toughness.
that.
Yeah, and I do too. I mean, again, I don't know. I haven't met him. I never played next to him, so I don't know what that heart is. And I don't think you can measure that until you actually are in the trenches with him. But the physical toughness, you could see it.
There's a quote. Now, I'll have to find the exact phrase, but it's, I believe, from a teammate of his that says he hates to let his teammates down. Like, and that's probably where that comes from, this idea, like, I'm an Iron Man. I'm not going to take plays off. I'm not going to miss games. I'm not going to miss practices.
Yeah, because your teammates are counting on you.
Yeah.
They're counting on you to be out there.
So they make the pick. They address the offensive line. Everybody's feeling good about it. Where do they go from here? Pick 50. Tom was kind enough to bring in the best available on the board. It's in one of these sheets of paper. The best players available, John. Denzel Boston, receiver, Washington.
No.
Zion Young, edge out of Missouri.
I think he'll be good, but I think you're going to have to go up too high to get him.
C.J. Allen, linebacker, Georgia, probably the same deal. He's not going to be there at 50.
Right.
Jermon McCoy. Clearly, the injury dropped him out of the first round. Corner out of Tennessee.
And that's going to go to...
Someone's going to take him early in the second.
Oh, there's no question someone's going to take him early, but it's going to go to what the medicals. What do you believe? Is he a guy that we saw him run, at his pro day, which was, he was blazing. Mm-hmm. But if he has to have a cleanup surgery, how long does that lay him up? I don't want a guy that's going to have to redshirt in the second round.
8 of the top 10 available players, best available, are defensive players. Some other ones are R. Mason Thomas, edge out of Oklahoma, Caden McDonald, D-tackle, Ohio State, Jacob Rodriguez, linebacker, Texas Tech, and Kristen Miller, defensive tackle, out of Georgia. What do you want to see? Do you have a preference for what they do with their next pick?
Yeah, I think they go edge, and I think R. Mason Thomas out of these guys is the best available for that. I like him better than I like Zion Young. I just don't think he fits the defense. You got Derek Barnes. You gave him the contract. They're kind of the same type of position, and that's not what you need. You need a pass rusher off the edge that is a bona fide get after it, and I would go with the guy like we had talked about, Gabe Jacas out of Illinois. I think you stay at 50, and you can get him right there.
I'm looking at the same deal, the best available, and the Lions will pick 17th in this round.
Yeah.
23, TJ Parker. Brought him up a couple days ago. Double up on Clemson players.
You could.
I think he's a 3-down player, can rush the passer, responsible against the run. Give me TJ Parker with the Lions' next pick.
I wouldn't hate it.
Let's get to John in Livonia. John, good morning.
Hey, what up, guys?
How you doing?
Is this Jim Jansen I'm talking to?
A variation of it, yeah.
Hey, guys, that draft was pretty fun last night, but I can't help but think that Ruben Bain is the best player in this class, right? And he fell to pick 15. I thought that we should have traded up to get him and then traded our future 2027 first-round pick to go back up to get Miller or Monroe Freeling, because if you think about it, that pick's probably going to be like late 20s, hopefully, is what I'm hoping. I think we'll have a good season this year. And that sets up a Super Bowl-ready team for the start of the season. Ruben Bain next to Hutch, oh, my God. I kept thinking, like, man, this might be a reality, but nope. But I thought we should have done that.
I started to consider the possibility he'd be there for the Lions at 17, and I started to get really excited because you say you think he might have been the best player in the draft. He was he was breathing fire off the edge at Miami. I don't care about short arms. The guy was pressuring, sacking, affecting the quarterback. He could play the run. He could play the pass. I think he's going to be a hell of a football player in the NFL.
He has probably the biggest impact on either side of the ball for any player drafted last night. Like, I don't know if you guys watched the college football playoffs, but
he was all over.
He was genuinely every single play all over those guys. Like that. I don't know. I thought he would have. Oh, him and Hutch, man. Oh, but hey, anyways, thanks for taking my call, guys.
Hey, thanks, Jim.
It's a natural question. We spent some time talking about would the Lions trade up, and only a couple spots in front of them goes one of these impact pass rushers. I'm at peace with the Blake Miller pick. I like the Blake Miller pick.
Yeah, and I didn't want to sacrifice next year's first, and I know he said hopefully late 20s. Yeah, at a minimum, hopefully it's 31 or 32.
You wouldn't have to give up next year's first to move 2 slots, would you?
No.
Or 3 slots
No,
to get in
he
front
was
of the Bucs.
talking about trading up to get him and then using next year's first to trade back into the first round to get Blake.
So my oldest son wanted to do the move up and get Bain above the Bucs. And I told him, I said, the offensive line had to be solidified. Like, I think there was a lot of angst going into this draft, Lions fans.
That they weren't going to do it.
And sometimes you just got to take care of business. Don't you feel a sense of relief this morning?
Yeah,
with
that's
the
a great
offensive
word.
line?
That's a great word. Sense of relief. They've addressed this appropriately. Signing a center and drafting a tackle, guys that will start day one for this football team.
My frustration only is that this should have been done sooner so that you could have done something different last night and more creative potentially, that because of past mistakes, you had to do this.
Yeah, but then you wouldn't have Ennis Rakestraw.
Yeah, exactly. But the comp of Miller is to Rosengarten, the guy that went right after Rakestraw, which I've pounded the table about numerous times. And so realize the capital you spent last night at 17 could have been spent in the 60s 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. And you get the comp.
Yeah.
And now who knows how last year plays out, by the way.
Right. And then you could take bigger swings last night.
Right.
But you had to. We're getting at least 80% positivity on this, I would say, this morning. Yeah. And it's because there is a sense of relief now. You had to have this offensive line stable for Jared Goff to function. Now the offense can potentially get back to what it was, and now you have to focus on the defense.
Yep, and I think that's what they need to be doing the rest of the way, is almost exclusively defense.
So the biggest needs going into the draft were offensive line. They addressed it with Blake Miller. Now the biggest needs, and just to simply field a defense, are on defense. Whether it's edge because you want somebody that can be more of an impact opposite Hutch, they still need multiple linebackers to fill out the roster and create depth. I still don't think you're going into the season with Malcolm Rodriguez as your starting linebacker, as a starting linebacker.
No, but it may be a different Rodriguez. I mean, if Jacob Rodriguez is there at 50, I know he doesn't play edge, but he was all over the field at Texas Tech.
So
instinctive off-ball linebacker. Was getting a little bit of buzz as like a dark horse Heisman. He was never going to win it as a linebacker, but people wanted to spotlight just how important a player he was.
Right, and I wouldn't hate that. If they decided that, hey, we've got Wadham, we've got whatever we want and need to fill that edge opposite Hutch, fill out the defensive line, if they went with a guy like Rodriguez in the second round, I wouldn't hate it.
Couple texts that want to know about this this safety from Toledo. Emmanuel McNeil Warren, who's one of Mel's 5 best available players. How would you feel if they got him or targeted safety with the next pick?
So again, the safety position is clearly one of their needs. I don't necessarily think it's their biggest need because I don't know about Kirby Joseph. The only ones that know about him are going to be Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell, the medical staff. And what is he going to provide at the beginning of the year or throughout 17 games? We know Brian Branch, when he comes back, he's going to be a good player. We have no idea if he gets back to the same level that he was, but I think he'll be a really good player. So I just don't see that as one of their biggest needs defensively.
Okay, we should address this because we got a couple texts that are calling us out. I guess maybe you more than me. Oh. Yesterday, John's dream scenario was Monroe Freeland.
Yeah.
Haven't heard him say Carolina got the better guy. Now it's glass slipper, perfect fit. Guys, is it don't say anything negative so he'll come on the show? That's Jim in Livonia. And another says that you're Holmes' mouthpiece. All we heard was Freeling, and now Miller's the man.
Well, Freeling was available, and I was hoping they were going to take him. They didn't. And I also said I would be happy with Blake Miller. I said that when you brought it up 6 weeks ago.
Well, that's the thing I point out. I've been on this guy's He's been on my radar for 6 weeks.
Yeah. You've been glazing him for a long time.
Maybe don't put it that way, but yeah, I really highlighted him. I always made sure to include him in the Freeling conversations.
We always did.
Because the athletic scores, they're both big, long tackles who move well. So I thought, well, one plays the left side, one plays the right side. I liked a bit of a mean streak and the 50-plus game resume of Blake Miller, and it turns out so did Brad Holmes.
And what we said earlier was, I think the ceiling for Monroe Freeling is much higher than Blake Miller. But then it also required you to have a left tackle that was a rookie. And I was okay with that. I think he's going to be a really good pro.
248-539-9797. More feedback reacting to the pick last night, looking ahead to tonight. We've got the cookie jar coming up at 7:35, and there is a question about Vrabel and Rossini. Because that story, boy.
It just won't go away.
She named one of her kids Mike?
Oh, boy. You do the timeline? Who's your daddy?
Oh, no. Paternity test. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be right there at the top of your list. And I've seen the Ram side by side with the competition. I've driven a Ram, and I'll tell you what, I love them. The Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional. For power, not much of a competition here, and we'll go through it. You can choose from a Rams award-winning Pentastar V6 or Rams legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And for the competition, why would you choose any full-size pickup at any price with a 4-cylinder engine? It's hard enough to do the work you want to do. It's unbelievable. A full-size Ram 1500, they're built right here in Sterling Heights. For comfort and easy-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram also offers a 5-link coil suspension, and all it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. It's simple. Just pull into your Ram dealer today, and when you walk through the door, tell them I sent you.
Spencer Torkelson says, reports of my demise were greatly exaggerated. Back-to-back days with a home run, a walk-off yesterday. Dan Dickerson on a call.
Yep. Torque.
Hey, pleasant surprise. This is great. So Blake Miller, the pick for the Detroit Lions. And a Twitch comment made this point. He's a guy from Ohio that didn't pick Ohio State. One more reason to love him.
Yeah, he shows great decision-making, even as a young man.
The comparison to one John Jansen only continues. We pointed out, caller did it first. He was a team captain who played 50-plus games and only missed a single practice. That's Jansen to a T. Both of you were 3-star recruits.
Yeah, he was recruited as an offensive lineman. I was recruited as a tight end.
One won a national title. The other one won a Costa preseason national title.
That's right. How'd they end up this past year?
Not as great as I thought they'd be, John. Now we've asked people for their feedback and looking ahead what they want to happen tonight.
And I think they've got to go defense. And whether it's linebacker, it's edge, safety, corner, like there's needs at every single level, at every single position. I think the sexier pick is going to be the edge position.
Yeah.
And we'll all have eyeballs on every single edge that goes off the board until they pick who's available at that time.
Tex says, do you think Blake was the best player available? Rich in a machine.
I still think that Monroe was the best player available, but I understand why they went with Blake.
Tex says, people who want more of a win-now team should prefer this pick to Freeling.
Right, because it's like I said, it's a higher floor, and it's a much more proven commodity.
So we both think it's a higher floor. I also don't think the ceiling is all that different. They both athletically profile as long, movers.
So what I really liked about Monroe Freeling was a little bit of what we see in Penei Sewell. Now, okay, don't fly off the handle. I'm not comparing him to Penei Sewell. I don't think there was a Penei Sewell in this draft. But being able to get out on screens, when you watch some of his highlights of his adjustments on combos and then getting off on linebackers, I liked the athletic ability of and what I saw from Monroe Freeling. Blake Miller just wasn't asked to do a lot of those things, so they weren't on film. Sure, the combo blocks getting up on the second level, yes, he was asked to do those. But blocking in space, we did not see that as much with him, and that's more of an offense that they run in Clemson versus the offense that they run in Georgia. I don't know that he could do that, but I don't know that he can't.
Tex says, I heard Miller doesn't move well and will get beat by speed in the pros. Decent pass block, but not a good run blocker.
So I disagree with that in regards to the run blocking. I think he's a terrific run blocker. In terms of, I think the athletic ability, the change, the ability to set off the ball, Monroe Freeling showed me that he's got the speed, the quickness, the athletic ability to do it. What I like about Blake Miller is his craftiness. I talked about the change-up pitch earlier. If you don't have that, and that was a weakness I had of being able to set those wide nine guys. And then, when you're blocking, I had to block guys like Reggie White early in my career, which, at that time he wasn't a speed guy, but you still had to respect it. It was always that hump move inside. But that is a concern.
At the same time, if you're 6'7", and you are an athlete, you can get out and attack speed and set the edge against speed. The tools are there.
The tools are there, but it's a matter of, can you do it? Like, there's a lot of guys that have all the tools. The question is, why can't they do it? Well, there's an art to it as well.
Sure.
And his art, Blake Miller, at college is being able to do what he does best. And if it's not setting on those wide nine guys, well, how do I make them play my game versus me playing their game?
On the NFL Network broadcast, when the Lions took Miller, Daniel Jeremiah said that he was the highest rated tackle on his board.
Okay.
I think this was a preference thing with him and Freeling.
Sure.
I don't feel like there was an A-graded tackle and a B-graded tackle, and the Lions took the B. I think it was eye in the beholder.
And I'm cautious in saying a safe pick, because I don't want to sit there and say, well, the ceiling isn't there for Blake Miller. This is a safer pick than Monroe Freeling. I think Monroe Freeling, he had 17 starts versus watching 54 starts. You know more about Blake Miller on the field, turning on the tape, than you do about Monroe Freeling because there's just more of it.
How about this comparison? Taking Miller over Freeling reminds me of the Laporta situation. There was a Notre Dame tight end that people considered to be better. Lions went Laporta, and look how it turned out.
Mm-hmm. Who was the tight end from? Didn't he go to the Bears?
Raiders.
The
Michael
Raiders.
Mayer.
Michael Mayer, that's right.
Yeah. Komet was the Notre Damer that went to the Bears.
Yeah. If safety is the best available on your board, you take it. But with how many needs we have, I'm not forcing it. We kind of have to hope that Kirby and Branch are big contributors next year.
Yeah, there's a little bit of hope there. I mean, there's a little bit of hope on defense because you can't fill all of the holes. I mean, like, first round's over, and you got one pick in the second. Then you don't pick again as it stands right now until the fourth round. So I'm not counting on fourth rounders as being starters coming into the season. You shouldn't have to.
Lions have one pick today. The way you've been talking, you think they're going to make more than one pick today.
I do think that they will trade back into the third round.
So they can get two starter contributors.
Or they go linebacker, and maybe it's Rodriguez out of Texas Tech, and they trade for Kayvon Thibodeau with one of those fours.
I think both those are good options.
But here's the thing you have to understand. Kayvon Thibodeau, if you trade for him, that's a rental.
Yeah.
Because I don't think you pick up the fifth-year option. And if he has a great year, you're not going to pay him.
Right.
So you let him walk, and now you're letting a fourth-round pick walk out the door. But what else are you going to get with that fourth-round pick? I just told you I'm not getting a guy that I believe is a defined starter in the fourth round.
Just one thing that I do want to caution everybody against, because we're starting to get this let's trade for Kayvon Thibodeau dream, so to speak. Just a word of caution.
Yeah.
The Lions have to want to get him. They have to want the player.
And they should know everything about him because when that draft happened, it was, are they going to take Thibodeau? Are they going to take, was it Walker that ended up going to Jacksonville first overall, or Hutch? I think they made the best decision. Hutch fell into their lap, but because they didn't have to choose between him and Walker. But between him and Kayvon Thibodeau, there was a healthy debate of which one they should take.
But if the Lions don't want him, they're not going to trade for him.
Right.
The one big knock is he's in his last year of his contract.
Yeah.
So what are you doing going forward? Wouldn't you rather go to shape up the defensive line, go sign Cam Jordan? You don't have to give up anything.
Yeah, but ideally, sure. But Cam Jordan, just like, hey, the Lions have to want to trade for Kayvon Thibodeau, Cam Jordan has to want to sign with the Lions. And we talked about the three parameters.
But it's been thrown around. It's probably going to be a 2-year deal with him. So you got him 2 instead of 1. You don't have to make a commitment to Thibodeau. You don't have to give up capital.
So Bosa and Jordan are unsigned, right?
Right.
I think we all want the edge that they, invest in that'll be here with upside. But if there's a better defender that plays linebacker, like I keep thinking about Rodriguez,
right?
Not Malcolm, but kid out of Texas Tech, you could pair that pick with signing one of those veteran defensive ends, and you'd feel a lot better about your front seven.
Sure. And when we talk about Kayvon Thibodeau, Greg, you're right. They have to want to go get him. If that's the case, let's just go with that assumption that they said, let's explore that. They don't have a third. If Kayvon Thibodeau was in this draft, would you take him in the third?
Yes.
If they have to give up a fourth, which they have 2 of, would you take him, knowing that you only have him for 1 year?
Yeah, I would. I don't think they would, but I would. Tech says, I don't care what they do today. They've already failed the draft. They drafted the worst individual player taken in round 1, and they drafted the seventh best off. It says at best the 7th best offensive tackle at 17. What a joke!
No, the thankfully their decision was made easier, if we believe the reports that they were all over Caden Proctor, by not having to make that decision. Miami saved us from that one.
Yeah, I thank you to them,
guys.
Checks in the mail.
You can type anything into the tech attacks and it'll appear on the internet. It'll just show up there. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Guys, I gave us an A- round 1. Now rounds 2 through 4, as annoying as it is, let Brad cook. We need 2 defensive playmakers at least. Mm-hmm. Another says, I'd love to see a trade for Kayvon Thibodeau and then draft Jacob Rodriguez. Suddenly, I would love the offseason. Blake Miller was the best available. Blake Miller's best ability is availability. It's extremely comforting to know we have 2 tackles that can go the entire season holding up.
Yeah.
Passing on Freeling was a mistake. That's Mark in a truck.
Yeah, I'm not going to sit there and say it wasn't. I was all over Monroe Freeling, and he was there. They didn't take him. And so I mentioned this earlier. Could they have traded down and still gotten Blake Miller?
I don't know, and I worry about the risk of it. Like, to pick up an extra 4th-round pick, I jeopardize getting a plug-and-play right tackle?
Right. But you had 2 options. You had Monroe Freeling and you had Blake Miller. But here's the other thing: is you had to have somebody that wanted to trade up to that position.
Don't let perfect be the enemy of good.
Thank you. That's a great way to put it, Greg. 248-539-9797. Coming up next, it's the cookie jar, which includes a question about Vrabel and Rossini. Who's handling this worse? It's 97.1. It's the cookie jar. It's brought to you by Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. I have some draft questions, some food questions. I want to start with the question. Who's handled the fallout worse, Mike Vrabel or Diana Rossini?
Oh, man. It's a tough one to answer, but the one that just keeps stepping to the podium and saying everything except what he should say is Mike Vrabel. So I think Vrabel is the one that has handled it the worst. If you just come out and you're honest about it and say, yeah, I made a mistake. And I don't know that we even know at this time that it's a mistake that's been happening for 6 or 7 years. How long has this been going on? You see her covering Tennessee. Now she's covering New England. And
photos that go back to 2020 with them sharing a kiss that went viral yesterday.
Yeah.
This kiss. And then she named. Yep.
Yeah.
And then she named a kid Mike.
Oh, it's so disturbing.
Is it even?
It's so disturbing.
Yeah, I know.
I think it's Vrabel hands down. And the fact that he probably thought, okay, I've put this to rest after Thursday or Wednesday, and then going to do this counseling thing and it'll be over with. And then those photos came out yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
I better hope he came 1,000% clean with his wife already before that. Because
so clearly,
if he told some story and it doesn't match up with that, it's just going to get worse and worse for him.
I think it's bad enough. Like he stepped out on his marriage. Like I don't. What you say after that really doesn't much matter. I don't think.
Yeah, but all I'm saying is if he said some story, oh, this just happened recently,
right?
And then photos show up of 6, he's just burying, and but that
that's
grave
what happens.
is getting deeper and deeper.
You lie once, then you got to lie to cover up that one. Then you got to lie to cover up that one, and then you're so far down the road that you're not even sure where you're at it anymore.
I would say Vrabel just because the latest development has been on his end. But look, it does take 2 to tango.
Like for the Rossini camp, she didn't want to give it any oxygen, but resigned before they could fully investigate her. That looked shady and guilty. She hasn't been innocent in this. But the answer is Vrabel. Calling it laughable, essentially saying nothing happened, only to have multiple press conferences where you don't explicitly admit you lied, but dance around the issue. You're right. He hasn't owned this, and the story continues. Now he's going to be there for some of the draft, but not all of the draft.
Right.
He's approaching the draft like his marriage, present for some of it. All right, who had the best night one of the NFL draft, and who had the worst night one?
So we're not just talking team. We're talking. It could be
player, anything.
Ty Simpson, and so. When I saw at the beginning of the draft, like he was in the green room, I thought, is this going to be the cameras are on him as we get to 25, 26, and cameras are still on him as we get to day 2? Somebody knew something. That's why he was invited to be there in New York, and he's going into a situation with a established quarterback. There's absolutely no pressure on him. The knock on him was hadn't played enough games.
Raw.
All right, so you go to a place where you don't have to play any games. You're going to be the emergency, the break glass quarterback if something happens to our poor quarterback.
You get first round guarantees. Great situation to learn in. Great situation to take over.
He gets to learn from Matthew Stafford. He gets to be in the Sean McVay offense. He gets to be around really good football minds and develop, which he needs.
Worst?
Oh, the worst situation?
Who had the worst night?
Miami. I'll sit there and I'll pound the table. I think Caden Proctor is going to be a bust.
I'm going to go with the best, the Dallas Cowboys. They got Caleb Downs. They moved up one to get him. Also Malachi Lawrence. And then they already have a defense with Quinnen Williams, Kenny Clark, and they added Rashawn Gary. Their defense should be quite a bit better, and that's been their bugaboo. Worst day, Sean McVay. I mean, the press conference said it right there with the Ty Simpson pick.
He looked miserable.
And I'll also say with John, the Miami Dolphins. I mean, what are you doing? I mean, putting him on South Beach.
The biggest winner? Me. Was not watching the draft. Got an alert from my friend. Hey, the Lions are picking. Turned on the draft. They draft Blake Miller. Turned it off. Watched the perfect amount of the draft. The Lions pick.
Who is the biggest loser?
The biggest losers, I guess, apparently is Caden Proctor. I just feel like the guy's getting dumped on for getting drafted. I mean, I know particularly here in this, and I know, John's pounding the table against Proctor, but good for him that he got drafted where he got drafted.
Sure.
Fun in the sun on the beach and all that stuff. Tom, I would say the Cowboys are the biggest winner, but for the sake of giving a little more variety here, there's just a reason the Ravens are the Ravens. They let the board come to them. They get one of the studs in this draft to reinforce their offensive line. I thought they were a winner. In terms of loser, Cardinals. I have no issue taking a running back early. The league has had a kind of a renaissance at the position, but they don't have any infrastructure. They're not a team that should be making that pick. So I think the Cardinals were one of the losers. The Tigers will start a series at the Great American Ballpark tonight. Pick a ballpark to take a weekend trip to. Factor in the team, the venue, food, city, etc.
So, Seattle. And I've been there, obviously, to play football. I've been there a number of different times. Was there, was it last year or 2 years ago, to play the University of Washington. It's a great venue. I love visiting. I love leaving. But the food, and let's just talk about the food at the ballpark. They've got ribs. They've got mac and cheese that you get along with the ribs, topped with brisket. That in of itself is enough for me to sell T-Mobile Park. But it's also the city and the food that comes with it. My favorite steakhouse of all time, the Metropolitan Grill, is in Seattle. The greatest ribeye I've ever had. The best horseradish to go with that steak. The shrimp cocktail. And I'm not a big salad fan. A great wedge salad, just smothered in blue cheese and bacon, and then a lava cake at the end. Oh, Seattle. I've not seen a baseball game there.
I really struggled with this one. It took me a while to decide. I've been to Philly, Chicago, and Cleveland stadiums. Philly stood out of the three. I had a sandwich there called the Schmitter. It was excellent. And then also the cheesesteaks, But I ended up picking Boston because of the venue. I want to go to Fenway Park. Clam chowder out there is just ridiculous, off the charts. You got the Cape, and it's just a great city.
Yeah.
John, I'm going to say Safeco Field in Seattle. Never been to the PNW, and it's just a fun vibes team, and Julio Rodriguez is one of my favorite players to watch in all of baseball.
So I've done Fenway, but to Tom's point, if you haven't, you should. Fenway in Boston's great. I've done Wrigley. I'd like to go to Petco. San Diego, great weather, great food, and people say the backdrop, it's located right in the city and you can see the skyline. Fun team too, Fernando Tatis, Manny Machado. I'd do a weekend in San Diego.
I have been to San Diego. Excellent city.
How many times is food delivery in a day acceptable?
I would say 2 times in an emergency, and never breakfast. I don't think you should ever have breakfast delivered. I don't want to see anybody at my house that early. You should have some eggs. You should have some oatmeal. You should have some cereal. You should have something to get you through until lunch. And I've had a situation where, hey, I'm doing some chores around the house. Hey, have some sandwiches delivered. Same thing. You're getting going, all that stuff. Yeah, let's have, you could do it from just in about any restaurant with Grubhub or whatever the food delivery is. I think in an emergency situation, twice is the max.
Say 1.
Yeah, to me, it's a Spider-Man situation. Everybody gets 1.
Yeah, 1. I mean, seriously, you're lazy if you have to do 2. On a normal
maybe you're
day,
doing stuff.
If you on a normal day, you said emergency situation,
right?
But on a normal day, if you do it more than once, come on.
How many times do you think Kenny Cott's done it in a single day?
Oh,
3 to 4.
Every meal plus a snack, 4? Yeah.
Yeah, 3 to 4.
All right, bachelor party debate. It was decided by 1 vote. Cake or pie?
This is maybe the toughest question we have ever had on the cookie jar. The toughest. And so give me a moment here as I work my way through this. I would initially say cake because I love chocolate cake, specifically bumpy cake.
Oh, yes.
And you put a scoop of Mackinac Island fudge on there. You got yourself a Michigan Magic. But then I start thinking about raspberry pie. And if it's got brown sugar, oats, and butter, a little crumble topping on top. But the difference maker for me is, and I would love that. I'd eat the whole thing. I don't like crust. There's no crust on cake. so I don't have to just sit there and scoop out the filling along with the topping and leave the crust. So I guess I'll have to say cake.
You're going to leave onion pie to the side.
Yeah, onion pie is great. I get that, but chocolate cake. If I have the choice between the two, I'm going chocolate cake.
Cake, better variety of cake that I would like, and pie does not have a little bit too fruity for me, the pie.
You're talking about variety.
You're eating the wrong kind of pie.
Right. So there's a lot of different ways we could go with this with the bachelor party. But the variety I get, I don't like a variety of cakes. I like a variety of pies.
Tom?
I'm definitely going pie here. I think cake is for kids and pie is for adults. Just in a weird way, you know. I kind of feel like I kind of outgrew cake. I don't know.
No, nobody outgrows cake. Cake's
Yeah.
incredible.
I still eat cake,
Cake
but
is a staple at every
That's
birthday party
the
until you
grumpiest
die.
old man take I've ever heard.
Like-
You outgrow cake.
You have a birthday every year.
Yeah.
And cake is
well,
there.
yeah, you put a candle in your pie?
Sure.
Oh, come on.
Candle in your pie hole. It's cake, frosting, debate over. It's the cookie jar. It's brought to you by Moran Chevrolet, 97.1.
Hey, Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. I've been talking about them, and they've been working on my lawn for well over 5 years now. And every year, I don't have to worry about weeds. Doesn't matter which house I've been in. It's been a great lawn. Get green, stay green. Save some green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month, and you're going to get the early bird discount. And for a limited time, purchase a full lawn program. You're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1. And if you want green grass, you want fewer weeds, early treatment is the key. Great lawns don't happen by accident. You need the right timing and the right program. And you need the right company. They're going to give you 100% satisfaction guaranteed. And how do you get to that 100% satisfaction? They don't come to you with every issue. They just fix it. And that's part of why I love Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. You can get them on the phone at 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN, or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com.
Got some good texts coming in. We'll reset Blake Miller at 8 o'clock. What does John Jansen think, Mr. Offensive Line? Monroe Freeling was there. They took Blake Miller instead. 8:02, we'll get to it. Texts. Onion pie just turned my stomach.
Ha! Don't knock it till you try it. It is Vidalia onion season.
John is a grown man talking about, quote, I don't like crust.
Oh, no. I don't like... I almost... In fact, I can't even remember the last time I actually ate any crust. I will definitely... I scoop out pumpkin pie. I scrape off... No matter what the fruit pie is.
Be clear, if you're just tuning in, you're just talking about pie crust, right? You do eat pizza crust?
I do eat pizza crust.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Phew.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
See, I like you have some ice cream and the crust and combine those.
No.
I'm a DoorDash driver, and one time I delivered to the same person 4 times in the same day. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, and dessert a couple hours after dinner. Kevin in Ann Arbor.
Wow. Hey, maybe they're just having a good time in there. They just don't want to leave.
Is there no shame, though?
Leave it at the door.
Like after the 3rd time and it's the same guy, don't you feel kind of judged at that point?
If you're, I don't think so. Why would you care? Who's delivering it? And you probably don't even see him. Just leave it at the door.
You know, like you're seen in that moment. Like it's the same guy. He's going, really, dude? You can't get off your ass and get your own food for any of the meals today? Hey. You'd feel judged if you were that dude, I would think.
I don't think so. If you're going to order,
I guess you have no shame.
Why would you care?
I used to deliver pizza, and I delivered to the same house twice in a day. Hunter in Detroit. The amount of money I spent and wasted to have food delivered is egregious. I pick up everything now because food is already expensive enough. Signed, Chad.
Yeah. Well, that goes along with it. Everything comes with a fee.
Jeremiah Love had the worst draft night by far. I felt so bad for him going to that dumpster fire. Well, don't feel too bad. He got the most guaranteed money a running back has ever received in NFL history by going 3rd overall last night.
Yeah.
Think about that. North of $50 million guaranteed because he slotted in with a guaranteed first-round contract. Yeah. So don't feel too bad for him. I think it reflects more on Arizona that they're trying to speed this process up. Like a running back is a move you make when you're closer to contending, not when you're at rock bottom.
Right.
Especially when you don't have a quarterback and what's the offensive line.
Offensive line is somewhat in shambles.
I mean, teams are going to stack the box. He's a great player, but it's going to be a tough sledding for him. On Vrabel, at least he didn't threaten to kill himself with a butter knife.
Yep, that is true. Yep.
John, some people are okay with multiple partners. Just ask Cookies.
Yeah. That I know that we have that bit for you, which is funny, but
I think Rossini's husband likes to sit in that chair in the corner of the hotel room. Have you heard the way she talks about her husband in interviews? All those clips that have resurfaced of her talking about her husband.
Or the interviews with Vrabel when she actually mentions his wife.
Yep.
I mean, it's all creepy and weird. And knowing that this is going on when she is, before she's married, when after she's married, one of her kids is named Mike. And like, it's all of it is just way too much.
We're getting some other texts about the crust.
Yeah.
Do you take the bread crust off? Your grilled cheese or PB&J?
I take the crust off if I'm having toast in the morning. Yeah.
What?
And then the other one, chicken pot pie.
Chicken pot pie.
Do you eat the crust?
No.
Oh, damn.
I think there's a whole nother cookie jar discussion about what is the best part of the chicken pot pie.
Okay, put it in the hopper.
Okay, I won't answer it now.
Yeah, save it for later.
Yeah. But I do think like that was one of the tougher questions, the toughest question that we've ever had in the cookie jar.
Cake or pie?
Cake or pie, yeah.
FJC standing on business when it comes to the cake debate. That's from Nate and Clausen. Ridiculous to say you grow out of cake. They've even made small cakes called cupcakes. You don't have cup pies. Who the hell brings up cake or pie to a bachelor party? It's just dumb guy debates when you're sitting around BSing. When I was 12, I was asked to get birthday pie instead of cake. We exist out there. Don't discount us. People are doing pie on their birthday?
I'm not going to throw anybody under the bus that likes pie more than cake, but I mean, birthday cake is as
classic, iconic.
I just can't imagine having a birthday and having a birthday pie.
Okay, the reason I choose pie is because I do sometimes the frostings on cakes are just too much for me.
Yeah, but
It's just
like me
it's
and
too
crust.
sweet.
Yeah,
I do have a thing where I don't have like a big candy like thing, especially like sweet candies. Like I'll have a Jolly Rancher and then I'm good for a few months. You know, I just don't my taste buds.
I get that, but it's like me and crust. Like I'm not going to not have pie because I can eat everything but the crust. You can eat almost everything but the icing.
You just got to combine the crust into everything else. If you save the crust for last, it does get a little dry.
Oh no, I don't want a part of any bite.
On the Rossini stuff, there's new photos from 6 years ago, them kissing at the bar. She's constantly insulted her husband for no reason on the air. And for the icing on the cake, her first son with her husband was named Michael. If I was her husband and I knew my son was named after the guy my wife allegedly cheated on me with, I would lose my mind. Have you also seen, by the way, they look similar? Her husband and Vrabel, there are some physical similarities. It's very weird.
I haven't looked close enough.
This whole thing is...
But it's... So the question now is somewhat becoming, who hired the PI?
Right.
Because these are not... The photos from 6 years ago, you could tell like they're cell phone pictures. The ones from the resort, those are professional photos with a hyper zoom lens. So... Is it her husband that hired the PI? Is it his wife?
Somebody wanted that information. How about this? If I had to bet on which of Diana's children will grow up to be a 6'4", 250-pound linebacker, I would go with the one named Mike. Woof!
Yeah.
Anyway, we're going to get into the Lions pick in the 8 o'clock hour. Also take a deeper dive into round one and some of the big storylines. Blake Miller, Balake, is the pick for the Lions. I kept bringing his name up. It's not a secret. I really like this pick. John, people want to know from you. This was a guy who you mentioned, but you also really liked Monroe Freeling, who was there. We'll do it next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Leo's Coney Island. New this hour, ABC News just ran its piece in which it spoke to Paige Shiver, Sharon Moore's former assistant and mistress who he had an affair with during his time at Michigan that ultimately led to his firing and arrest. Shiver revealed that she felt controlled by Moore, saying he controlled her career and manipulated her emotionally after multiple attempts to end the relationship. ABC News then revealed that Shiver was pregnant from Moore but couldn't keep the baby due to a genetic disorder called Pompe disease. A few weeks ago, Moore was sentenced to 18 months probation after pleading no contest to 2 misdemeanors. And the Lions selected Clemson offensive tackle Blake Miller 17th overall in the draft last night. Dan Campbell told Fox 2 he really likes Miller's upside and physicality. Lions pick 18th in the second round tonight. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, clear the deck. Start the 8 o'clock hour talking about the Lions pick at 17. We got open lines. Blake Miller. Yes. Tackle out of Clemson. Whenever Monroe Freeling's name would come up, I would make sure we included Blake Miller. Because athletic testing, they're very similar. They're big, long, they move well. I kind of felt like, it's take your pick. One's a left tackle, one's a right tackle. But to me, Blake Miller playing over 50 games on the right side, they felt more comfortable with a more polished product. That's how I took it. John, you were a big Monroe Freeling guy. How do you feel about the pick of Blake Miller?
I think it's a really solid pick. I think they're getting a really good player. It's probably a higher floor than Monroe Freeling. There's a little bit of a gamble, but I really liked Monroe Freeling. I like some of the intangibles I saw from him. I liked his athletic ability. I saw more on film that I liked about him. And with him on the board, I thought, here we go, Monroe Freeling. And they went Blake Miller. And I was disappointed, but I can understand why they went with Blake Miller. 54 starts. It's a much more well-known quantity that you're getting. And while I say the floor is higher for Blake and maybe a little bit lower, maybe the gamble is there for Monroe, I think Monroe has a higher ceiling, has a higher potential. He's going to be a left tackle. He's going to be a left tackle in Carolina. And I think in 2-3 years, he may be a better tackle than Blake Miller is. But I'm not going to sit here and say Blake Miller's not going to be a really good tackle. He's going to be in the conversation eventually, I think, for Pro Bowls.
Some of the Blake Miller comps, across the industry. One of them was Taylor Decker. The Ringer said this is a Taylor Decker just from the other side. Well, that certainly fits the bill if you're trying to replace Taylor. Rosengarten for Baltimore was NFL.com's comp. Quality starting big right tackle. And PFF said Joe Staley, who started his career on the right side.
There's some good comps.
So, look, if you feel like you're getting a cornerstone for a decade playing the right tackle spot and you have certainty, again, 50 games is not a secret. You got to dig into all the film, good, bad, and the ugly. And they saw a lot of what they liked. And we can say higher ceiling, but they're talking about him with a bunch of upside too. I don't feel like they're drafting a guy who is a finished product in their eyes. Polished, but not finished. They have more that they think they can get out of him. They are able to keep him in his natural position because they have the luxury of the fact that Penei Sewell can play either tackle. Mm-hmm. So I don't think that it was, hey, we have to draft a right tackle. I think they drafted the better tackle in their eyes, knowing Penei Sewell could play either side. And if you dug a little deeper into Blake Miller, you see things you like. So, yes, he's big and can play football at a high level, but the person, the character, team captain, he missed 0 games, and he said he couldn't even remember missing a game going back to high school or like middle school. Mm-hmm. He missed 1 practice in college, and it was unavoidable. He had surgery on his wrist,
right,
and then he was right back out there. So this is a guy who's tough, loves football, kind of checks all the boxes that the Lions look for. I also love that he's got a wrestling background. Leverage in the trenches. I don't ever think that's a bad thing. I think that's a check in the positive column.
Yeah, I mean, it's always, you go back to like what other sports did they play? There are people that like basketball backgrounds for the tackles because it's the footwork, it's the athletic ability. We mainly hear it with the defensive linemen, defensive tackles. Oh, he was a wrestler, Mason Graham. Mm-hmm. And everybody talks about that as an asset being in that position. So, I think this is a solid pick. You're obviously going to move Penei Sewell over to left. There's still a debate of, are you good enough at the left guard spot? There's some competition there. There's a lot of bodies you could throw at that position, and who rises to the top. But you've addressed the center position in Cade Mays. Tate Ratledge you took in the second round last year at right guard, and now you've got Blake Miller at right. And I know going into OTAs, rookie minicamp, offseason, going into fall camp, we're going to hear from Dan and Brad say, there's a competition between, we're not going to hand him the job, competition between him and Larry Borum. But I think we all know where this goes.
Yeah, assuming he has his head screwed on straight and puts his head down and plays hard, he's going to be the starting right tackle.
Yeah.
So, from an offensive line that was a weakness last season, have they addressed it adequately, John?
I think they have. And again, I talk about that left guard spot where there's competition. But I think going into the season, if you've got a rookie playing at your right tackle spot, there's going to be some bumps in the road. not expecting him. I don't expect him to have a rookie season like Penei Sewell. So there's going to be some pressures. There's going to be some sacks. There's going to be some learning and coaching moments. So do I think they're going to be a top 5 offensive line this year? No. Top 10? That's my expectation.
Well, I think that's a requirement if this team's going to get back to doing what they do, which is running the ball against good teams, converting fourth downs, staying on the field and finishing drives. Like the offensive line is where it all starts. It's what made this team an NFC title contender. It got them in the NFC Championship game. It got them a half away from the Super Bowl. And the NFL is not for long. You're not keeping Ragnow and Decker forever, and they needed to reinvest. And this offseason, it's been their biggest priority. It's the biggest contract they gave out was Cade Mays, and it's the number 1 pick they used in the NFL draft. It's clear they agreed we need to fix our offensive line.
So I think yesterday there was a lot of angst. I think there was throughout the offseason, the Lions addressing this offensive line after, Decker's gone, no more Ragnow, and the mess that it was last year. And I think the angst is gone now. I think I've been sensing all morning a lot of relief, it seems like. I'd say 80% of people are on board with this. That's pretty high in this business. I would say this, he's been comped to Rosengarten. Rosengarten was the pick after Rakestraw, beating it like a dead horse here that should have been the pick back then. They had to clean up a mess that he made. And Brad Holmes is going to screw up some, okay? Mm-hmm. The bottom line is they only have one semi-question mark on the offensive line now. And I would say that every NFL team has that. If you really dig in and look. John even said that when we had Jonah Jackson. And you went to an NFC Championship game, okay? So
think about
things aren't perfect.
Think about where that, quote, question mark is or weak spot is. It's between Penei Sewell and Cade Mays. Yeah, that's the other thing. Moving Sewell over to the left side, that's your best offensive lineman who can help out the weakest of the 5. And then the most veteran, experienced guy you paid in free agency can also lighten the load on the left guard. Like, I kind of like how that maps out. And if that's Mahogany, great. If it's Frazier, you've got some support around them.
I mean, the pick in a way was an admission that from Brad Holmes, I didn't water the garden. And now I have.
Yeah.
So
we had some withered up crops.
Yeah, the O-line has got to be really good with Jared Goff. I know, John, you said earlier you think they can have a top 10 offensive line.
They have to have, and I think I do. I think they can.
It threads the needle of stability today while still giving them upside. The average age of this offensive line is 25 years old. So it allows them to instantly be better while allowing them their famous multiple bites at the apple. Had to get it right up front. And now the challenge the rest of the way is exclusively defense?
Yeah, I would think so. And I'd like to hear from our listeners. What'd you think of the pick at 17, Blake Miller? Monroe Freeling was on the board. Blake Miller was there. Was there someone else? Because it didn't fall, and it never does, right? The picks don't go exactly how any mock or what we thought would happen. But what did you think about the first round pick? And I also want to follow it up because, hey, the second round is coming today.
Yep.
What do you want this Lions team to do in round 2? Who do you have your eye on? And there's a guy, since you asked me, in the second round, it's a focus on defense at this point. I don't think there's anywhere in this draft, unless it's round 7 or maybe one of the 6th round picks, if you don't move one of the 6th round picks, where I think they go wide receiver. I don't think they go running back. I don't think they go, maybe there's a depth piece that they get at tight end later in the draft. They need to focus. They need all of the resources possible on the defensive side of the ball. I want him to go with, if he's there, Gabe Jacas out of Illinois. I think he provides them stability at the edge position, a 3-down guy that can come in and hey, he can be really good against the run. He could set the edge, but he also has the ability to get after the passer. He's no Aiden Hutchinson, but we don't need him to be.
The best available players, 8 of the top 10 are defensive players on Mel Kiper's board. Mm-hmm. Not that he is, the be-all, end-all, but just to give you an idea, there's a lot of quality defensive players still on the board. Lions will pick at 50. And ideally, it's a defensive end, but if they can find a playmaker at any level of the defense, I'm on board. So I'll give you a few names. One would be doubling up on Clemson Tigers, TJ Parker. Mm-hmm. 2 years ago, people talked about him as a first-round pick. can play all three downs, rush the passer, defend the run, big body, big frame. Another name I would look to would be Jacob Rodriguez, who is a standout at Texas Tech, can be an off-ball linebacker
Yep.
in coverage, but also downhill, TFLs, heat-seeking missile. That'd make a lot of sense, especially if you could cover the edge position with some of the free agents still out there, like Cam Jordan or Joey Bosa. And if you want to look to the secondary, Keontae Scott. I thought he was all over the football field in that secondary for Miami. I think could play a little bit of slot corner, could play some safety. Would just be a fun chess piece for a defense that wants to play more sub packages, maybe less three linebacker, which I think is something that Kelvin Shepard has discussed.
Right.
So I think there are defensive playmakers galore still on the board, and I'm not going to say if they don't get this one guy at this one position, they screwed up. I think they've set themselves up well by finishing the O-line, and now they can attack defense in many ways.
Yeah, and maybe they trade up. Maybe they stay at 50. It really depends on who on their board do they think, hey, this guy I thought was maybe not a first-round grade, but thought would go in the first round, and now all of a sudden, like a Brian Branch, he's fallen to them. And do they stay at 50 or do they move up? And I'd be curious as what they think about Tennessee quarter Jermon McCoy. Fell out of the first round.
Sure.
Didn't play last year, had the ACL. There's some questions about, the repair.
It feels like one of those teams we're not comfortable using a first on him, but now that he's fallen, I bet you he goes in the first 10 picks of the second round.
I would think so. The safety out of Toledo, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a lot of people thought that he could have been, in that first round. Didn't fall his way, but maybe it falls the Lions' way.
Anthony Hill Jr. is the linebacker out of Texas. He was kind of the man in the middle for them, could play next to Jack Campbell. There's a lot of good defensive players still on the board. I don't know what you think of Cassius Howell, but pass rusher out of Texas A&M.
Yeah.
Someone's going to be there at pick 50.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We'll get phone calls, your thoughts on the Blake Miller pick and what they do next. It's 97.1. That's Dan Campbell talking about Blake Miller. That was on Fox 2 last night.
Yep. And yeah, he will help with the O-line. Mission accomplished.
Yeah, clearly they used their first pick on the O-line. They spent their most money in free agency on the offensive line. They agreed they need to get back to moving the ball, converting those third and fourth downs, sustaining the run game when they play some of the better teams. It was their focal point of the offseason. And I think we're all pretty happy that they addressed it. Now, Monroe Freeling was there. That was John's guy. You're not heartbroken. You would have preferred Freeling. I think for them, they just wanted the guy that they thought was plug and play, right? The guy that had played 50-plus games as opposed to a guy that had played like a season and a half.
Yeah.
And they both move very well. Mm-hmm. They both have upside. I don't think they're settling for Blake Miller. They preferred Blake Miller.
Right. And some of it may just be a preference for what they ultimately wanted to do with Penei Sewell. Did they ultimately, and this could have been something that they've talked about for years. Whatever it is that Taylor Decker moves on, we're going to move Penei Sewell over. Do we then want to go with somebody that's played right tackle, has come out of a right-handed stance, or do we want to get a left tackle and make him a right tackle? Like that is Monroe Freeling, Blake Miller, they're not Penei Sewell. So while they could make that change, it's still early enough in their career to make that happen. There's going to more that goes into it than it is moving Penei Sewell over to left.
Yeah, I mean, the Cliff Notes version, and then we'll get to the phones. If you're tuning in, John preferred Freeling, but this still gets the John Jansen stamp of approval. You like the pick.
Sure.
What about you guys listening? Blake, do you like the pick, and what do you want to see him do tonight? You're on 97.1.
What up, though, gentlemen? Of course I like the pick. It's my namesake, same initials. He's a culture guy. The data shows that, hey, he's the one, so I'm content with it. Tonight, I hope that we place high priority on positional value versus best player available. So hopefully that's either edge, defensive line, or linebacker, or cornerback. Those are the top four for me.
Sure, defensive playmaker.
Okay,
go get him.
Any specific player?
For me, I'm open to Derek Moore Rodriguez, or is it David Lee from Texas Tech?
Texas Tech's Jacob Rodriguez. Yeah. We're talking about a lot of the same names.
I like those guys.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
For sure.
Hey, thanks for calling in. This is going to get high approval rating today.
Oh, I think so.
And it sets them up to do whatever they want on defense today.
It's the position that everyone, it was maybe the most obvious thing that we thought they should do is address a tackle spot.
Yeah. And the luxury of Sewell lets you address either one, knowing he can play both. Christopher in Fowlerville, good morning.
Hey, good morning. So I love the Blake Miller pick, right? I mean, it fits a need. Brad was pretty, open about saying he wanted to move, Penei to left. It's a great pick. The guy's an Iron Man. He doesn't miss a game. It's really something I think, fits the mold for Detroit. As far as second round, I think actually Detroit trades back. Pittsburgh's got 3 third-rounders. I'd love to see him trade back to 59. I think Moore will still be there at 59. I'd love to see that pick. I'm sure John would love to see that pick.
Sure. I'd love to have a Michigan guy.
But, yeah, absolutely. I think they trade back from 50 to 59 and they pick up that 85th pick so they get that third rounder that they're missing. That definitely seems like, Brad was also pretty open about, willing to trade back inside of the second round. So I think getting us a third rounder would definitely help.
Mm-hmm. We've also explored the possibility that they stay at 50 but use the 2/4 to try to grab a second player on tonight's draft.
Right, yeah, somewhere in the third.
Yeah, so they still secure, multiple guys in the first 2 days.
Yeah, so obviously, what do we know about Brad Holmes? He likes to move around in the draft.
Yep.
Didn't yesterday. Didn't need to.
Mm-hmm.
And so does he move up back today? Like who's on their board? Who do they think maybe fell out of the first round that they think they could maybe go up and get or will fall to him at 50? There's a lot of question marks, but I don't think we go today and tomorrow without a trade from Brad Holmes.
Yeah, you've been saying that for weeks that you thought they would be making moves on day 2.
Yeah, there's no question. I think There's no third round pick right now. Do I think they don't pick in the third round? No. I think they get into the third round, and whether it's a fourth and a fifth, whatever it is, whatever it's going to take to get back into the third round, because they need impact players at a number of positions. And the further down the draft board you go, is there more value in getting a third versus 2 fourths and 2 fifths? Sure.
Mm-hmm. I think you could spot like the third round as a super important round for most GMs, but specifically Brad Holmes, who's had mixed results, right? He found an all-pro in Kirby Joseph, and Aleem McNeil's another guy that they loved the pick so much that they paid him early. They've had some big hits in the third round. They've also used third-round picks on guys like Broderick Martin, right? Hendon Hooker.
Oh, yeah, and they've used third-round draft capital on guys, and that's why they don't have a third round this year, because they used it on Tesla.
Yeah. Let's get to Dave on a cell. Dave, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Hey, a name, I just want to make a quick comment about the Thibodeau trade. I think that's a good idea.
Hey, Dave, would you mind calling back? Well, your cell phone is hard to hear.
You're underwater.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, we'll get you back here in a second. Call back, and we'll try to get you to the front of the line. 248-539-9797. We got room for you guys to jump in and talk about the Blake Miller pick, and then obviously setting our sights on what they do now and guys you like, positions to target, all that good stuff.
Oh, he's back.
Oh, wow, that was quick. All right. Dave, good morning.
Yes. Sorry about being underwater.
Hey, that's much better.
I wanted to make a comment about the Thibodeau idea. I think that's a really good idea. Again, the Lions need to want to have him. But a name that nobody's mentioning, and he's dropped out of the first round, and I've heard him mocked, and I didn't know a lot about him until I looked at his tape. He looks like an explosive end, dominating player, has a lot of bend, and that's T.J. Parker of Clemson. I would love to see the Lions aggressively move up if he's available in the mid-30s to grab that guy.
I brought him up earlier this week, earlier today. I'm a fan of his, and he's
a three-down
guy. If you look at best available, he's not one of the 10 or 15 guys, but he's in that next handful of. He should be there right around the time the Lions are on the clock.
I'm hoping so, because I'll tell you, if you got that guy and you pair him up with Hutch, that's going to free up Hutch a lot. That's going to be a major problem for somebody else.
Yeah, I mean, just reading his overview on NFL.com. Powerful edge defender with NFL length, whose 25 tape might be closer to his pro projection than his gaudy 24. That's why he's not a first-round pick. Handwork is above average in both phases, strikes early to set a very firm edge, sheds quickly to finish tackles. If you look at some of the measurables, ran a 4.68 40, his 10-yard split, which is way more important, 1.61 is very good. Broad jump, vertical jump, he's explosive.
Yeah.
And in terms of his frame, you're saying, is he a big dude?
6'3", 260.
Yeah. I mean, that's a dude that can play all three downs.
Yeah. And so, I mean, I think it would be there. I think what we are hearing from our callers, what we've put out there, is even if they don't move around or move up in the second, they could move back, and there's still, or if they stay there, there's still a lot of quality players that they could address needs on defense.
Prior to the draft, I heard Blake Miller compared to Taylor Decker, the Taylor Decker of right tackles. And honestly, if that's the case, this is a home run pick.
Yeah, I mean, but Taylor Decker was always a kind of a borderline Pro Bowl type of player. He was
Steady,
never an elite
guy,
but he was very stable. And when healthy at the end of his career, here, he was a reliable player.
Love the Miller pick. Round 2, I agree with John. Gabe Jacas. Jacas or Jacas. Or Dennis Sutton, the Penn State defensive lineman. Long frame, maybe not a great, I was reading up, not a great pass rushing profile, but like steady, probably fits their profile, stops the run.
Yeah.
Has speed off the edge, stops the run, long arms. That's Ray and Novi. Another text says, I have a feeling edge is very realistic here. There seems to be about 5 or 6 guys that are likely to be second-round picks. Someone should be there when the Lions pick at 50.
Yeah. There's some quality players that they're going to have access to here in the second round.
All right, guys, we spent a lot of time on the Lions draft. We want to make sure we cover all the other big stories from last night. A round 1 review is next, 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, the Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list. If I've seen the Ram side by side with the competition, I've driven a Ram. The Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional for power, Really not much of a competition here, but we'll go through it. You could choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And for the competition, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with a 4-cylinder engine? You can't pass anyone with it. You can't tow. You can't work. You can't play. It's pointless. The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, so we're creating our own jobs. For comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram has a 5-link coil suspension, and all it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a ride is in the Ram. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you got to do is pull into your Ram dealer today. It's just that simple, and when you get there, tell them I sent you. Hey, lately it feels like the banking world is constantly shifting. There's mergers, name changes, digital apps that don't know your face or your neighborhood. But in Michigan, one thing's not changing. It's the commitment that First Merchants Bank has to our local communities. I've been banking with First Merchants for a number of years now, and it's about more than just where I keep my money. It's about the impact I see them making every single day. And I'm talking about real boots on the ground work with local nonprofits that keep our cities vibrant. Also, down payment grants that help our neighbors finally unlock the door to their first home. First Merchants provides high-level service delivered by local people who live, work, and shop right here in the great state of Michigan. They aren't just passionate about banking. They're passionate about helping our state prosper. Why settle for a bank that just sees a zip code? Bank with an award-winning team that truly cares about your community. Visit firstmerchants.com today to find the branch near you. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Dan Campbell talking Blake Miller, the pick last night at 17. Good morning, Jim Costa, John Jansen. Got Gov and Greg behind the glass on a football Friday. Talked a lot about the draft last night. DJ texts in, he said, the best fit for me of any team was the Ravens pick. Guard out of Penn State. Fits like a glove, opening holes for Henry and Lamar.
Yeah, and they lost. I mean, they basically are trying to rebuild their interior three as well. They lost Linderbaum. They lost another guard. This helps them tremendously, and it does feel like a very Ravens pick.
Just, hey, let the board come to you. Take really good football players, and it's their identity is what their identity is. Everybody knows it. In a lot of ways, the Lions pick was an identity pick. Like a lot of people said, yep, Blake Miller, Detroit Lion. A little bit of a mean streak, physical, tough, Iron Man. Missed one practice his entire career. Didn't miss a single game his entire career.
Yeah.
So it feels like a very Lions pick. And they prioritize the line in free agency. They use their first pick in the draft on the offensive line. There's a lot to like about this. We spent a lot of time discussing the possibility of a trade up.
Yeah.
Brad Holmes had said, we considered it, but once Ty Simpson went at 13, they felt good about kind of holding at 17. Did it cross your mind that they could have traded up to get a Caleb Downs who fell out of the top 10 or a Reuben Bain who fell all the way to 15? Is that a fair criticism?
I think it's a fair statement. I don't necessarily know that I see it as a criticism of them not moving up because I think there's a lot of people that really thought Caleb Downs is the best player in the draft. I was one of them. But he ended up going one pick ahead of where I thought they could possibly move up to. And we heard yesterday one of the projections, if they were going to move up to 12th, no matter who it was for, they were going to have to spend a second next year.
Yeah. What about the Reuben Bain thing? 2 picks away, disruptive. If you watched him in the college football playoff or at any point last season, the guy was relentless.
I wouldn't have hated moving up to get him. But the need on offensive tackle was so great that I don't think they could pass on the tackles that were available. And whether you went Monroe Freeling, whether you went, it was at Ibedecker from Arizona State, if Blake Miller and Monroe Freeling were off the board, which they weren't, there were still ways to address the tackle situation. Now, are these guys going to have as big of an impact as Reuben Bain may have? It's going to be hard to quantify because this was a, quote unquote top 5 offense last year. But if they're able to run the ball against good defenses, if they're able to protect Jared Goff against good defenses, now all of a sudden, instead of losing some of those games, instead of it wasn't all offense, but against Pittsburgh, couldn't move the ball. It's a stout defense. Couldn't stop the run either, but I think you had to address the offensive line.
Yeah, I think the 2 biggest criticisms of the pick, and there's not a lot of it today. It's a good pick. The 2 biggest criticisms are you preferred Monroe Freeling or you wanted them to trade up for one of the defensive players that was falling. I am very much at peace with this Blake Miller pick. There is a bit of a sigh of relief that they have addressed the offensive line in a meaningful way. Jared Goff was sacked more times last season than at any point in his entire career, including some of the dark days at the end of L.A. So what you've done is you've watered the garden properly. You had some dead crops, some mistakes in the past. You have adequately addressed your offensive line, which I'm not going to complain about. I like the player. I like the fit. It fits a need. No complaints out of me. I also liked Reuben Bain. I wouldn't have been mad at that pick, but I'm not going to kill these guys for taking a player who I think is really good, who makes a lot of sense.
Not at all.
And whenever Monroe Freeling's name would come up, I was always quick to include Blake Miller because a lot of the selling points from Monroe Freeling, big, moves well, were the same things you could say about Blake Miller.
Yeah.
And I think for them, they evaluated it as we got 2 guys in a similar, a grouping. Eye of the beholder, we prefer the guy who's played 50 games in college football. We prefer the guy, team captain. We prefer a lot of what we see in Blake Miller.
And it also may be where this offensive line is right now. Would they rather have Penei Sewell next to a guard where they're still in competition? We don't know who that's going to be. It's going to be probably the 5th of the 5 offensive linemen versus having Monroe Freeling next to that guard.
That's a good point.
Now you have a tackle next to a second-year player in Tate Ratledge. So, yeah, you've got a young side in those two, a first and a second-year player, but you also have your all-world tackle next to probably your worst position on the offensive line.
It's a really good way to put it, the configuration of the 5, right? If you think your weakest link is your left guard, I love having Penei Sewell next to him. And if you could take Monroe Freeling and play him on the right side, but now you're flip-flopping tackles, two of them in the same offseason.
And do you get more out of this pick this year, next year, putting him next to a guy that, he's not established, but he does have a year under his belt versus putting a rookie next to a guy that probably is just a placeholder for a year.
Mm-hmm. Let's get to John in Redford. John, you're on 97.1.
John, good morning. Come on, man.
I had to, sorry. How about this? Just heard someone make the player comparison for Blake Miller. John Jansen. What do you think? You're not the first today to bring that up.
No. And so in terms of availability, durability, I played 50 games, which is the most you could play at that time. He's played 54. It's a guy, I missed one practice my freshman year, which ate at me the entire time. He missed one a little bit later in his career. There's a lot of similarities. I think where I was as a player is probably where Blake Miller is going to be some point in his rookie season. Like, I was never a Pro Bowl player. I was all pro one year, was never a Pro Bowl player. I think he has a higher ceiling than I was as a player.
Yeah, he tested really well athletically, better than you tested athletically. But I see the comparison. Team captain, 50 starts, hardly misses any games or practices.
If he ends up having your career, it's a home run pick. And I'm not trying to glaze you by any means, but we've talked about your career candidly before, and you've even agreed with this, that it's close to getting to the Hall of Fame, but not getting there.
Yeah.
If that's what they drafted last night, it's a home run pick.
Think about this. Not a star recruit out of high school, both 3 stars.
Yeah.
Played tight end.
Yeah.
Or number 85. Wasn't 85?
Yeah, it was 85, yeah.
No word on if he hates Clinton Portis.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm sure he probably, if you told him, hey, do you want your running back to show up in a clown outfit and do his his pressers, or do you want a guy that has no idea who to block or what to do in the backfield? I think he would probably say the same thing. Yeah, it's probably not going to be my best friend.
So the Lions are going to draft that running back today? Or not today, but in the 4th or 5th round.
Hopefully not ever. The other thing, you won a national title. He won a Costa preseason national title.
He did. I mean, you labeled them as...
I mean, the similarities.
Yeah. I mean, you thought they were going to be one of the best teams in college football ever. How could you possibly lose with so many starters coming back?
That's why I want them to take another Clemson Tiger later today. Load up on my preseason national title team.
Yeah.
If they could get TJ Parker, I'd be thrilled later today. The other thing that you got to like, John, it's a player who grew up in the state of Ohio that did not go to Ohio State.
He has proven to be, have good judgment and make good decisions.
All right, let's go to Matt. You're on 97.1.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Regarding the Lions pick, once Proctor went to the Dolphins, which I laughed out loud when that happened, I felt really good that no matter what the Lions did, as long as they didn't get cute and do something stupid, that's all I was hoping for. And since Proctor was gone and they went Miller or Freeling, I was also on the Freeling train as well. But I'm like, yep, that's a great. Now there's a position that's going to be solid for the next 10 years, and now we don't have to worry about it. Mm-hmm. So I'm not disappointed. It was one of those, okay, good. And I was happy. They didn't do something stupid. They didn't overreach. They didn't get cutesy with moving up for somebody that was going to be there. So as I said, they drafted smart, and that's all I'm asking for.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they thread the needle of getting a guy who contributes right away while still having upside. And now the average age of their offensive line is 25.
It's amazing how that shifts.
Suddenly, in one offseason, you feel like you got a bright young nucleus and a critical component of this football team.
And now do the same thing defensively. That age comes down, you get some depth, and we'll continue to discuss what they're going to do in the second round. 97-1.
Brought to you by Rapid Roofing. Sharon Moore's ex-mistress and personal assistant Paige Shiver broke her silence this morning in a piece with ABC News. Shiver detailed how her relationship with Moore started back in early 2021. She said she tried to break it off multiple times, but Moore wouldn't let her. Shiver also said she was pregnant with Moore's child, but a complication with Pompe disease forced her to abort the child at the recommendation of doctors and experts. She also said some University of Michigan leaders knew about the affair before she disclosed it to the school. Moore was sentenced to 18 months probation last week. Shiver said she wanted him to go to jail. The Lions picked up their newest player in the first round of the draft last night as they selected Blake Miller 17th overall out of Clemson. Brad Holmes said they liked what Miller had to say in interviews. The Lions are on the clock again today with pick 18 in the second round. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabbat. For more, go to 971theticket.com.
Rave reviews for the selection last night. Blake Miller, right tackle out of Clemson. Got an eye shifted onto tonight. Text points out trades are going to happen. They have 9 picks. There's no way 9 players are making this team as rookies. They have to trade and wheel and deal. You've said all along you think they're going to make more than 1 pick on day 2.
Yeah, I think they trade back up into the third round. I think they'll have to give up too much to get another second. But if they trade back with that 50 pick, maybe that's how they, if they trade back to say 57, 60, there's plenty of really good players in this draft defensively that can help them out. Can they parlay that into, hey, we'll give up a 4th, we'll give up our 2nd, but we'll get a 3rd and still pick in the 2nd?
And if you've got names, targets, positions, open lines, 248-539-9797. It's a football Friday. The draft is going to be the thing we spend the most time on. Cookie jar at 9:35 and some takeaways from Steve Yzerman's press conference coming up in about 15 minutes. Tex says, guys, I love the pick. Solidifies the line. Takes all the excuses off Mr. Tiny Hands. 5-turnover Jared Goff.
Okay. Yeah. We're going to have 1 game. A couple. He's had a couple 5-turnover games, hasn't he?
Just wait until the Lions fans hear that Blake Miller will not be starting for them. If that happens, Holmes and Campbell should be shown the door. Where's this guy getting that from?
Yeah. Well, how is he not starting for him? Larry Borum beat him out?
Yeah, I think that's what it is. But they're latching on to the cut where Dan Campbell says he's going to have to earn that position.
Which is coach speak.
Which is coach speak. It is true. It's like Bryce Underwood had to earn the starting quarterback in Michigan. Well, the Lions didn't draft Blake Miller at 17 for having to not start at right tackle.
I almost read into that unless he shows up out of shape and unprepared, it's his. He just has to put in the work to get it.
Right. And is that work just, hey, we've got to see it over, rookie minicamp. We got to see how you look in our uniform, moving on our field before we bump you up ahead of Larry Borum.
It's just the thing you say.
Yeah, and I mean, I was a 2nd-round pick. I went in understanding that I had to earn the position. And by the time training camp came around, I had earned the position, and they traded the guy in front of me to Pittsburgh. So it's and I don't think they trade Larry Borum, but I do think he eventually is named the starter at that right tackle position.
But when they signed Larry Borum, we talked about it as an upgrade from Dan Skipper being the swing tackle's adept piece just because of how important the offensive line is. Now Borum can be that because of the selection of Blake Miller. Mm-hmm. Speaking of the Jansen comparison, Miller must be very good behind a microphone. Maybe 20 years he's doing a day part. Who knows?
Yeah. Who knows?
Does Blake Miller like crust?
Does he let his food touch?
Yeah.
How does he cut his grilled cheese?
I got to imagine he's probably a big meat fan, red meat.
Could you imagine we got him and we asked him all these ridiculous questions, like how do you cut your grilled cheese? And he's going, what the hell is going on?
Yeah, exactly.
Am I being punked?
Yeah. No. We're just trying to see.
The other commonality is if plays out this way, the Aaron Gibson was in this draft too.
Yeah.
And he went ahead of Blake Miller.
Lions can write that wrong from 97. Or sorry, 98, right?
Yeah, 99 draft.
99 draft. Guys, do not underestimate how much having an effective run game will help our defense as well. Keep the chains moving on offense. Limit the amount of snaps your defense has to play.
I mean, that's all part of the equation. Sure, a good offense can really help your defense. You win time of possession. You put more points on the board, and now all of a sudden, hey, defense isn't out there as long. They're not trying to pressure a quarterback because they have to get a sack. Now they can pressure a quarterback because the other team is in a 2-minute drill at the end of the first half. They're trying to they're throwing the ball more because they're trying to play from behind.
The Lions have been led by their offense since Dan Campbell took over. Some of it might be that he's an offensive guy by trade. He puts a lot of emphasis on that side of the ball. And while they were a top 5 offense last year in scoring, if you really watched them last year, you knew that in big matchups, their offensive line got overwhelmed. Goff was under duress. They could not run the football. Their superpower of converting all those fourth downs went away. If they're going to be led by their offense and actually win playoff games, they had to address the offensive line. That's not to say the defense is good enough or you just kick your feet up. That's why we've shifted gears now and we've said, hey, you got to make some moves today. Because today's where you get starters. You can get contributors, plural, today if you wheel and deal. And the guys on the board right now, there are defensive ends. You mentioned a kid out of Illinois.
Yeah, Gabe Jacas.
I mentioned TJ Parker and my love of the Clemson Tigers. But we've also spotlighted Jacob Rodriguez, who's an off-ball linebacker. Yeah, he goes downhill, gets the football, can cover in zone, cover in space. There are defensive backs galore. There's a Toledo safety that's one of the best players available. Jamon McCoy, who was getting a little first-round love. The injury pushed him to the second round. He's the corner out of Tennessee. I brought up Scott, the corner out of Miami.
Sure.
There will be defensive playmakers for Brad Holmes to pounce on today, and I think that becomes his next, a mission.
I am curious about that linebacker from Texas Tech, Rodriguez, because when you look at the depth chart, just simply looking as it's made up right now, they have bodies that could go in there, whether it's DJ Wanham, Hassanin, who was the draft pick late last year. They have bodies that they can put in there at the edge position. They also have bodies on the back end. And whether you like them or not, they're there. Where they don't have bodies is at linebacker. Right now, they've got one middle linebacker in Jack Campbell. They have one Sam linebacker and Malcolm Rodriguez. They only have 2 will linebackers. So it may be that they just simply have to go linebacker in the second round because they need somebody to contribute right now. They're pressed more for somebody that can be a difference maker or contribute at the linebacker position than any of the other positions.
And again, you take a draft in an offseason in their totality. So if they were to draft Jacob Rodriguez, also, by the way, high RAS score guy.
Yeah.
Very good athlete. They take him, and then let's say they circle back on a Joey Bosa or a Cam Jordan. Or they trade one of their 4th-round picks for a Kayvon Thibodeau.
Right.
Suddenly, everything starts to come into focus.
Yeah. And the picture starts to look a little bit better. Instead of being a team that's in the bottom half defensively of the NFL and a team that's letting up, 24 points a game.
Yeah, not good.
You got to try and find a way to get closer to where Seattle was last year and some of these other teams that were, number 1 scoring defenses in the NFL. Can you get to that point?
If they were to add somebody, either end like Thibodeau or Jordan, which one would you guys prefer out of that?
Wait, say that again?
Trade for Thibodeau, and let's say we're giving him one of the 4s, and then or sign Cam Jordan. Which route would you rather go?
I think I'd rather sign Cam Jordan.
I do too.
Yeah.
I think there's more stability. You get to keep the 4th-round pick, which you can utilize to roll into a contributor.
Right.
I mean, the thing is, if you do...
And if you get Thibodeau, it's 1 year at best. If he pops, he's walking.
Well...
Right? I mean, they're not going to pay him, too.
You could chise him. You can get him to get 2...
Did he just say chise him as if that's a thing people say?
Please tell me people aren't going to call in and start using. Yeah, let's chise Jahmyr Gibbs. What?
I've had that one in my repertoire for a long time with my buddies.
Let's keep it there.
And I just dropped it here.
Oh, my goodness.
Greg likes it. Hey, that was Riley Green.
If you got a phenom, you chise them and you keep them for as long as you can. Yeah. 248-539-9797. How about this? It says, whenever I hear a player described as a Dan Campbell type, I cringe. What does that even mean? A player that loves football? How far has that type of player taken the Lions so far? That's signed Jim.
Well, they have been to an NFC Championship game.
Won a couple division titles.
Yeah.
Won 15 games in a season. I'm not saying
hasn't
this
taken
is
them far enough.
No, it's not the finish line. I don't know. I feel like having an identity around tough football players is a good identity.
That's somewhat how we describe guys that are drafted or guys that are signed by this franchise. What did we just talk about in Baltimore? It's such a Baltimore pick.
Yeah.
It's such a Miami
Well, they
pick.
haven't won a Super Bowl with Lamar, so what the hell does that even mean?
Right. It's which is a little bit why we were talking about Baltimore picks. Like, how was it that when you have Kyle Hamilton or you have Ed Reed, how does John Harbaugh pass on Caleb Downs?
Twice.
Yeah. I understand the first time.
Because Reese fell in their lap.
Right. But the second time, and I also understand them trying to improve their offensive line, but that was kind of one of those, you're reading the tea leaves, how did that not happen?
And Dallas was like,
because we would have said, it's such a John Harbaugh pick.
Of course. But for Dallas, like I know no one likes to say nice things about the Cowboys. How about them? They're like, yeah, we're going to make sure we avoid anybody moving up. We're going to get a slot up and take Caleb Downs. Well, they had a good night last night. You guys keep talking about RAS score. What is RAS score?
It's their relative athletic score.
Yeah, they compile a list of your height, weight, all your combine drills.
Yeah.
They score
all the numbers, and they
0 to 10. They make it one nice, neat number. 10 is perfect.
Yeah.
Monroe Freeling and Blake Miller scored 9-9.
Yeah.
With Freeling only a tick ahead of him.
Right, yeah. They put it in the computer and it comes out. Oh, here's his RAS score.
John's was 8.8 for those that are curious.
Yes. So the ceiling for Blake Miller is clearly higher.
All right, we're going to talk about Steve Yzerman and what he had to say yesterday. He met with the media. We'll get to that, plus the cookie jar at 9:35. It's 97.1.
Hey, when you're injured, you need more than just a great lawyer. You need a great team. That's why only Feminine Law has the accident response team. They don't wait, they act. Crisis counselors help manage the trauma. Medical pros talk to your doctors. And forensic experts preserve the evidence before it disappears. David's team treats you like you matter, as it should. This isn't just legal help, it's recovery in action. Get David, get paid means you get more. Put the accident response team in your corner. Give them a call at 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH, or visit them on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
It's Dan Campbell talking about the pick last night, Blake Miller. We got a chance for you to win Weezer tickets one final time this week. It's this hour. Listen for Say It Ain't So by Weezer. Call in when you hear the song. Win a pair of tickets to see Weezer at Little Caesars Arena on September 23rd.
It's going to be a fun concert.
Yeah, I was just saying, this would be a concert would be fun to go to. We've played Buddy Holly, Beverly Hills, Hash Pipe, Island in the Sun. Haven't even played, I mean, they have a deep catalog.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, couple quick texts on the Lions, and we'll get to the Yzerman presser. I missed the early part of the show. When I heard us pick Miller over Freeling, I said to my husband, Jansen is going to be so pissed. I missed your immediate take this AM. I hope you don't lose too much sleep, Heather and Wixom.
No, I didn't lose any sleep. I am disappointed. I think between the two, Monroe Freeling has the higher upside. But I'm not going to be upset. I said all along, if they end up with Blake Miller in the first round, I'd be okay with that. And I am okay with it. I am upset that they passed on Monroe Freeling. But, hey, I'm not the one picking. I think he's going to be exactly what Carolina needs as well. For a quarterback that I don't know if he's going to be able to see over Monroe Freeling, but
look, I don't have the cachet that you do having played the position in the NFL, but I lumped them together as similarly big athletic tackles.
Yeah.
And at that point, it just comes down to a preference.
Right.
And I think you can read between the lines. The guy that played 3 times as many college football games was more plug and play, and they're not shying away from him still having a high ceiling in this league. But a plug and play Taylor Decker for the right side, decade-long pick.
Right.
Hard to not agree. Like, even if you preferred Freeling,
I would love
it's still
to
hard
hear
to hate the pick.
From Dan or from Brad, what separated Blake from Monroe Freeling?
Yeah.
Like, why did they choose him over Monroe?
Because they didn't say it's about left and right, because they said Sewell gave them the flexibility.
Right, but was there some position specific that they were looking for? Because do you want to put a rookie next to probably what's going to be your worst offensive lineman in your left guard versus putting an all-world tackle next to him? And now you've got Tate Ratledge, who's got a year under his belt, next to a rookie who's got 54 starts at the college level under his belt.
I think it was the consistency is why they chose Miller over Freeling. And they probably saw more upside with Freeling, but they wanted the sure thing. So that's the most encouraging thing. We had that text. What was the takeaway is that they had a big need. Mm-hmm. And the offensive line was vulnerable, and it was one of the reasons why. It's probably the main reason they didn't make the playoffs last year.
I agree.
Yeah.
They may not have gone far, but
they would have been
getting in, and they took care of that. And with that, there's going to be vulnerability going into this year with a rookie at right tackle.
Of course.
There's going to be growing pains the whole right side of the line with Mays and Ratledge and Miller.
But in their mind, they're minimizing the growing pains going Miller over Freeling.
Exactly. I agree with that. And factors that are going to be in play here is what kind of schedule do they get? Are they playing teams that have really good pass rushers early? They may look a little ugly early, the offensive line. It's going to take time to gel. I would say their playoff status and win total is directly correlated with how the schedule is early and how quickly they gel. It's going to be one of those situations, I think, where the right side of the line is going to vastly be different later in the year than it is at the beginning.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I would expect that he improves throughout the course of the year. He's going to be better at the end of the year than he is at the beginning of the year. Right. I don't think there's any question about that.
It's the whole freshman-sophomore argument. He'll be a sophomore by the time you get to December. Mm-hmm. But it could be some ugly moments early, especially if you're going against Parsons.
Mm-hmm.
But when's he back?
Right. So
that's right.
Yeah. But late in the season, I would think he's out there.
Sure.
All right, let's talk Steve Yzerman. Spoke yesterday, him and Todd McClellan addressing the state of the Red Wings 10 years without the playoffs. 7 years since Yzerman's been here. And much like they said, they kind of need to take a deep breath and let the emotions pass. I want to try to do the same thing because I'm annoyed. Like, he can't fix anything from the podium yesterday, but I'm annoyed that we're doing the same routine again. Like, when you talk about we got to get better players, I hope you're holding up a mirror. Yeah. This falls at your feet. This is unacceptable. A lot of the things he said, if you take a deep breath, are the things we've been talking about. I think it's safe to say he sees what we see. He admitted they're off course. He said they need blunt conversations. He spotlighted 5-on-5 goal scoring, center depth, more bite in the bottom six. I mean, has this not been our discussion? He said they never felt like a playoff lock, which he told us after the trade deadline. He was candid about needing more from Larkin and more from him as a leader, but was quick to say, hey, I had to go through this stuff too. I thought that was very interesting, that like introspective, hey, I had some teams that were falling short as a captain too. He said, I thought this was a great exchange. Players tell me we have to get harder to play against. Well, then you guys need to be harder to play against, or I have to replace you, which is part of those blunt conversations.
And that was my big takeaway, was the blunt conversations. And I think we can all pick out who those blunt conversations have to happen with. And I mean, we won't hear what was said. I would love to. But
he said he won't dump on the players.
Right. And he also identified something we all know. He can't completely get rid of everybody and completely put a new roster together that is going to go, compete for a playoff position next year. He's going to have to find a way with those blunt conversations to complement those players. And how do you make your bottom six better? Well, you can make your top six better and bump some of those players down to your bottom six.
Yeah, Wojo had a question, like something along the lines of like, do you need a major shakeup? Is that required? And he was very careful, as he typically is. He said maybe. I don't think he wanted to box himself into he has to make major changes. But he acknowledged we may need to make major changes.
Yeah, and asked about, hey, you don't have a first round to deal, so you're going to have to deal prospects, players.
He said we're comfortable with that.
Yeah.
He said all options are on the table. They've kind of gone down this path where you've sniffed the playoffs. You've drafted a bunch of young dudes. It's time to bleep or get off the pot.
Right. And how do you get over the hump?
Right.
The ones that are there aren't getting it done. So you have to find a way to make yourself tougher, more physical, along with guys that can put the puck in the net.
Yeah. I mean, when we talked about, well, you want to get in so that these guys can get some playoff experience. That's the next notch. He acknowledged that yesterday. He wants to see these guys get playoff experience. I mean, even if it looks like it's being played at 1.5 times speed, they need to see that. So nothing he said was wrong or out of touch. It's just annoying that we're still kind of circling the drain because, well, then do something about it. I don't want to hear about it. Do something about it. And he couldn't do that from the podium yesterday. So that's why I say I almost need to just... Because he couldn't fix it yesterday. But he has to fix it this offseason.
I didn't like how he didn't address the jerseys comment by McClellan and some of McClellan's other comments late in the season. He was asked about it, but the reporter put a second question with it, and that's what Yzerman answered, and he never got to that. But then I think Yzerman kind of brought it back a little bit when he said blunt conversations.
Yeah.
Like, I think that translates to, I'm going to get to the bottom of this in terms of what's going on in this dressing room.
And blunt conversations can't just be, well, we gave him tough talk and we're going to roll the same team out. Blunt conversations are, your services are no longer required. Goodbye. We're dumping you. We're trading you. We're buying you out. You no longer have a place in the dressing room.
How about this, a blunt conversation? I think the first one would be Dylan Larkin. If I'm Steve Yzerman, I'm asking him a lot of questions about the other players on the team. And if I don't hear Larkin in some way throw somebody under the bus, I take that as from Steve Yzerman as you're not giving it to me. You're not being a captain right now. This is getting uncomfortable, isn't it? Right now, if you start doing that.
Oh yeah.
If Larkin doesn't throw somebody halfway under a bus,
when you tell him,
no, it's not throwing him under the bus. It's being honest.
Yes,
and saying this is what I'm seeing from this specific teammate. This is what I'm seeing from this teammate. Here's what I tried to do about it. And there was no reciprocity.
Yeah, I think that's the key. It wouldn't be thrown under the bus. It would be, hey, I'm not leaking this to the roster, but you got to shoot me straight.
Yeah.
Because I need to make big changes, key changes. Mm-hmm. And I need to know that you see what I'm seeing.
I 100% agree with that take, Tom. That it's not throwing somebody under the bus. It's just, I need you to speak honestly. And it's also talking to DeBrincat. It's talking to Kane. It's talking to some of the other vets. What is your thoughts on Dylan Larkin?
Did you ever have to do that as a captain, where you got brought in by a coach and said, "What's going on here? You're You're the leader here. Tell me something.
It was a little bit messed up in Washington. I was brought in by the owner.
Oh, boy.
And I mean, yeah, you have to have those blunt conversations. And it should come from the coach. It should come from the general manager, not from the owner.
Todd was also asked if he wanted to expand on the Florida game. Remember, he was very short. Yeah. And he said, I think my lack of words did a lot of the talking.
Yeah.
He said, as an organization, we just have to treat every day like it matters. I mean, they gave up. They gave up way too easily this season.
Yeah. And you look at the intensity of the playoffs. You were hoping you don't see that intensity during the regular season, but as the season rolls on, you see a little bit of a ramp up. You see how you can get to that intensity, and the Wings never took that minuscule step.
Sure didn't. They also confirmed no changes to the coaching staff. I thought it had been wrong to scapegoat Todd McClellan in all of this. You could ask, should they swap out an assistant or something, but the plan is to keep the coaching staff. So if the coaches are staying,
the change is going to come from the players.
The roster has to change. His quote, we got to get better players. Well, Todd,
yeah, you're on the clock.
Yeah, no kidding. 7 years in, I think you need to get some better players.
He did say, too, he's going to continue to talk with ownership about things.
He said they're disappointed.
Yeah, and I do think you can still maybe keep an eye on, will there be some front office changes?
Well, Wojo asked like twice about that, and I wonder if Wojo's sniffing something there going,
I think something's coming there, just a kind of a hunch.
All right, we got the cookie jar coming up next. It's truck month at Moran Chevrolet, which means you can get a great deal with Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row. Spring is here. That tax refund is hitting. Now's a great time to make your move. You can lease the 2026 Silverado. That's the 4x4 crew cab with the V8 engine, starting at $249 a month. That's a 24-month lease. You just got to put $999 down. You can shop online, see the deals I'm talking about, MoranExpress.com, or stop by. Test drive for yourself. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. That's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Good morning. Happy Friday, 97.1. Text coming in on a cookie jar. I've never seen a stripper pop out of a pie.
That's a good point.
Cheesecake is the right answer. It's the best of both worlds.
It depends on your cheesecake. I'm a big fan of just your basic New York cheesecake. A little whipped cream on top, maybe some cherry sauce, some strawberry.
Okay, classic.
Yeah.
Cake, and it's not even close. Pie, aside from pumpkin, is trash.
This was a tough question. I like both, but I had to go with cake.
The maximum allowable number of food deliveries in a day? 0. Let's stop being a society of lazy bleeps.
Okay. Or use modern conveniences.
Yeah. I think one time in a day is okay.
Yeah.
You start doing breakfast,
2
lunch,
in a
dinner,
pinch.
and dessert.
Yeah. That's a bit
overkill.
much, but
Cookies. Petco is by far our favorite park. Highly recommend the trip. John in Wixom. Texas, I've been to every ballpark. T-Mobile in Seattle is a dump. Never go. Waste of time and money. So sorry to Greg and John.
That's all right. I mean, the question was the food, the city, everything. And I love visiting. I love leaving. And every time I've been there, it's been a great trip.
The best draft, the New York Giants. They got the best overall player and the best offensive lineman in the draft. Worst night, the Lions. They took what I thought was the worst tackle in round 1. I would have taken anybody drafted after Miller, and some of the guys still on the board.
Well, we'll see how he performs.
What is the biggest knock on the pick? You just liked other tackles more?
I can understand that. I can understand. The only one I would say that I couldn't understand is the one I've been all over, and that's Caden Proctor. So I'm not going to go down that road again. He's going to have his opportunity, and I hope for him he proves me wrong.
Miami, though. By the way, did you read? We played the Nick Saban audio yesterday about how he's not a self-starter and he gets overweight when he's out of the building. I read that he had a nickname of Crispy because of how much he liked Krispy Kreme donuts.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to fault him for that.
No, but
if it's a couple dozen a day, now we've got ourselves an issue.
Yeah.
Because a dozen, like, you can knock those down in a heartbeat. Like, they don't take up much room.
No. Roy in Clarkston is our winner for the tickets to see Weezer, Little Caesars Arena, September 23rd. Heard Say It Ain't So. Called in and won the tickets. Tom, you said we had tickets. Oh, he walked away. We have tickets next week, too, for a different band. We'll get to it.
One thing I do want to note, I think, of special interest that I noticed, the 5 winners today, or the 5 winners this week of those Weezer tickets, a lot of happy people.
Yes.
We're really excited to see Weezer.
Well, we mentioned that earlier. I think that's going to be a really fun concert. We got some great music.
Tom walked away. I don't want to tease the wrong
band.
But we got tickets next week, too. So if you guys have fun with this, we'll mix it in the background like we did this week. I noticed something on the Proctor front. Felt like a lot of the national media thought that was the Lions pick. I didn't see a lot of the local media people take the bait. There was a lot of Monroe Freeling and Blake Miller articles being written by our local beat writers. I think they smelled that out and saw it for what it was.
A little bit of a smoke screen.
Yeah, that's not someone who's not a self-starter who could eat themselves out of the league doesn't feel like a pick that Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell are making at this critical juncture.
Oh, you mean it's not a Dan Campbell guy?
People don't like when we say that. But yeah, it's good to have an identity.
Yeah, it is. And if your identity is guys that show up to work and actually work, I mean, it's
a good place to start.
Yeah, it's a good place to start. Now, obviously, they haven't been able to get the ultimate job done of winning a Super Bowl or even getting to a Super Bowl. But we'll see what they do. We'll see what they do today and tomorrow.
Carson Anderson have a poll question up. It's very early stages, but it's like just a simple, do you approve of the pick? This got your approval?
Yeah.
It's got most people's approval.
I would think so. I mean, it's the position, first of all, the offensive line. We all talked about wanting to address the offensive line. They did with Cade Mays, last year with Tate Ratledge, Penei Sewell's All-World, and they added another really good piece to the offensive line.
You start looking at it, their number one free agent signing, offensive lineman. Their very first pick in the draft, offensive lineman.
Yeah. I think they learned a tough lesson last year.
They learned a very tough lesson, and now you look around, the average age of this offensive line is 25 years old.
Yeah, no more Decker. Obviously, a year removed from Frank. It is much younger.
It's become a priority, as it should.
Glasgow's no longer there.
Right. I know, Gator, you posted a video last night with some of your thoughts on it.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with this. I think John and I were kind of in lockstep with this. I would have preferred Monroe Freeling, but I totally understand. I mean, in my mind, I think I know why they chose Miller over Freeling, and I mean, there's experience. The guy has more snaps as an offensive lineman in the history of a Clemson player or whatever, and I mean, he's quite competent. And the other thing is, he's a right tackle. It's not somebody that you're going to have to move over to the right side. This is something he's played his entire college career. So there's tons of reasons why this makes more sense than Freeling does. They're the same size. They're both incredibly athletic.
Right.
One guy's got way more experience than the other. And so I think people view that as, okay, well, the other guy has more upside because he has more to prove. Well, I don't really care. Either one of those guys looks good to me, and it looks like it's plug and play, or at least he'll compete with Borum from day one.
Yeah, he'll compete with him.
Well, I mean, the other thing I keep pointing out to people is that, Borum was signed to a 1-year contract. It's not like they're married to the guy, right? I mean, this is a free agent pickup. It's a hold in place, and we'll see what we do in the draft. And there's going to be competition.
It's your Dan Skipper replacement.
Yeah, more than likely. I mean, as Dan Campbell says, there's going to be competition now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go. Earn it.
Fine. Yeah. And the anticipation is that he will earn it.
Yeah.
Kang has been on a heater.
That's what he does.
He called Blake Miller. He called Tyleek last year. He also brought up Tesla last year.
He did.
We got to hear his day 2 pick. Your show's coming up next, 97.1.
Oh, no. Oh, no. No. It's the Kang Show
100%.
with merely Doug and Scott.
We're just a supporting cast.
We are proud to be part of the program.
Kang, what do you want to do today? What's the call? Where are we going?
I'll text you guys. I don't want to ruin it. People, I don't like to tip picks, except for when we have to do the prediction show and I have to tip the pick. But no, I mean, I got lucky again, man. I don't know.
So I got suspicious. No, I got suspicious that you were onto something when those pictures emerged of you on a rooftop in Sedona, Arizona, holding hands with Brad Holmes. That's when I started to wonder.
Yeah,
does this man know something?
This isn't just a beautiful landscape. There's something else going on here.
And I know you say you were there with it was just a guy's trip, but
Yeah, Rossini had to really fall on the sword on that one for me.
The Kang is now officially known as the Holmes Whisperer, as he did it again. And your social media feed last night was hysterical. I think my favorite one was somebody just tweeted you and said, okay, this is starting to get weird.
Yeah, that was my favorite one, too. I think it was Phil in Dallas.
Phil.
He said, yeah, this is getting weird now.
Yeah.
I mean, if I somehow, and I will have a pick later on for people that are wondering, right, Doug, for a day 2 prediction.
Because let's be clear, last year when you and Tyreek Williams in the first round, we were all a little surprised. We weren't shocked. But when you threw the name Isaac Tesla 1 year ago today, not to the date, but on day 2 of the draft, you said Isaac Tesla. We were like, all right. This guy's throwing up
I
shots.
think Gator was like, dude, you're an idiot. Like,
he's throwing up shots from the logo.
On the second, I forget if we had said that was going to be the second day or that was they were going to draft him. Either way, it's a hell of a call. And I mean, look, there was some connecting of some dots with discussions that we knew that they had talked or whatever. But I don't care. That's a ridiculous call. That's amazing. And the thing with, I think even Kang will concede this though. With the Blake Miller call, it's. That one, I'm giving him all credit. Don't think I'm taking it. I'm not taking any credit away from it. But if you were to ask me, who would the Lions take? That would make more sense than us saying Freeling. I wanted Freeling, right? That's who I wanted. But who the Lions would take, it makes all the sense in the world because of everything. And Kang laid it out yesterday. Here's why. Like, we should have listened closer. Like, if anybody who wants to know why they were going to do it, of course, they were going to do it because he's got all this experience. He's got the high RAS score. He's a guy who loves football. He is a Dan Campbell player through and through. He is everything they need, and it lays it out perfectly. I'm wildly impressed with what our man has done. Last year's call of Tyreek Williams was off the charts.
Yeah,
because nobody was talking about Tyreek Williams to the Lions.
And nobody was really talking about, and no one brought up the name Isaac Tesla until Kang brought him up. And we're going to do it again today at 105.
He's on the heater.
105. But yeah, yesterday, who we asked Kang, because he did it last year, who he thinks the Lions would take. We told you who we thought. I thought that they would take Freeling. I wanted Messidor. But there was a bucket of players there. And when we talked about Blake Miller, and we did talk about him, this is fine. You can see why they want to do this. And you can see what makes sense about it. The one player that I desperately did not want was Caden Proctor, as we talked about all the reasons why yesterday.
He went early.
But thankfully they did. Where Kang was wrong, but it was a little bit an edgier part was when he thought that they would trade up to get him. Brad Holmes was asked about that yesterday. He said, yeah, we considered it. We were thinking about it. And it was the Rams pick at 13 when the Rams took Ty Simpson.
That changed everything.
That's when Holmes knew, okay, he's probably going to get to us unless somebody leapfrogs us.
Yeah.
Because the team in front of you needs. You have to know your own board and you have to kind of know everybody else's needs and what they might be thinking. Because here's the other thing that's a little bit, that I was a little surprised by this, but the best player available route, more teams go best player available than go need. And Matt Miller does from ESPN, does top 3 needs for every team. And I just put this data together. I'm going to have to count it out. But they have need 1, need 2, need 3. So for the Lions, for instance, need 1 edge rusher, need 2 defensive tackle, need 3 offensive tackle. You could debate whether or not you agree or disagree with what Matt Miller lists as each team's need. It's one person's opinion. But I'm going to count how many teams here took somebody that wasn't in their top 3 needs. And it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 teams took a player that wasn't considered to be in their top 3 needs, according to Matt Miller. Now that the teams might disagree with him, and he's not the be-all, end-all, but it's just kind of interesting. The best player available approach is very, very popular. And it's something that Brad Holmes has talked about and has done his entire time here in Detroit. He was as position needy yesterday as he has ever been. They took the player that I think most fans would say is the number 1 position of need. And he's the exact opposite of Brad Holmes is in love with injured players.
Right, exactly.
There was two narratives out there that I hesitate a little bit because each draft is different, and I think you have to be pliable as a GM. You have to be able to adjust draft to draft and year to year. So hard and fast rules, I think, are dumb. He's not in love with injured players. This is the most uninjured player you could possibly take. He's showed up on the injury report for a practice. He missed a practice as a 4-year starter at Clemson. And it was the biggest position in need. In my opinion.
I would agree with you. I think it was the biggest position of need, and things just lined up. I mean, they had their choice of at least three outstanding offensive tackles in that spot, whether it was Monroe Freeling, Blake Miller, or Hannicher. All three of those guys were outstanding offensive linemen, and the Hannicher is the guy who really blew up at the Senior Bowl workouts, and then carried on, later on too at combines and workout days and stuff like that. But Miller was the guy who was a complete constant. I mean, 54 starts in 4 years is crazy. Started as a true freshman, earned a spot as a true freshman says a lot at a program like Clemson. Now, Clemson hasn't been the same the last few years as they were when they were, constantly competing in the for national championships. But still, you go back to 4 years ago, it's like the embryonic stages of portal and all that. To earn the starting job at a school and program like that right away says something pretty good. I'm excited about it because I think this is a guy that what's most exciting is that he's a right tackle by trade. You don't have to mix and match. You don't have to throw him over to the left side and say, okay, well, Sewell is a natural left tackle who's been playing right tackle in the NFL and been doing it at an all-pro level. He's going to be an all-pro left tackle. I love that Blake Miller gets to go to the right side where he's played for 4 years and just get it going.
And he'll step into competition. He will win the job, is my guess, over Larry Borum and be a starter from day one. One of the big questions, of course, is why Blake Miller and not Monroe Freeling. We will get to that coming up today at 10:18 because Freeling, as you mentioned, was there and on the board and a very popular selection of the people. We have approval ratings. We haven't done one of these in a while. The pick at 17, Blake Miller, tackle Clemson. Do you approve? Feel free to comment. This is on Twitter at DugganGator971. If you haven't followed us, go ahead and follow. You can often get a jump on what we're going to be talking about each and every day. And it's a great way to get your thoughts read on the air. So we like to read comments from Twitter on the air. Do you approve of the pick? Yes or no? It's very simple. And the voting is coming in, and there are comments, and we want to know what you think. So there's a couple of big topics today. One is just asking people straight up, do you approve? Obviously, as set out in the Twitter question we're asking. And then a little bit later on, we'll get into who do you want today. And if you want to start with that as well, don't mind it at all, because the draft being a 3-day event and tonight being rounds 2 and 3, the Lions have the 18th pick of the second round, 50 overall. And still some very intriguing players out there, aren't there? I mean, there's a lot of ways they can help themselves get better tonight. And I've kind of zeroed in on 3 guys that I think fit what the Lions look for and who I think they would covet and love to have on the board at 18. But who gives an F what I have to say? Kang's pick today at 105 here on Carson Anderson, 248-539-9797. We will get to your phone calls and feedback coming up here on 97.1. Hey, I know the Bernstein family personally, so I know this. They are a firm in Michigan that demands respect. For 50 years, they've fought and won for their clients. If you want a firm that respects you and your case, there's only one option. 1-800-CALL-SAM.
Is that what you told him, Kang?
Listen, man, I'm not at liberty to say everything we talk about.
I just wanted
but it was similar.
Something like that? Okay.
Soundbite there, courtesy of Fox 2, Dan Miller talking with the head coach of the Detroit Lions, Dan Campbell, about Blake Miller. Look, the Lions are in better shape today than they were yesterday, and they are in better shape on the offensive line than they were at the end of last season. The question becomes, how close can they get to their peak when they had young Penei Sewell and they had Frank Ragnow in the middle and Taylor Decker on the other side. But by most accounts, Blake Miller is a ready-to-go plug-and-play right tackle. So there's a couple things about trying to distinguish why Blake Miller and not Monroe Freeling. Okay, and most people want a Monroe Freeling who seems to have a higher upside, and people think, is a chance to be incredibly special, but is short on resume compared to Blake Miller. If you are in the win now camp, if you are the Detroit Lions should be doing everything they can to win now, this is a pick for you. This guy is more ready to step in and start right away and not be in a compete mode for the right tackle spot. Or would Freeling have been at left tackle? It seems like they are more ready to go with this pick than with Monroe Freeling. So if you're in a win now guy, this is your guy.
Yeah, and I think it's just slightly more ready than with Freeling. I mean, it's kind of splitting hairs with these guys, but the experience factor may have been exactly what pushed him over the edge, and that's fine. I love the pick. I think it's a great pick, addressing the need. I think that was the number one need. I think it was funny that you get to 17, and literally all three of our guys that we said, my number one guy, Freeling, Kang's number one guy was Miller, your number one guy, Messidor. Mm-hmm. All three are there at 17, and I'm smiling because I'm figuring one of us is going to get it, which is cool. And of course it's Kang.
Of course.
It worked out nicely and great. Now they got that going for them. Now what's the screaming need in round 2? And are they going to have to trade up to get their guy, or do you let it come to you?
We will get to that. The other thing that I think makes sense that, you always got to remember that teams are looking at how players fit into their scheme. And in the Lions' recent offenses, the right tackle in recent years has gotten out into open space and pulled and been a lead blocker in their scheme and been a lead blocker on screenplays. If you think about what they did with Penei Sewell. In the scouting report for Blake Miller, it includes highly capable puller, natural athlete on the move. He's not going to be Penei Sewell, but what they have asked the right tackle to do in their offense appears to be something that Blake Miller is capable of. More so or less so than Monroe Freeling, I don't know. I'm not a coach, but you start thinking about scheme and fit. That is another logical reason as to why they perhaps went with Blake Miller over Monroe Freeling.
Yeah, let's get it going. Get back to the run game and dominate on the ground, and then it opens up everything in the passing game. We know that for sure. But keep this in mind too. You're going into this upcoming season in the training camp, and there is going to be a learning curve. Not only because obviously you've got a rookie who has to adjust to life in the NFL, but there's going to be a learning curve with Sewell going back to the left side. I don't think it's going to take long for him to pick it up like that, but I think I would expect it to take a little bit anyway. And then you've got a brand new center in there too. So you've got 3 new positions. One should be really easy to pick up. The other one's going to be, life in the NFL. And the third is, I'm going to a new team with new guys. So it may not run smoothly to start, but I think this is the start of a really good offensive line getting back to hopefully close to what we had before. Although Cade Mays can be really good, but he's not Frank Ragnow, right? But the tackle situation might be better than what it was before. And not that Taylor Decker was bad. Taylor Decker was great, but him playing left side, you're getting an improvement on the left side with Sewell, and then your right tackle is a guy who's born to play right tackle. So I kind of like that.
I tell you something else that's it doesn't mean anything now, but it might mean something during the season. And nobody focuses on this. You know what looks way better? They're 2s on the offensive line. If your backups are Borum, Juice Scruggs, Miles Frazier, I mean, you've got a backup tackle, a backup guard, a backup center. You got Barch in the mix there. Like that is an improved group.
Yeah.
a dramatically improved group, which, depth matters when guys get hurt, and it's football, guys get hurt. So there's the pick. The approval rate. Now look, when we talked about this leading up to the draft, consistency, as we discussed our wants and needs, none of us had a problem with anybody else's number one. We were like, okay, that player makes sense. So nobody here really disapproves, which leads for kind of boring debate topics. But this is a safe space. The Carson Anderson program from 10 to 2. If you really wanted Monroe Freeling, if you really wanted Akeem Messidor, if you really wanted somebody else and are very disappointed today, that's okay. We'd like to hear from you and hear why. Because one of the things that is kind of frustrating in this job is when, 7 months from now, somebody calls up and said, I knew on the day they drafted him, that was a big mistake. I knew they should have taken him. And we're like, well, how do we know that? Today is that day. If you knew or you know something, let's hear. Let's hear from you today. It's a lot better to call your shot today than to wait till 7 months and Akeem Messidor's got 5 sacks for the Chargers and Blake Miller is backing up Larry Borum. Like that we want to hear. Not that I'm expecting that to happen, but it's okay if you feel that way. It's just the call gets a lot more credibility if you call and tell us today as opposed to 7 months from now. And look, we're not here to tell you you're wrong in your feelings. We'll tell you why we believe what we believe, and you can believe what you believe. 248-539-9797.
Even if it is dumb.
Let's get to your phone calls. We got Edward in Detroit. Hello, Edward.
Good morning, guys. Let me just say right from the very beginning, I'm a cynical fan. I've got way too many battle scars on me. So just please hear me through that lens.
Safe space.
I think that being very happy about yesterday is like being very happy about my kids mowing the lawn or wiping the toilet down on a Saturday morning. Congrats for Brad for finally doing some maintenance on this team, because I'm not going to make the mistake of only comparing the Lions to the Lions. And as I'm all excited about draft night, what did I watch? I watched a team that just went to a second Super Bowl in 5 years, who has the MVP franchise quarterback on their team, draft a quarterback. Not because they need a quarterback, but because they're going to need a quarterback. And we're going to sit around and we're going to give Brad Holmes credit in his 6th draft for assigning high resources, finally, to a offensive line that had Decker and Ragnow on it when he showed up. And now a 4th place finish in a division later, a first round exit in the playoffs later 2 years ago. Now, finally, we're investing resources into, after watching these guys age and get injured for 2 years. Okay, fine. I'll give them credit for that. But we've wasted time, and our competitors, the guys with bigger houses and fancier cars down the road, they're not backing up, and we're just starting to catch up. And so I'm not very enthusiastic about what it means big picture. Congrats to the Lions for doing what they need to do, but the rest of the league doesn't care about the Lions just getting back to, square one.
What do you think square one is?
Square one is getting an offensive line on paper. Up until last night, we didn't have an offensive line on paper.
Well, let's keep in mind, Edward, that their right tackle he left the organization.
Left tackle.
Left tackle, sorry. Yeah, so left tackle. My apologies. Left tackle left the organization.
After having his arm, hanging off for the last probably 2+ years, they saw this coming a mile down the road. Ragnow was hurt forever before he finally faded away, and heck, tried to drag himself back onto the team last year, and they would have taken him.
So, Edward, would you? Okay, so I'm just curious. So then, would you have taken an offensive lineman instead of taking the defensive backs a couple of years ago in that draft because you saw this coming a couple of years ago?
Absolutely. I mean, what I don't understand. Again, we can credit Holmes for making a good pick last night, but Holmes is like Eiserman. He's been at the wheel for years. This should not have been some urgent need. We should just be stacking up the pieces by now, as opposed to desperately, he's out there like Maverick and Top Gun. I will not leave my wingman because he had to draft a lineman. He had to. He was forced to. It was no other choice to get the best one available.
So 2 years ago, after they had made it to the NFC Championship game and they had clear holes of the secondary, you thought it was better to go ahead and take the heir apparent at offensive line for a team that made it to the NFC Championship game.
I would have felt very good. I would have felt better if there was a clear legacy plan, if there was a clear number two.
Do you feel better about that because of that, or because Terry Arnold hasn't really worked out and Dennis Rakestraw has hardly played?
Well,
is it revisionist a little bit?
Just fundamentally, I'm not too excited about high draft picks. Again, back to my battle wounds here, Detroit. High round cornerbacks. It gets my left eye twitching.
I guess, Edward, there's something to be said. He has drafted the second most Pro Bowlers of anybody in the NFL in the last 5 years, only one behind Philadelphia. He's been pretty good in the draft, but you just don't like his philosophy.
We have to give Brad Holmes credit for taking full advantage of the Stafford deal and the talent that it was injected, those high draft picks, right? But I would challenge you to say, here we are. We're going into day 2 and on to the weekend, right? I think the last after round 2 primary contributor that they have on this team was Kirby Joseph, and he was drafted in 2022. Yeah, they have guys that have helped, but the last real big time, starter, difference maker, they haven't got one after day 2 for 4 years. So,
I guess, thank you for the phone call. I would argue it's a little early to say that Isaac Tesla is not going to be a primary contributor because I think he might be. And I would say the same thing about a couple other guys, like Christian Mahogany may be a starter this year and could be a primary contributor. But
he was a starter last year.
Yeah, but a primary contributor, I guess it depends on your definition. It's a little early for those guys. It hasn't come right away, and maybe he's a victim of his own success because for other guys it did. But I think those guys have a chance to be pretty good. It feels a little hindsighty from our guy, but here's somebody who I think he approved in the end. He said he liked the pick.
He's
just not happy with Brad Holmes.
No, and I get it. You want the guys that you're drafting, the offensive linemen that you're drafting, which the Lions have drafted plenty of offensive linemen under Brad Holmes. But you want those guys that are picking and taking chances on in the 5th round or the 4th round or whatever, that when the time comes, they're ready to step in, like year 2 or year 3, they're ready to step in and be a starter, and they haven't been.
And did he just praise the Rams for taking Ty Simpson?
Well, they're thinking ahead.
They are thinking ahead.
I'll tell you, the number one criticism of them last night is, why are you taking a quarterback when you're ready to win now? You can get an impact player right now, and you're taking a
and the head coach there didn't seem to be too happy about it. That was awkward. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, Southfield, spring has sprung, and so have the savings at Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. Now is the perfect time to trade in and trade up, because you'll get more money for your trade and shop an excellent selection of brand new Chevys ready to roll. Cruise into the future with a 2026 Chevy Equinox EV for only $159 a month. If you need power, the 2026 Chevy Silverado is just $199 a month. Or zip into spring in style with a 2026 Chevy Trailblazer, only $269 a month. That's right, 3 amazing deals, 1 incredible spring event. Whether you're going electric, hauling big, or just upgrading your daily drive, Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield has the perfect ride waiting for you. Hurry in today or visit sarahchevrolet.com and spring into savings before these deals are gone. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, where your next ride is in full bloom. Together, let's drive.
Thanks to Fox 2, Dan Campbell. And for those wondering, yes, Kang nailed the first-round pick again. And this one wasn't quite as out on a ledge as his 2 picks last year, but he got it right. And coming up today at 1:05, he will have his day 2 prediction for the Detroit Lions. It was a year ago at this time that he predicted Isaac Tesla, and that was like, what? And he was right. So he came in the 3rd round. But he'll give us a name today at 1:05. And he admitted he's feeling a lot of pressure. You okay back there? You feeling the pressure?
Oh, no, I already, as soon as, first of all, I was happy, obviously, they took Blake Miller because it made me look like, a genius once again. but also then I felt the pressure immediately, Doug. Like, I feel like I'm on the clock already for next year.
You kind of are. In fact, at 1:30, we want you to give us their first-round pick in 2027.
That'd be nice to know ahead of time.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy.
Doug,
he's the Holmes whisperer.
What time is the Michigan State game? It's a noon? What's the date?
I have no idea.
Come on, you know.
No, noon. I'll just start saying
it's a nooner, huh?
It's going to be a noon game.
Good.
Yeah. All right, so the first call, we invited, if you don't love the pick. The weird thing is he loved the pick. He just wanted to bitch about Brad Holmes' previous picks. Is what it sounded like, right?
Well, great. You're addressing it now, and you should have addressed it a couple of years ago.
He thought they should have addressed. Yeah, he thinks they should be drafting 2-3 years ahead.
But as I point out, a team that was coming off of an NFC championship game appearance might have an obvious need going into the draft, and you want them to just look to the future instead of trying to win now, which is what everybody wants. Yeah. Everybody wants to win now.
I mean, you have to draft with the future in mind. There's no question that teams do that way more than fans do. But
the Rams just did it.
Yes, they did. The approval rating right now of the pick on our Twitter poll is 93.8%. Because people wanted them to address the offensive line. There's no question about that. Let's go to Paul in Clinton Township. Hello, Paul.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
What's up, Paul?
What's happening? So the last caller, okay, he clearly had an agenda, right? It was a Brad Holmes agenda, without a doubt. Even if he liked the call, he was going to somehow hold it against him because of the perception of what he did or didn't do 2 years ago. Listen, we had a top 3 offensive line in the entire league, and there was no reason for them to spend high draft picks on offensive line coming off of that NFC championship game. No one was doing that. So to sit back here now and say, hey, I knew this was going to happen and this is what I would have done, to me it's almost beyond revisionist history, right? It makes no sense.
I haven't been hanging out with that dude for the last couple of years, but I find it hard to believe that those were his thoughts in real time. If they were, I suppose, but it feels extraordinarily revisionist. But
Doug, there was zero chance at the draft 2 years ago that he's talking about drafting tackles and centers. Zero chance. Okay, last year, let's not forget. They took a guard in the 2nd round, and they took another guard later. I mean, they've addressed. People act like they don't address the Lions. If you go look at their drafts, they literally address the line in almost every draft. Now, people might not like the picks. They might not like the sequence of picks. But the bottom line is he just rebuilt his offensive line so that going next year is good, and we literally have the rest of the draft to go today. I mean, I'm going to guess we're going to address the defensive line, we're going to address linebacker, we're going to address all these things. To me, that guy was almost where you were drafting, how he was described, the thought of moving Sewell to the left. To me, he's almost I don't know. I mean, I don't want to call him a perfect draft pick, but he's pretty close. I mean, the guy is ready to go.
He's a very safe
play.
He's a guy that. Thank you for the call, Paul. I feel like he is a guy that actually fits the mold in a lot of ways of what fans ask for. Now, with the fans, that's why I'm not surprised the approval rating is as high as it is today. Plug and play right tackle, a position of need. He can do what they ask, not as well as Penei Sewell, but he can do what they ask Penei Sewell to do, which is get out in space, lead blocker, They can pull him. They can put him out there on screens. These are things that he is noted to be able to be very good at, and they don't have to change up the scheme for this player. And this player will likely start from day one. Penei Sewell will move to a left tackle spot, and you can make the argument that they are clearing the way to have him be the best left tackle in the game.
Just so people understand, 2 years ago, the Lions drafted Terrion Arnold, right? They traded up to get him at 24. They clearly wanted the defensive back. Otherwise, you don't trade up and take a defensive back. I don't recall anybody the following day saying they should have taken Jordan Morgan, the offensive tackle, who went to the Packers at 25, or they should have taken Tyler Guyton, the tackle who went to the Cowboys at 29.
Well, whether they said it or not, I mean, should that have been the move? I don't think. Let's be clear. He thinks that caller thinks, and maybe we're giving him too much time.
We probably are.
Yeah, he thinks that Brad Holmes has been irrational. Is it? And I would argue that that's not the case.
It's a safe space.
Yeah, it is
It's
a safe
supposed
space.
to be a safe space.
But if you wanted somebody other than Blake Miller, we did invite in the calls. Let's move on. Nick in Rockford. Hi, Nick.
How are you guys doing this morning?
What's up?
All right. So I did want Freeling. That's who I thought who they would pick. I wanted Malinois. I didn't think he would be there. But I'm not a scout, and I do trust Brad Holmes' draft picks. He's got a great history of it, so I trust the Miller pick. And then I just want to touch on, we went back and talked about Terrion Arnold. We spent our first 4 draft picks on corners that year. We moved up, and we got Arnold. The second round, we got Rakestraw, and we traded a draft, one of those other 4 draft picks for Charlton. So we addressed a need. Everybody recognized it. We didn't want balls bouncing off of face masks into, receivers' hands for touchdowns anymore. So I don't know. It was the position that I wanted, so I feel good about it. I would have rather had Freeling. I like the continuity between Freeling and Ratledge and the relationship just going into it. But then hearing about Miller's time at Clemson and only missing 1 or 2 practices, there's conflicting reports about 1 or 2, whatever it is. But he's missed 2 practices. He's going to get the continuity on the offensive line. Natural right tackle. Get to move Sewell over to left tackle. It's hard to argue and be mad about it, but you guys asked for what we would rather have had.
Yeah, you would have gone with Freeling.
I would have personally, yes. But I'm not a scout, and I trust Holmes.
Yeah, so you brought up something. You're right. That 3rd round pick was part of the Carlton Davis trade. So that one draft, they traded their 3rd rounder for a corner. They took corners in their 1st and 2nd round. And the problem is, and this is one of Brad's swings and misses right now. As it stands right now, that's 3 guys that aren't helping him a couple years later. And that kind of sucks. But I don't hold him up to the standard of perfect because that's unrealistic. But that particular draft, I hope that's not one that comes back and haunts them because none of those guys are helping right now. Rakestraw and Arnold can change that narrative.
Yeah, Nick and I are kind of on the same page. I want Freeling, yeah, but I'm fine with Blake Miller, and I do trust Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell to make the evaluation of which one is best for them, which one fits best in the schemes they're going to run and all that. And I imagine it's the experience factor plays a massive role in why they took him. His availability is a massive reason why you go there too, and he's a physical specimen as well. And look, there's not a giant track record of Brad Holmes with taking offensive linemen in the draft in the 1st round, but he's 1 for 1 with a bullet. And we'll see how this one goes now that they've used 1st round pick on a lineman again.
248-539-9797. Do you approve? And if you don't, like we say, safe space, tell us why. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Well, Builders First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top-quality composite decking with brands that you trust, like Trex, TimberTech, and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value, that's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
Dan Campbell, courtesy of Fox 2. We'll hear from Brad Holmes, what he had to say, the most interesting stuff he had to say last night after the pick. And next out, we'll get into what we hope happens on day 2 with the Detroit Lions. And 105, Kang will make his pick as highly anticipated Blake Miller. He called it yesterday. 248-539-9797. The approval rating for this pick is very high, 93.8% for the people who have been voting. We'll read some of your tweets that have come in shortly. But first, let's go to Zach, who's next on 97.1. What's up, Zach?
Hi. So I'm happy with the Blake Miller pick, but I was kind of watching Caleb Downs fall down the draft board, and I was just seeing Miami. I'm like, there's no way Miami's keeping that pick. And I thought there was a possibility the Lions could possibly move up to grab Caleb Downs.
Yeah.
It's more of a dream pick, but yeah, either way.
You're talking to a couple of guys here who are big Caleb Downs fans. Yeah. And Caleb Downs was an exceptionally impressive collegiate player, and I hear what you're saying. Getting Caleb Downs would have been awesome.
I was so hoping that the Cowboys were going to take Ruben Bain, because that would have been interesting to see how the rest of the draft goes. Because I mean, the Dolphins ended up taking a lineman, the Rams took a quarterback, and the Ravens took a lineman. So if you get to 15, it's not that hard to move up a couple spots, and it really isn't that punitive in terms of what the draft capital was. At least the prices last night didn't seem to be all that expensive to move up in the draft. But it didn't work out that way because Dallas took Caleb Downs at 11, traded up to get him.
Right. Yeah, I was kind of surprised at a little bit. I thought honestly they were moving up for an edge rusher, but yeah, that's how it goes.
No, it's believe me, Caleb Downs would have been awesome. But you know what's crazy is I think going into the second round, safety is one of the spots. There's a lot of players I like. Like the way this is, if they want a safety, I think there are some good ones there.
I think not only in the second round, I think you might even be able to wait until, obviously the Lions don't have a third round pick, but if they wanted to trade back in, I think there's a possibility there, or maybe even still in the fourth round that you can get guys.
I feel like second round is every fan's favorite round because value. I just feel like value. They feel like you could take more quote unquote chances in the second round because it's not the first pick, right? It's the second pick, or guys that have fallen value. I feel like second round is the favorite round for everybody.
So, King, let me ask you something real quick. Because you gave us the name Isaac Tesla on day 2 last year, and you've kind of hinted that you're not sure that the guy that you think makes all the sense in the world is actually a second-round pick.
No.
I think he's a Lions pick.
Yes, he's a Lions pick. He could be picked today. They don't have a third-round pick. Obviously, they'd have to get into the third round, either move back or move forward. But he could be a day 3 pick.
Okay, a little foreshadowing there.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Joe in Detroit. Hi, Joe.
Hey, guys. How's it going today?
What's up?
Hey, I don't know if you remember, I called in yesterday. I talked about that Monroe Freeling and the Woe pick at the edge when you guys were out there at Comerica.
Yeah.
Kang, I remember listening as we turned it off, and you did call Blake Miller, and I was like, there's no way we're really going to go with him. But we really did. I thought Freeling, being the teammate over at Georgia, would have solidified it. But his experience, I mean, I had no idea he had probably like 2 seasons over Freeling, which is a good thing. But I know you guys are still talking safety. I think, Kang, I mean, I'm interested to hear what you got to say, bro, but I think edge is really, like, still a need. Like, I think you got to go tackle edge, and then safety in the fourth. I mean, you could have 2 or 3 of them, and I could really care less. I feel like offense is pretty solidified at this point. You don't need a running back. You don't need a wide receiver. Maybe you draft a tight end in one of those rounds, like the 4th or the 5th, but I think you go, edge, then safety. I don't think you should go safety, then edge, because like you guys said yesterday when you hopped off, Branch is still coming back. Joseph's still a question mark. We got McCreary. We got Izzian. And I definitely think, drafting another guy in the 4th round would help bolster that. But I think edge is still more of a priority because those guys will be jumping at the quarterback before the ball's even getting that deep. And if you got 2 guys on each side, that can really put an effort together, I think it's going to really help that pass game. And Branch is going to come into a great situation when he's healed. Everybody's going to be in a good spot. And if you take a safety in the 4th, he's still going to be effective for what you're looking for. I mean, back in 24, we were signing guys off the street to compete in the Vikings game. And I think we can all agree on that. So anything in the 4th is going to be a help at this point. But I definitely think second round, we still got to lock in an edge.
There's, thank you for the phone call. The names are big I don't love some of these guys for the Lions for a variety of reasons at the edge spot, but we'll go over that next hour a little bit. There's a couple that I think might make sense for them in terms of scheme, in terms of fit. An example like Gabe Akis has been a outside linebacker edge in a 3-4 defense that I'm not sure. They don't run that kind of defense. They could, but there's different ways you can go about it. But there's stuff like that you have to consider. And Akis is I love that he's a wrestler. I love.
Yeah, that just tells me.
So is Blake Miller, by the way.
Yeah, if he gets his hands on you, you're going down. You're not breaking free from that tackle.
Yeah. And Blake Miller perhaps has the most badass younger brother name in the draft. His younger brother is named Storm, and he's a linebacker at Texas A&M.
Look out.
And I think I'm already on my radar.
Yeah?
Keep an eye out for Storm Miller, linebacker, Texas A&M, Blake's little brother. 248-539-9797.
Did you see the shots of Fernando Mendoza and his family?
Yes.
They all look the same.
The Mendoza family?
Every male in that family looks
They all
the
look
same.
like Fernando?
Yeah.
Interesting. No, I didn't notice that. But I can count on you, my friend.
Well, you bring up Storm. I'm just bringing up.
That's right. No. You know what we're doing right now? This is we're kind of emptying the bucket in terms of
A little bit.
useless information that we learned about guys in draft preparation. Bill is next. Hi, Bill.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
What's up?
I'm just calling to address the negative comments I've been seeing on some of the podcasters about picking Blake Miller. I've been researching this guy, and I've been doing it for weeks. Championship wrestler in high school. Freshman start, offensive tackle, played 4 years for Clemson, and 54 games he played. Now, who in the offensive tackle realm has got more pedigree than that? I just don't understand any negative. One guy rated him a C on the A to E scale. I couldn't even believe C was right. Man, I'm just bitching, but
Well, look, these are all opinions. The one guy called who said, "I'm no scout. Neither are we. All of us are unqualified, and we all love sports, and we all do our best." And okay, I shouldn't say all of us. Got the Holmes whisper back there. No, seriously, so everybody's entitled to their opinion. Don't let it bother you, Bill. Are you happy with the pick?
Absolutely. I'm tickled and delighted, and I couldn't believe that he would actually fall to where we could get him.
Well, I could because nobody. I mean,
a lot of tackles.
Mock drafts are weird because they feel like they're a true representation, and we know they're not of the way things are going to go. So to say, you can't believe he fell to him, or me saying, "Oh, I expected him to be there." Why did I expect him to be there? Because guys just like us rank the players and who they thought they were going to go to, and it has no basis in reality. I shouldn't say no. It has less basis in reality because who's not giving up information? General managers aren't probably giving up real information.
Well, as I look at the 32 players selected in last night's first round, there were only a couple, I think, out of those 32 that were like a little bit of a head scratcher. Like everybody else, those were mocked in the first round. But Jadarian Price, the running back
and Simpson, 248-539-9797. We got open lines. We'll get into the second round picks for the Lions next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Paige Shiver revealed details about her affair with former Michigan football coach Sharon Moore in a piece released by ABC News this morning. Shiver said numerous staffers in the athletic department were aware of the relationship and did nothing about it. Shiver also said she tried to break off the relationship multiple times, but Moore manipulated her into staying. She also revealed she was pregnant with Moore's child, but had an abortion due to complications with a rare genetic disorder called Pompe disease. Moore's attorney told ABC News in a statement, quote, "That chapter of Moore's life is closed," unquote. The Lions are back on the clock tonight after selecting Blake Miller 17th overall in the first round of the draft last night. Many experts speculate they will go on the defensive side of the ball, as that is a glaring need for Detroit next year. Despite both rounds 2 and 3 taking place tonight, as of right now, the Lions will only pick once at number 18 in the second round. That's pick number 50 overall. And the Tigers are on the road today after their walk-off win against the Brewers yesterday. They're in Cincinnati tonight for the first of a 3-game series with the Reds. Cincy is currently first place in the NL Central with a 16-9 record. 6:40 first pitch right here on 97.1 tonight. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, it's day 2, and Kang will give his pick today at 105. Obviously, this is another big day for the Detroit Lions and what they're going to do here. Gator, do you have? Are you zeroed in on anybody? Is it a bucket of players? And I just want to make a quick correction to something I said. I thought you were talking about surprises in the first round. You were talking about surprises that were in the first round, not projected to be in the first round, not surprises of where players went. Like Tate went early, Simpson went maybe higher than people thought, but that you were referencing players that were first round picks
that were not mocked in the first round.
Okay.
I didn't see anybody mocking Jadarian Price, the running back from Notre Dame, in the first round. He went in the last pick of the first round. So I think for the most part, when you look at mocks, you get an idea who's going to go in the first round. And last night was a good night for those that do mock drafts. But as far as tonight is concerned, do I have a bucket of players? Yeah, and the bucket's kind of big. I feel like they're going to get somebody at 50 we're going to be pretty happy with, because I think it's deep right now with edge rushers. There's safeties, there's corners galore, and there's also linebackers. So I think there's an excellent opportunity for them to bolster their defense. If they still wanted to go offensive line and add a guard to the mix, though maybe that would be redundant at this point, there are some good guards available too. But I really like the defensive side of the ball for round 2. It just screams the Lions going to get a really good player.
Yeah, I mean, if you want an edge rusher, there's probably 7 that could go in the second round. If you want a safety, Bud Clark from TCU, Emmanuel McNeil Warren, Traden Stukes, the Swiss Army knife out of Arizona, who's a pretty incredible story. I like Brandon Cisse, the corner from South Carolina. The tight ends. Tight end might be a spot that they go. That would be a little bit of a surprise, but I expect them to draft a tight end. And the mid-round guy I like is Oscar Delp, but if they get in the second round, it could be Eli Stowers, a kid from Vanderbilt. And then the linebackers, my undying love of Jacob Rodriguez. He's still on the board, and if he's there at 18,
well,
I can't say no.
There was only one true line or off-ball linebacker that was drafted last night. That was Sonny Styles. Yeah. So you've got your pick. Well, I don't think they're going to have their pick, but there's like 3 stud linebackers available in this draft right now. Tonight, you got Anthony Hill Jr. from Texas, C.J. Allen from Georgia, and the aforementioned Jacob Rodriguez. I mean, if they wanted to go linebacker, one of those guys might be there at 50. But I really feel good about the chances of landing somebody on the defensive side.
Let's get to a few more of your phone calls and feedback. We'll get a little bit more in depth into second round stuff as this hour progresses. Do you approve? Well, here's the approval rating of the listeners. 93.9% voted on Twitter. Michael tweets us, a plug-and-play right tackle. Confident Sewell will perform at the same level at left tackle. I instantly feel those spots are better than last year. Mays at center, just need the guards to step up from last year. Yeah, I mean, are they better at? They're not better at right tackle, but I think they're going to be very competent at right tackle. They're probably going to eventually be better at left tackle. Might be some training wheels at first. They'll be better at center than they were a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
I suspect Tate Ratledge year 2 will be better than Tate Ratledge year 1, and then figure out the other guard spot with a host of
Mahogany will be better as a starter his second time around if he is the starter. And if he's not, that means somebody beat him out who's going to be better.
Thomas tweets us, my take on the draft is position, not player. I have no idea if Miller or Monroe Freeling is better, but I know I wanted someone to at least compete with Borum, and I got that. So now, how can I not be thrilled? From the Afro Sensei, easily approved. The dude's a stud, insane strength, football knowledge seems good, and what seems to be a perfect fit for what we need. Excited to see how he operates with our offense.
Well, that's another area where I think Blake Miller trumps Monroe Freeling is the strength department. What, 32 reps on the bench for a guy who's 6'7"?
Is that what he did?
Yeah, that's impressive. So I like that strength side of it too. There's a lot to like with Blake Miller.
Let's go to Brian in Ann Arbor. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Brian. Brian, are you there? Brian? No good. 248-539-9797. More feedback here coming in via Twitter from Howard. He will be a great bookend for the next 5 years and beyond. Excited for what's to come. Dan says, with Freeling still on the board, I thought a little move down was feasible, but we needed offensive tackle, and we got a good one. Brad said last night that he got Brad Holmes, the general manager, said he got one call about a possible move down, but they were very happy to just go ahead and take Blake Miller.
Yeah, I would imagine they were happy with Blake Miller. But if you had traded down, how far could you have gone and still gotten your tackle?
Yeah, we don't know where that call came from.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Freeling went at 19, Hanicher went at 21. So those are your next offensive tackles to go, and Caleb Lomu went at 28. So how did they evaluate those tackles? Was there a big gap between Lomu and the other guys? I don't know. But I'm happy they got the guy. Looks like the guy. He's like a perfect fit for the Lions. It makes sense. It makes all the sense in the world.
248-539-9797. What else do we have here? Johan, awesome pick from Kang. I'm going to need more of those from him so my friends keep thinking I'm the Rain Man of the draft.
Well, get your friends to listen to the station. Come on, man.
That's a way to do it.
Don't be selfish. All
right. Caleb says, excellent pairing for Sewell. Makes his transition to left tackle much smoother.
Should.
Fritz says, this pick makes all the sense in the world. We saw last year what happens when the O-line is substandard. I can't wait to see them in action this fall.
They're getting back to their roots of running the ball. Like they started, like if you look at the numbers of how much they scored last year, they're still like a top 5 scoring team. But you could tell, you guys watch the games every week like I did. 3rd and 4th and short, they weren't converting certain things. You know what I mean? It's just didn't seem like things were in sync the entire season. They'd have up games, then have down games. I think they want to get more consistent, and that especially starts on the front line with running the ball. Blake Miller's not the most sexy pick. His comp is like Taylor Decker, but more athletic. But I would take a young Taylor Decker right now. Like it's hard to find a starting tackle in this league that will be there for 10 years, and that's what they're hoping for. That's the floor they're hoping. Because yesterday, Holmes mentioned many times they do believe in his upside, that he can even be better than that, like a real Pro Bowl type tackle, not just a guy that starts.
Well, Gibbs was down to 5 yards a carry last year. The year before he was 5.6. And between Gibbs and Montgomery last year, I think they had 21 touchdowns rushing. They had 28 2 years ago. And they had more yards rushing by at least 100 yards more rushing total a couple years ago. Some of that is just by being up in games and you're able to run the ball. But some of that is also because he had a better line.
Ryan Herron, I approve. The guy is a 4-year starter who is physical and doesn't get injured. He's a plug-and-play starter at the position of need. I think Miller and Ratledge could be a great tandem for a long time.
Well, knock on wood. I mean, it is a plus that he's got all this experience, but yeah, hopefully he can stay that way.
There's a little bit of luck involved there, as much as it feels like it's a great attribute that you can't control when a defensive lineman falls on your knee sideways. No. Jason says, I 100% approve. The Lions need an offensive tackle and needed to make a decision on Sewell's position for next year. This solidifies both. People who are upset or say they should have taken Freeling probably also thought the Lions should have taken Mayer over Laporta. Vic writes in, also, Penei Sewell's contract matches his position now. For people who thought they paid too much for a right tackle, well, he's now a left tackle. And I think they probably foresaw a future where he would be a left tackle.
Yes.
Dave writes in, I love this pick. The kid is exactly what the Lions need, and I think he was also the BPA at 17. I don't know if he was or he wasn't. For me, he wasn't, but he was in that bucket of players where I wasn't going to get mad. Let me see if we can find anybody who tweeted us that they disapprove. Not really.
Who would have been the player? I mean, because it started to get real interesting there when Ruben Bain hadn't been selecting. And Ione had not been selected yet either. You know, after the first 13 picks are gone, you got Baltimore on the clock. They got a new coach, defensive-minded coach. Are they going to go with an offensive lineman, or is this going to push Ione? And they end up taking him. But after that 13th pick, you got both Bain and Ione available along with all the tackles that we liked. It just got to be, I started to get a little smile on my face going, ooh, this is going to be fun to watch how it unfolds and where are they going to go with it.
248-539-9797. All right, we'll get specific into second round wish list. We will do that next here on Karsch and Anderson on 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsch for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Spring into savings with low payments on a 2026 Chevy Trailblazer. Pay just $249 a month for 36 months on a Trailblazer LT front-wheel drive with $19.99 down. $249 a month. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM Employee Discount, Chevy Lease Loyalty in the household. 10,000 miles per year plus tax and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. Courtesy of Fox 2, Dan Campbell talking about Penei Sewell moving to left and the competition at right tackle now. It's Carson Anderson, day 2 of the draft. All right. So I think there are 3 guys in particular that really fit what the Lions look for in players. So this is a little bit of predicting what I think they might do. And I do think that Jacob Rodriguez does check a lot of those boxes. I'm a big fan, but his story's amazing. He was a quarterback, and he committed to Virginia. He went to Virginia, and I don't think he ever threw a pass. I think he caught several passes and carried the ball. I found stats for him carrying the ball and catching passes, which most quarterbacks don't do, but they just put him on the field. So Bronco Mendenhall's a coach at Virginia. He's gone after Rodriguez's first year, and Rodriguez doesn't want to play for the new guy, puts his name in the portal, doesn't have any takers, transfers to Texas Tech. He's got a brother who's at Texas Tech. He transfers to Texas Tech, and he lives on his brother's floor. He doesn't have a scholarship. He's a walk-on. And he turns himself into one of the best linebackers in college football. So no scholarship, living on the floor, fights through all that, and he had a great quote, the hard part's getting to the football. Once you're there, the reward is getting the football out. He forced 6 fumbles this past year. He was a tackling machine. He's a 2-time captain, described by teammates as a leader of men. Those are the boxes that I think the Lions look for that get checked. And all over the field, like as a former quarterback, he seems to be able to diagnose plays quicker than most. So I don't know, between his story and some of the intangibles, he sounds like the kind of guy the Lions would love. And I know you're a fan, not as big as me, but you like him as a player. Now, is linebacker the biggest need? It probably isn't. But is he too good for the Lions to pass on? Would he check too many boxes for them to pass on? Will he even be there at 50?
I mean, it all depends on obviously who's there at 50. There are so many guys that I like. A lot of them probably aren't going to be there, right? Jamad McCoy is available. He's likely to go quickly in the first round. They're in the second round here. The corner from Tennessee, like him a lot. Love him in the second round, not so much in the first round, right? Stukes was the other guy. Love him in the second round, not so much in the first round. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, the safety from Toledo. Love him in the second round. But I'm also looking at edge rushers. I want an edge rusher. And I'm not that big on Zion Young. Cassius Howell is another edge rusher is available. He's got the same small arm issue that Ruben Bain has, although the tape will tell you one thing, so you're going to have to get past that. I mean, the guy I love as an edge rusher is Denis Dennis Sutton from Penn State, but I think even at 50, that might be a little high to take him. But if you've got conviction, if you think he's the stud, if you think he's better than everybody else at the edge rusher, if he's your number one edge rusher, then go get him. But that's the guy I really want to get. And maybe it happens tonight if they move back into the third round, then maybe that's a spot for him. But for second round, I'd be looking at secondary help.
Yeah, I mean, the edge rushers, I'm not sure Zion Young would be on their high on their board. And he mentioned another one there.
Cassius Howell.
Cassius Howell's a speed rusher. And Cassius Howell, I feel like they've had speed rushers in the past, and they like more all-around players. So I'm not sure they'd go after Cassius Howell. You mentioned Traden Stukes. That's another guy of the 3 that I think checks a lot of boxes. And again, you look at their story and how much do they love the game. Stukes out of high school, okay? His dad played cornerback at Pacific, and that's a relevant point, and I'll get to that in a second. Out of high school, he was 150 pounds. 150 pounds trying to play college football. And the only way he got a shot was it turned out that a guy that coached his dad at Pacific was the defensive coordinator at Arizona. And so he got his son's tape in front of him, said, sure, come walk on. He walked on at Arizona and was there for 6 years. And, obviously got bigger and stronger, a late bloomer physically, and turned himself into a great football player. He was a captain there, going from no-star recruit to a captain. You know what he excelled at in high school, and I've always found this event amazing? He excelled at the triple jump. I have no idea what the hell the triple jump is. I see it every time. I don't know what the purpose is.
He jumped 3 times.
I know, but I just thought it was always kind of a weird thing. But he also has position versatility where they're not sure. Safety, corner, nickel. I think the Lions like that stuff.
That's why I think he's the pick at 50. It's
You think
because
Stooks?
I think Stooks would be the pick at 50 because he does have that versatility, because he could step in right away and play safety for a bit while you need him to, and who knows, may end up being a permanent fixture at safety. But because he's got coverage skills, because he's got the massive advantage in speed with the 4.33 speed, that's awesome. Now, does he still need to recover from some injuries? Yeah, but by all accounts, he should be ready to roll by the time we get to training camp. So I'm not concerned about that, just like I wouldn't be concerned about McCoy with the same things. So in the second round, I'm not concerned about that. I think that versatility is what makes him really attractive to the Lions, and that's why I think they take it 50.
The other one, and I could see Stooks totally being picked. The one other that I think would really be attractive to them is Kyle Lewis, the linebacker safety from Pitt. This is a youngest of 3 brothers who got the crap beaten out of him by big brothers growing up. Ended up being a wildcat quarterback in high school, but undersized as a linebacker, but elite coverage skills, and played the star linebacker in Pat Narduzzi's defense at Pitt. And I love this description of him: a see ball, get ball hunter. And, like I said, captain, these are the kinds of things that the Lions look for. So those would be the 3 that I think between Stooks, Lewis, and Rodriguez. I think it feels to me like future Detroit Lions, guys that the Lions would love to have. You've got a little bit longer list. 248-539-9797. What do you want to see the Lions add tonight at 50? And you mentioned a fascinating player, and that's Jermod McCoy. Might be the most talented corner in the draft. Knee concerns. And the knee concerns, if you wouldn't take him in the first round, and if nobody would take him in the first round, it feels like those concerns, a lot of doctors are saying no. Does that mean, and at 50, is it a wasted pick? Are you taking a huge gamble? Is it worth the risk? Because it feels like they must be pretty valid concerns to have him fall all the way out of the first round.
Well, we'll see if he goes first overall in the second round. I mean, I think that there are reasons to be a little concerned, but once you get past that first round, because the first round, the biggest difference is it's the 5th year. It's the contract. It's not about ceilings and basements and whatnot. I think this guy, if he had a clean bill of health, could have been the first defensive back, could have been the first cornerback taken in the draft. But he's coming off an injury where he didn't play last year. He took all last year off. He could have come back and played late in the season, but said, you know what? No, I'm just going to get ready and for the combine and pro day and showcase my wares that way. Now, did it pay off for him? Not into the tune where he was a first round pick, but that's an awfully talented player that'd be hard to pass on at 50. I don't think he's going to be there. I think he's going to be gone in the early 30s.
248-539-9797. What do you want on day 2 of the draft? Let us know. We got that question out there on Twitter, and a lot of people have answered it. Let's go to Glenn in Clinton Township. You're on 97.1. Hello, Glenn.
Yeah, well, how are you guys doing?
What's up?
Hey, I wanted to know, does the handwriting on the wall for Manu, did he stink that bad that he can't play at all?
Well, he was hurt last year for most of the season, so I don't think they got a real good look, but it would certainly suggest to me that he's not panning out like they had hoped, but part of that might be just delayed because of injury.
Oh, okay, so he might still play.
He might. I think the odds are against him.
Oh. All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Glenn.
Giovanni Manu was a guy who they took a chance on.
Mm-hmm.
They loved his athletic ability, but he had not played a ton of football in his life. It was late to the game, so there's a big learning curve with him having learned what the basics of football and the position. But apparently, he's a guy who's really willing to learn, hard worker, and incredibly athletic. It's a project, and now this is going to be year 3 of the project. Obviously they went out and found an offensive tackle in the first round this year, so take it for what you will.
I think the issue is, Gator, they gave up assets to go get this project.
Yeah, of course
that's
there's
the
an
problem.
issue, yeah.
And that's where people they really harp on that pick, because a lot of people think he was like an undrafted player. And like you could have got him in the free agent market after the draft, but they felt conviction. They couldn't sleep at night, whatever it was he said after, and he had to go get him. And I think one of the reasons he's injured all the time is because he doesn't play He hasn't played football. It's a different level at the pro level. It's a man's game, right? And for a guy who played college ball in Canada, that was a big risk, and I don't think it's going to pan out. I personally think he's probably going to end up getting cut, but yeah, he's currently on the roster, and he'll get a chance as long as he's healthy to do something. But last year they had to pull Dan Skipper off the practice squad.
Yeah, I don't know if him not playing a ton of football has anything to do with the injuries that he suffered, but I think that there absolutely is. The reason that people were skeptical of him is because he didn't have any kind of track record, and because they did give up assets to move up. I'm with you on that. I mean, when they made that pick, I was like, what are they doing? Project. And it hasn't worked out to this point because he hasn't seen the field. He's been hurt.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. What do you want on day 2 of the National Football League draft? 97.1.
Hey, we're getting some more rain today, which means it's good news for your lawn. The bad news is if you haven't called Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service yet, give them a call. You get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN's the telephone number, and you get green and stay green and save green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month to get the early bird discount. Natural Way has been around serving Michigan since 1990. They offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. Listen, if you're tired of fighting weeds and watching your grass thin every summer, you got to understand that great lawns do not happen by accident. You've got to have the right timing and the right program. At Natural Way, they offer a full menu of services to accomplish your dream lawn. Fertilization, aeration, weed control, disease control, and so much more. It is so much easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix one. But early treatments set the tone for the entire season. For a limited time only, if you purchase a full lawn program, you'll get free grub control. But you've got to mention my name, Gator, and the station 97.1. Call right now, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Day 2 of the draft. Kang will have his pick today at 105. And for people who missed it, yes, Blake Miller was his pick yesterday. And we'll hear from what Brad Holmes, the best of what he had to say, coming up today at 11:48. In the meantime, here's what people have tweeted us. Red Ranger says, we need an edge rusher. Give me either Derek Moore or Jayshawn Barham. You want to stay local, huh? Steve says, C.J. Allen maybe, Jacob Rodriguez, Zion Young. McCoy won't be there, but if he is, somehow he's the pick. If he's there, that has me really worried.
About the medicals?
Yeah.
Yep.
Tom says, D'Angelo Pons or A.J. Halsey work. In short, I'd go secondary or trade back.
I ain't mad at either one of those picks.
No, D'Angelo Pons. D'Angelo Pons, what's the knock against him? He's little. Small. But he doesn't play little.
No, he does not. He has incredible speed, incredible vertical leap, and a nose for the football, and he is a guy who is more than willing to support the run defense.
Yep. From B, McCoy if he's there, or reachable via trading up, or Jacob Rodriguez. Well, McCoy scares me, and it's just a matter of, if he's there at 50, what does that tell you about the medicals? That tells me that a whole bunch of teams are passing on him, and a whole bunch of doctors have said no.
Would probably tell you that. Yeah. I think that's smart to assume that.
Mm-hmm. What about trade back here? What about trade back? Because they don't have a third-round pick.
Well, I don't know how you're going to get a third-round pick if you trade back. You could trade back literally into the third round, but you're missing out in the second. But if you're going to trade back like 10 spots, stay in the second round, are you able to get a third-round pick if you trade back to, say, 60 and then offer one of your fourth-round picks? Does that get you in the third round?
You might have to tag
That probably happens. And, yeah, I'm all for that because that's where I think you can get Dennis Sutton, the edge rusher from Penn State.
Yeah.
Or if you can't miss on him, take him at 50, or take him at if you're going to trade back in the second round, use a second round pick to take him, and then in the third round you can use that pick that you get in the third round for a safety.
Would you give up your second round pick for teams that have 2/3 to take their 2/3? Do you think like Philly would give up their 2/3
for a second round pick? No, I don't think they would do that.
No,
I think you'd have to offer more than that.
Jacksonville has a pick at 81 and 88. And originally that was a Detroit pick. 81 was, which is midway through the third round. I know people love having the 2 second-day picks. You start looking at the feasibility of, would you have to trade all the way out of the second round? It's not like the Lions pick is early in the second round. It's, shading towards the back end of the second round. So, yeah, I don't know that you can trade back, stay in the second round, and add a third-round pick without attaching something else to it. But
well, I'm just looking at
and the reason I ask is because the pool of players feels large today, doesn't it?
It does. In your plan, the 2 Philly picks for the Lions pick at 50,
yeah,
the trade value chart for whatever take it for whatever it's worth. The value is 400 points for the pick at 50, and Philly has the pick at 68, which is 250, and they have the pick at 98, which is 108. So you'd be getting less value actually. So
you could
would they do it? They might do it.
Yeah.
Would I do it? You're missing out in the second round entirely, but you're getting the 5th pick overall in the third round.
Look, I mean, because of the depth of defensive players available, we talked about, we haven't even mentioned Bud Clark, safety from TCU, that I think would be an attractive player. Just take advantage of the depth of this second round or the second day of the draft, maybe is a better way to put it, and try and load up on those kinds of players. I wouldn't be against it.
No, I mean, it all depends how the draft is falling, right?
Yep.
How many guys do you really like once you're getting closer to 50? Can you get one of those players and you can get them early in the third round to make that trade? I don't know. We'll see.
248-539-9797. The much anticipated Kang pick coming up today at 105. The second round mocks are coming out.
Oh,
yeah. People are putting out their second-round mock drafts. So let's take a look. This is according to Matt Miller, ESPN. First pick of the second round, San Francisco takes Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, safety from Toledo.
Great player.
Other players that would interest Detroit, the Vegas Raiders at 36, Traden Stukes, safety Arizona. The Giants at 37 take Jermod McCoy, cornerback Tennessee. The Chiefs at 40 take TJ Parker, edge rusher Clemson. Cincy at 41, Colton Hood, cornerback Tennessee. New Orleans at 42, Cassius Howell, edge rusher Texas A&M. The Jets at 44, Brandon Cisse, cornerback South Carolina. Baltimore at 45, Avion Terrell, corner Clemson. Tampa at 46, Jacob Rodriguez, linebacker Texas Tech.
Oh, boy.
Minnesota at 49, A.J. Halsey, safety from LSU. So here's who's on the board for the Lions.
Okay.
Edge rusher Zion Young, Missouri. Tight end Eli Stowers, Vanderbilt. Linebacker Anthony Hill Jr., Texas. Cornerback D'Angelo Pons, Indiana. Edge rusher R. Mason Thomas, Oklahoma. Any of those jump out at you?
I mean, there's a couple of guys I like. I mean, all those names would make sense because of the position, the need, but I don't know where they're evaluating them. For me, you know me, I love Pons.
Yeah.
I love Pons. But I also like Anthony Hill Jr. at linebacker. But I think I want the corner because corners drop like flies in the National Football. They're going to need as many as I can get, and I'll take D'Angelo Pons.
I think I'd take Pons as well. But according to Matt Miller, the pick is in. And at 50, the Detroit Lions select Zion Young, edge rusher, Missouri.
I mean, I've got my own biases. Why not? I didn't see him make any plays at Michigan State, and I'll hold that against him until he becomes a Lion, and then I'll root for him. I could see that being the pick. Absolutely. I mean, they need an edge rusher.
Really blossomed this year.
What did he have, though? Like 7 sacks or something?
Yeah, I think it was pressure rate and QB hits was like second in the SEC. But I mean, I'm not crazy about it. He had an off the field incident, and that certainly those things factor in. But hey, bottom line is Zion Young. That is a pick according to Matt Miller. So 248-539-9797. Who do you want on day 2 of the National Football League draft? From an unnamed texter, only having one day 2 pick sounds ridiculous. So let's try and squeeze 2 late third-round picks for our 2nd and 5th. That's from an unnamed texter.
Well, you might be able to get two third-round picks for just your 2nd if you look at the draft value chart.
Yeah. Jeff in St. Clair Shores. I love the pick. I was a Freeling guy, but really appreciate the experience and 32 reps on the bench. Freeling didn't do the bench press. I'd really like to see an edge in round 2, and please draft a later round quarterback. Cole Payton. It's Jeff in St. Clair Shores. He's the Nodak State quarterback. I'm fine with this Lions pick. I'm curious who you guys think are still on the board at 17, still on the board after 17 that we most might regret. That's from Dave in a car. So who's the player that they passed on that we're worried about regrets?
Well, if you were hell-bent on Monroe Freeling, that would be one, or Messidor, I think. Messidor is the one, I think, because I'd have to switch positions, because I'm fine with either tackle. Mm-hmm. I would have to switch positions to find something you'd rue the day, and it would be Messidor.
Yeah, I think Messidor would be at the top of my list. Wonder a little bit what kind of player Dylan Thieneman's going to be. Seems like he has a chance to be exceptionally good for the Bears. I hate that he went to the Bears. But those would be the two. Is there anybody else after the Lions, Kang, that you think they might regret? Hard for you to say because they took your guy.
No. I mean, I think I think we all, we're hoping for an offensive tackle. I mean, they got a tackle. Everyone else after, I mean, unless you're a huge Freeling guy, maybe you get it right, but not for me. And I wasn't like, I like Messidor, but I wasn't in love with him enough to where I was like, oh my God, they missed out. So no, I don't think there's a regret.
All right, straight ahead, Brad Holmes. What do you have in Blake Miller? How close did you come to trading? Are you getting back to your core roots as a team? Some of the questions he answered. We will get to that coming up today at 1:46. You're on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, when your garage door stops working or it's time for a new one, you don't want a call center 3 states away, do you? You want a local company, one that's been around since 2011 and servicing garage doors around Metro Detroit for years, and doing so with 5-star reviews all over the place. Whether you need a fast, reliable repair or full door replacement, their team of pros arrive in fully stocked trucks. They got 3 of everything for any garage door to make sure they get it done right the first time. If you're looking for a new garage door, they'll do a free consultation. They'll walk you through the process and show you what makes the most sense for your home. Call 844-ONLY-DOOR. That's 844-ONLY-DOOR. Or visit garagedoorrightnow.com today. M&M Garage Doors. Open your door to exceptional. License 210-220-6147. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Did you happen to see any of the Paige Shiver interview on Good Morning America today?
I did not.
So I watched it. It was her side of the story, and it was obviously an incredibly uncomfortable situation for her. The thing that came out of that might be most newsworthy is the reporter said that people at Michigan knew about the relationship, but they didn't have her saying that. And what does "knew about" mean? Like, I know that Michigan investigated at one point and had seized electronic equipment to follow up on this tip that they got, but they couldn't prove anything. They had him come in and get interviewed, but she didn't say it on camera. The reporter said it, and that might create some issues for Michigan. I'm sure they'd like to see that, but it's an uncomfortable watch, man. It was a messed up situation.
To say the least, yeah.
248-539-9797. We've got open lines here on 97.1. We'll get back to your phone calls in a minute. We promised we'd get to what Brad Holmes had to say about the draft. And here's what he had to say after the pick, what they have in Blake Miller. There you go.
That's the high floor part, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what you're getting. It's a safer pick, but doesn't mean it's a bad thing. It just means you expect good things from day one.
Yeah, if you wanted a player that was going to play right away, it feels like this is your tackle, relatively speaking. All right, here's more from Brad Holmes on the track record Blake Miller has. Staying healthy all those games and only missing one practice in his 4 years at Clemson. Hope he's right. Hope he's right, because they could certainly have him to plug in and play right away at right tackle. Sewell makes the transition to left. Offensive line in 1 year. They've kind of redone it, haven't they?
Yeah, they have, and they had to do it out of necessity. I mean, didn't expect Ragnow to retire. Didn't expect Taylor Decker. Well, maybe a little bit more with Taylor Decker is things are getting further along in his career, but still, they have to replace two Pro Bowl players like that. It's not easy to do, and here they are. They've done it.
All right. Also from Brad Holmes last night, Birchie asked him a question about, does this get you back to the identity you had as a team that can just run the football, where they were better a few years ago? Here's what Brad Holmes said. Love that.
Yeah.
Love that he can pull. Love that he's good in space. You think about what they asked the right tackle to do last year. That's what they're hoping, which was Penei Sewell, hoping that this kid can do. And he's not going to do it at the same level. Got it, but still.
No, but if you think he can do some of those same things, that's incredible. I mean, because what's the phrase you use to describe Sewell, a dancing bear?
Yeah.
I mean, the bear just moves to the left side now, and he'll dance over there, and we got a guy at the right side who's more than capable of getting the job done.
Okay, final thing. And this is something that yesterday on the show, Kang said they're going to take Blake Miller, and the whoa part was going to be they were going to trade up to get Blake Miller, to secure Blake Miller. One of the reporters asked him, was there ever a time where you were considering trading up for Blake Miller? Here's what Brad Holmes said.
And that's when I text Brad Holmes. The board's falling exactly where we want. Don't make a move. Don't give up any assets. Blake Miller's falling to us. We ain't got to do it. Ty Simpson went 13. Perfect. Brad, don't do it.
Let's hear the rest of it. There you go. So that's what the GM had to say last night. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Corin in Columbus, Ohio. You're on 97.1. Hello, Corin.
Will Green.
Go white.
Hey, man. So I was thinking about the draft last year. You guys remember Will Johnson? He was touted as the number one cornerback coming out, and I think he had some knee issues or some injury concerns coming out of the combine, and that made me think about Gerard McCoy kind of having that similar kind of. Now his is different because he didn't play last year, but it sounds like he was cleared to play, but just didn't come back. Blah blah blah, whatever. And I was thinking, if he's that kind of a player, would our team have been better if we had? Let's say we would have moved up and got Will Johnson last year. How much better or well positioned would our defense be? And I'm wondering, is that a guy that we need to trade up for? And just wanted to get your thoughts, because I think if that's the case, I understand what you're saying. If he's still there at 50, but if he's not there at 50, if he's only there at 35 or 36, then maybe the only reason is they just didn't want to put a first round grade on him, get him to the second round contract wise, not necessarily medical wise. Is that a player that can really impact and really help us? Maybe better than the DN, because Brad Holmes, he's told us a million times, man, he is not worried about defensive end. So I think I know it's every board has that as our team need. We talk about, not we, but you guys talk about all the time. He's just made it abundantly clear. He is not worried about that position because he feels like Aiden Hutchinson and Lee McNeil and a defensive front, that's all we really need kind of by committee.
Corin, to answer your question, it's only relevant in terms of comparable knee injuries. If Will Johnson had a very similar knee injury with similar medicals 1 year ago, it could be comparable. I don't think they are, and I also don't. It is Will Johnson's example of take an injured player who fell and it all worked out. And so it can work out. Nobody's saying it can't, but I think it only really matters if the knee, you look at the x-rays or the MRIs and go, yeah, these are kind of exactly the same.
Yeah. And my last point is kind of just maybe to that is I think if we were to do that and it did work out, I think that puts us in a much better position leverage-wise when it comes to Terrion's contract, because his extension is going to be eligible after next year, or maybe this is his third year, so maybe it's this year or next year, to where we don't feel like we have to make a huge decision because we got another guy, and he's really going to have to step up and show them.
Hey, we're short on time, Corn. Appreciate the phone call, but we will get to answer that as best we can straight ahead. Plus more of your phone calls and feedback. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans of Shelby Township. ABC News spoke with Paige Shiver in a piece that ran this morning in which the former Michigan assistant to Sharon Moore, and of course his former mistress, gave details about her relationship with Moore. She said the relationship began in January of 2021 and ran for almost 5 years. Despite numerous attempts to end the relationship, Shiver said she felt controlled by Moore both professionally and emotionally. She also revealed that she was pregnant with Moore's child but forced to to abort the baby due to complications with Papa disease, a rare genetic disorder that weakens muscles and can cause respiratory failure and heart issues. A few weeks ago, Moore was sentenced to 18 months probation after pleading no contest to a pair of misdemeanors for his involvement into breaking into Paige Shiver's apartment. The Lions picked Blake Miller, number 17 overall in the first round of the NFL draft last night, and tonight they have another pick in round 2, as both rounds 2 and 3 will take place in Pittsburgh starting at 7 o'clock. No third-round picks today for Detroit. Many experts think the Lions will go on the defensive side of the ball, likely an edge rusher. Again, that starts at 7 o'clock tonight. The Tigers also take on the Cincinnati Reds at 6:40 this evening. We'll have pregame coverage here on 97.1 at 6:15 as Framber Valdez will take on Andrew Abbott for the Reds, who have won 5 of their last 6 games. The Tigers have won 4 of their last 6 series. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Excited about day 2 of the draft. Tonight, Lions have the 50th overall pick, and they do not currently have a third-round pick, Doug, but Brad Holmes, one thing he likes to do is maneuver on draft day, yes. I hear tell. Not so much on trade deadline day, but on draft days, he loves to maneuver. We'll see if he does any maneuvering tonight.
Sorry about that, first of all. Situation.
It's okay.
Secondly is the previous caller was talking about Terry and Arnold. They really could use a break. Every once in a while, your team can use some good fortune. There is deep skepticism about the 2 corners taken a couple years ago in the draft. If one of those guys can stay healthy and play well, it would be extraordinarily helpful, because he was talking about going after McCoy in the draft. And McCoy is a high-risk, high-reward kind of prospect. Probably the best, most talented corner in the draft. But, yeah, maneuvering around today could be a big deal. Going after McCoy would probably something I wouldn't do. But if the doctors cleared him, I just find it hard when a guy falls out of the first round that's not a whole lot of doctors saying no. A whole lot of doctors.
Yeah, I don't know if it is or isn't. I would certainly think that there are concerns for that, but there was only one corner taken in the first round.
Yeah.
And he went early. Delane went 6th overall, and Kansas City moved up to get him. So I'm just wondering if teams they said, we'll hold off on corners. We're going to see a run on corners in the second round, would be my guess. Mm-hmm. And McCoy might just lead the way.
All right, Kang's got a draft hot take that's not his day 2 pick. We'll get to that in 1 hour. For people just joining us, indeed, can we replay it? All right, this is from yesterday's show. There you go. That was yesterday. Now, he added he thought they'd trade up.
But then we saw how the board was falling, and I told Brad, don't trade up.
Yeah.
We don't need to.
It all worked out
Keep your assets.
Well done. So he got the first round pick last year, which was a little bit of a surprise. This year wasn't as much, but when you gave us Isaac Tesla on day 2, we're like, okay. So 1 hour from now, he'll have his pick. Blake Miller, good pick, solid pick. If you're in favor of them, if you want him to win now, this is more of a win now plug-and-play tackle than Monroe Freeling, who, I'm going off scouting reports, right? Freeling's supposed to have the higher ceiling. Miller is more ready to go right now, higher floor. I think it might come down to scheme fit, what they asked the right tackle to do last year. This guy can do some of. He's not going to do it as well as Penei Sewell, but he can get out in space. He can pull. He can lead on a tight end screen, a running back screen. He can be that guy that gets downfield. And I think that is something that maybe tipped the scales in his favor, although they didn't talk about that much. They love his durability and how he got better every year, and they expect him to keep getting better in Detroit. The offensive line, better than it was a year ago. No question about that.
Yeah, I think the offensive line is definitely better than it was a year before, and that's big. It like you pointed out, it's not an improvement at right tackle because it's Penei Sewell who is playing right tackle, but is the tackle combo better now than what it was a year ago? You had a banged-up Taylor Decker playing left tackle, and obviously, all-pro Penei Sewell on the right side. Now you've got all-pro Penei Sewell playing left side, which is his natural position. It's what he played in college. And you've got a right tackle, very highly regarded, who has played nothing but right tackle 4 years in college, earned a starting job his true freshman year, started more games on the offensive line than anyone in the history of Clemson. And it's not like Clemson is some fly-by-night program.
Right.
So I think it's really impressive what they've done there to add to that offensive line. I think it was staring them in the face. They had ample opportunity to do so, whether it was going to be Blake Miller or Monroe Freeling or Max Ahadichar or whoever it was going to be. They were going to be able to add and put a right tackle in place. It was going to make this line better. But getting Cade Mays in the offseason, signing him to a 3-year deal to anchor the center, that is also something that made sense.
So a couple things. Brad Holmes, the best player available, or need. He went need this time, and maybe they aligned. He probably would tell you they aligned, but that was definitely something that the fans wanted to see him address a need. And the other thing was he's the exact opposite of an injury-prone player. It's not as if they're the two narratives that Brad loves injured players and only does BPA, both kind of out the door with that one pick. But I don't think those things stuck because I think every draft is different, and a good and smart GM, you have to change your philosophy year to year because each draft is totally different. Some drafts have a ton of players at one position, some have a ton of players at another. Some drafts you have a ton of needs, some drafts you don't have any needs. I think it's important to be flexible in his role, and I think he's shown that.
Speaking of being flexible as a GM, did you see what happened with the Steelers last night?
Which?
Well, when they're on the clock at 21.
They're getting ready to take Lemon, wide receiver?
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, being flexible as a GM, you thought you had your pick. You're on the phone with the guy.
Yep.
And the draft was moving fast last night, boys.
Yes, it was. And Philly traded up ahead of Pittsburgh. So Mekhi Lemon was on the phone with traded up. They didn't trade up with Pittsburgh.
They traded up with the Cowboys.
Cowboys, yes. Pittsburgh's on the phone with Mekhi Lemon, and Philly trades ahead of them and takes Mekhi Lemon.
And while Mekhi Lemon's on the phone with, was it Nick Khan? Omar Khan, sorry.
Yep.
Omar Khan, and he's like, why is Philly calling? And his agent's like, answer the phone. They just traded up to get you.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yep.
That's wild. We haven't even talked about it yet. It looked awesome last night.
Pittsburgh?
That was a sea of people. The difference what Pittsburgh's able to do is they were able to put it in a parking lot where you can maximize that look. It looked fantastic on TV last night. I thought they did a great job. We're going to be partial to what we did here in Detroit, but Pittsburgh did a great job.
All right, let's get back to your phone calls. James in St. Clair, you're on 97.1. Hi, James.
How you doing, guys?
What's up?
Hey, so I'm looking at the depth that the Lions have created. Brad Holmes did his work, and, we weren't all happy with all the free agent signings, but it obviously created depth, and I think we got to do everything we can to get into the second and third. We got the extra fourth, fifth, and sixth. We don't need depth. We need starters. We need 3 starters the way I see it. So I would move everything we had in and push up.
I'd be pretty shocked if they're not pretty active on the trade market in the next couple of days. So I hear what you're saying, James. I love the extra draft capital. And if they don't, I mean, the teams that are, the truth is, I did a bunch of trying to figure out what the secret sauce was in the draft. And what I came away with was the more picks you have, the better chance you have. They're lottery tickets. They really are. You just don't really know. So if they sit there and take the 9 picks, great. But I suspect that they won't. I think you're probably right.
Take the bite at the apple. I get it, but yeah, I think we got to go at it now. One other quick thing, and I'll make it fast. Larry Borum, I think, can replace that skipper role, and I think that makes the line better too.
It's not going to get a ton of talk, and it's probably not on anybody's mind because you hope you don't have to see him. The backup group of offensive line, way better than a year ago. Because you got Borum, who's played all over the line, incidentally, but can be a swing tackle. You got Juice Scruggs, a veteran who can take snaps for you and has been a starter in this league. You got Miles Frazier's got a ton of potential. You've got Ben Barch, who's a guy who started in this league. I mean, that's a decent backup group of offensive linemen. So it feels to me like they got better there. All right, straight ahead, I want to get to Kang's hot take. We got to give the Tigers some love. We were down there yesterday, and there's some trends now starting to point up. We'll get to that today at 12:35. Kang's picking the second round at 105. It's Carson Anderson on 97.1.
April is here, and while the flowers are starting to bloom, the spring rains are moving in. In fact, we're supposed to get some rain this afternoon. Now, is your home ready? Because before the heavy showers hit, you're going to want to make sure to check your basement and make sure that your sump pump is ready to work. And if you're worried about water or a pump that won't kick on, do what I did and call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. And while you have them there, beat the summer rush by getting your air conditioning or your pool boiler tuned up. Do not wait for the humidity to hit. Get ahead of the heat today. From leaky basements to cooling prep, visit BirminghamPlumbingCo.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
All right, a couple of edge rushers that haven't gotten a lot of talk here in Detroit that I think might be on the Lions' radar. I gave you the 3 players that seem to check a lot of boxes. There's a possibility none of them will be there when Lions make the 18th pick of the second round today, and they are Jacob Rodriguez, linebacker from Texas Tech, Traden Stukes, 2-time captain at Arizona, former walk-on, and Kyle Lewis from Pittsburgh. Probably be the third of the 3. But I think there's some edge rushers that kind of fit their profile as well. And we'll get to those in a couple of minutes. But Kang, you had a bit of a hot take regarding the draft last night.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys giving me praise for getting the first round pick right, but I think you have to boo me on this one, maybe.
Okay.
I also thought that when the first round went from 10 minutes to 8 minutes, that would be a plus. My hot take is I didn't like it, and I think we should go back to 10 minutes. And here's my reasoning why. Kind of talked about it a little bit earlier in the last segment. The draft moved fast last night. There's no reason. I don't think we benefited from it being 8 minutes from 10 minutes as far as how long the draft was. I feel like the draft was the same length. All it did was push everything. Like they had the next pick ready to go before. I felt like last year, like the tipping the pick, by the time one team picked, the other team already picked. And the analysts didn't have time to go over the tape and the film, whatever, the current selection. You have to have the guys that are there walking down the tunnel, getting their hat, getting the jerseys pressed. There's a whole production issue here with the TV side alone that is going to take 10 minutes no matter what. So you can make it 5 minutes between picks. It doesn't matter. The time between the picks is going to be the same because they've got to do all this other stuff, whether it's trying out former players or, foundations and things like that. I think the draft was the same, if not longer, and all it did was just things got backpiled. You know what I mean? Like things were stacking up on each other. So I think 8 minutes maybe isn't the way to go.
I understand what you're saying, and I was wondering if, obviously if you have a commercial-free event, everybody loves commercial-free, but that's not likely to happen on ESPN. But is that likely to happen if they say move it to Netflix? Would they go commercial-free, and would that change it at all? In terms of being able to get all your analysis and all the film that you want to see, got time to do a quick 30-second interview and all that and still not miss picks.
I wouldn't hate that.
And I think that no one's going anywhere. It's the draft. You know what I mean? It's not like I'm going to turn it off now. If they did it 10 minutes, I still would have watched the entire draft. Right? So I don't know. In theory, I understand the speeding up of it, but I think the actual, making it happen was actually not, it wasn't impressive. It didn't do anything for me.
In theory, it saved an hour. In theory, right? If it's 2 minutes per pick and there's 32 picks, it saved us just over an hour.
In reality,
I don't know if it did.
It did flow pretty quickly, though. I would say that.
It was like, I don't know if people noticed this, but the pick before the Lions was Minnesota. It wasn't Minnesota. It was the Jets. It's the Jets, right?
Yeah.
The Jets made their pick, and the Lions graphic came up and said, pick is in.
Yeah.
I'm like, pick is in. And then, of course, they went to commercial.
Right.
Which always happens when the Lions are on the clock. So there was really not a lot of pre-analysis, but.
Well,
and the other thing was, I'll tell you.
Once they made the pick, there was analysis.
I'll tell you the other thing that happened is because it moved so quickly and the picks were coming in fast and furious that way, I felt like the TV broadcast was trying to catch up.
Yeah.
Okay, because we got a show, probably contractually obligated to show the kid sign his new football card. And we probably contractually obligated to show him put on his new era hat and all this stuff. And the picks. So what happened was Twitter was breaking the picks way before. And I only went on Twitter once and it was a mistake. I'm like, oh, I felt like Twitter was almost 2 picks ahead.
Because they were.
And the broadcast was still, right, we've got to run the package of highlights that we've pre-produced.
Mm-hmm.
Got to get the contractually obligated new era shot, the contractually obligated, football card signing and all this stuff.
And all the while, hey, Booger, stop giving up the pick. Don't do that.
Say what?
All the while, Booger McFarland or whoever.
Oh, okay.
Don't give up who the pick is.
Gotcha.
And it's hard to do when they clearly know who the pick is going to be. I think that they should go defensive side here, definitely. Okay, and who it is? Hey, Ruben Bain. Thank you.
Yeah, there's just so much on the other end that us as a viewer doesn't know that has to happen that, I think the 10 minutes was probably about right, to be honest with you. I mean, that's just my feeling on the first time around. I don't know if they'll change it next year at all. But I think the theory, Doug, didn't come true to fruition. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're supposed to save an hour.
Yeah.
I don't know if we did. I'd have to go back and look and make sure, but.
Well, it was over with by 11:15, I think.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, do we have to get the Sports Center right away? Is that the deal? Like, they're gonna be talking draft
you need to
anyways,
see bad
right?
beats with Scott Van Pelt.
Yeah, anything.
I don't know.
I like bad beats.
Anyway, a couple of edge rushers that I think could be in play here for the Lions tonight that haven't gotten a lot of talk. One is Keiron Crawford, the edge rusher from Auburn, a kid that was overshadowed by his teammate, the Falk kid, but he seems to be a player that has a lot of the same attributes and things that the Lions look for, and something to pay attention to. T.J. Parker from Clemson. And I want to say Gabe Akis, but I'm worried about Gabe Akis being a scheme fit and not a great run defender. And I almost feel like the edge rusher opposite of Hutch, they want him to pressure the quarterback, but they also really want to be better against the run and might emphasize that a little bit more than otherwise normal with an edge rusher spot. And I'm worried about that a little bit with Akis. But edge rusher could be a pick tonight and something to pay attention to for the Detroit Lions.
Well, my guy has had 8.5 sacks each of the last 2 seasons. He's also had 42 tackles each of the last 2 seasons, and that's Dennis Sutton from Penn State. So does that fit what the Lions would be looking for? Good size, 6'5", 6'6", 265 pounds.
Good.
I think so.
Good. Feedback coming in. We got a ton of people answering the question, who do they want tonight on day 2 of the draft? From Paulie, Keontae Scott. He's extremely physical, high motor, and plays every game. With Branch missing the start of the season and uncertainty on Kirby, the DB room needs playmakers. Trade the pick at 118 for Kayvon Thibodeau from the Giants. Draft Rodriguez at 50 from Texas Tech is what I'd do, but lucky I'm not a GM.
Yeah, well,
Detroit fan.
If you do that, if you trade for Kayvon Thibodeau, understand that he's a free agent at the end of the year. So are you willing to extend him? Is that what you want to do?
And didn't we do this last week and his cap hit is $14 million?
Yeah.
And Thibodeau, it would be an all-in kind of move. It'd be a player that it sounds like there's not a chance in hell they'd be able to afford to bring him back. And he'd eat up $14.75 million of their $20 million in cap space. I mean, it would be an aggressive move. And a 4th-round pick. Do you think you can get him for a 4th-round pick?
I mean, I don't know if they want to keep. They would just want to keep him right now. Now that they've added to the defense, maybe he sticks around there for the rest of this year. I'm still. Here's the plan I love. Still go out and get Cameron Jordan. That's the move I love.
It was going back to the trade deadline. When free agency started. We've been talking about Cam Jordan for months.
Give me a guy for 1 year that's going to cost you less than $10 million for that 1 year. Yeah, I'll take him. There we go.
What else do we got here? From green-haired bear knuckler. He writes in. I like Anthony Hill Jr. I like Anthony Hill Jr. The team seems to like Kyle Lewis and Deontay Lawson. I think Lewis. Yep, I agree with you on the Kyle Lewis take. From Browncoats, Keiron Crawford, Rodriguez, Keontae Scott. Crawford's a player that I think would be on their radar. From Detroit Sports U of M tweets us, if the cornerback ponds is somehow there, hard to pass up. Edge would be nice, but it would all depend on who's still available. Well, if you like playmaking guys in the secondary, D'Angelo Ponds would be one of them for sure.
Yeah, there's a lot of defensive backs to like. That's why I think there's going to be a run on corners in this second round tonight. Mm-hmm. You got McCoy's available, Avion Terrell, Colton Hood, Brandon Sissy, Keontae Scott, Malik Muhammad, and there's D'Angelo Ponds as well, along with Davis Igbenuson from Ohio State. He's pretty good. Doug doesn't like him?
No. But
as a person?
I don't know him as a person, but I don't like him as a prospect. It has nothing to do with him playing at Ohio State, although I did see a lot of him because he played at Ohio State.
Well, he had a nation-high 16 penalties in 2024, so
I remember.
That could be a reason why.
I remember. 248-539-9797. All right, coming up, let's talk a little Tigers. We'll mix that in and get back to the draft. Kang's pick on day 2 at 105. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Get ready for the rains, and that means you got to start thinking about your lawn. You want the lawn to look great this summer? Of course you do. Green and lush is the way to go. So call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number. You can get green and stay green and save green when you prepay. If you call by the end of the month, you get the early bird discount. Natural Way has been serving Michigan since 1990. They offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. It's a company that I've had at my house for nearly a dozen years, and I love how my lawn looks. For greener grass and fewer weeds, early treatment is absolutely the key. In a Natural Way, they've got programs designed to strengthen the turf, improve the color, and, of course, control those damn weeds. But you've got to start early for the best results, because it's so much easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix a problem. And for a limited time only, if you purchase a full lawn program, you'll get free grub control when you mention my name, Gator, and station 97.1. But call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Back to your calls in a minute. Some Tiger talk coming up as well. Text coming in. Everyone forgets about Miles Frazier. Healthy Miles Frazier will make a Lions offensive line stronger with Miller and Sewell. Yeah, we bring about Miles Frazier all the time because we liked him going into last year's draft. Joe and Pinckney says, in that second round mock, it's Zion Young without question. Tom at work says, if McCoy falls, I want him. Don't be like Nakobe Dean and slip to the third. Take the talent. Well, the medicals matter here.
It's not like Nakobe Dean has been healthy as a pro, though I'm a big fan of Nakobe Dean.
From Scott, Kang is right. The 8 or 10 minutes doesn't matter. It's all garbage. I don't need the interviews with the families. Are you proud of your son being a millionaire at 21? Yes. Other things. It took 4 minutes for the players to walk from the green room to that hat mirror thing and then to the stage. It's too much crap.
That's true.
It was a hike, man.
It was, but they only had like 15 or 16 of the picks that were going to be there.
Maybe have one of those like walkways at the airport, where they kind of move you along.
Yeah. Please watch your step when you're exiting the moving walk. I get it right almost every time.
Oh, almost?
I still got it.
The Jamiroquai escalator?
Yeah. And they would look real smooth, doing their dances, whatever.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
They would like
now
that.
We're talking.
Yeah.
We're an idea. Here we go.
Although let's speed it up a little bit. Let's make that moving sidewalk have a little pace. Let's go to Keith in Ann Arbor on 97.1. Hello, Keith.
Good, man. How you guys today?
What's up?
Good. I want to speak on the stature of players. The NFL, the way it's moving, I think they need to just make sure they draft everybody they draft from here on out, especially receivers, need to be at least 6'2". No more 5'11" and 6-foot rush ends and linebackers and stuff. Same with the line. 350, that's too big. That guy Proctor, I'm glad they didn't get him, even though I'm a Bama fan. 350 pounds is pretty big to be trying to block these speed rushes of the day. What do you guys think of that?
So a 6'7", but as far as putting hard and fast limits on size, I'm not about that.
No,
but I think a guy can play. It's like that's why I love D'Angelo Pons from Indiana as a corner. He's not tall. He's like 5'9", but the guy is fast as hell. He jumps. What's his vertical leap? 42 inches or something like that. Yeah. And he plays with an intensity. He's great. I'm not going to discount it because he's 5'9". If he can play, he can play.
Keith, they're not probably going to take a receiver. I mean, maybe they might late in the draft, but
I hope they don't.
Yeah, I know that's an example though. But I'm just saying I see a trend that that people not reluctant to draft a 5'11" player playing on the defensive line, no matter how many sacks he had at Jackson State or wherever he came from.
There's not a whole lot of 5'11" players on the defensive line. I'll give you that.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're going to do that, then you don't draft Amon-Ra St. Brown, who's 6 feet.
Yeah.
Is he going to pass that? You can't have the hard and fast rule.
I'm not a big fan of it. All right. We said we'd talk some Tigers and give them a little love today. Yesterday, first of all, it looked like Scuba might throw a no-hitter the way that game started. He was mowing down the Milwaukee Brewers and doing it quickly. And it was great. But more what we want to talk about is two guys that have really come around. One is Torque with the walk-off bomb. Back-to-back days with home runs. Hit the ball twice the night before, including almost taking a pitcher's head off with a absolute missile back up the middle. It looks like Torque's coming around. And it's a problem with baseball in that the feedback is so little and there's so much time in between. You only get a few at-bats a game, and then you sit on them for 24 hours. And the analysis, it's quick to draw conclusions. And we do it too. We try not to. But, Torque has shown a skill set that can help the team win. And, he's going to strike out a lot. It's just the way it is. Hopefully he's also going to walk a lot and hit a lot of home runs. And if that's who he's going to be, he can help this team win. And yesterday was a great example of, we'd started talking about earlier in the week about how much longer does Torque get before they consider anything. And didn't we do this last year? Every time we question somebody, they bounce back immediately.
It kind of happened all the time.
Happened again yesterday. But the last few days.
But I didn't think anything was imminent with Torkelson.
No.
It's like people read a lot into him being out of the game the other day. I'm like, don't read too much into that. And I do think it's just a matter of time before guys start to pick it back up. Now, I don't know how consistent he's going to be because what we've seen in his career, the consistency has been that he is not so good in the first half and much better in the second half. But even so, in the second half of the season, though he's raising his batting average by 30 points, it's still only at 240 in that second half of the season. But can he provide enough power? Can he still have an OPS that's going to be, right around 800 for the rest of the way? And if that's the case, then you're fine there for now. But I don't worry about extending guys for a long time. With him, you don't have to worry about it for a couple more years. I worry about this year and this team right now. And he's been a big reason why they've won the last 2 games.
And then you've got the move that people questioned over and over and over again the first few weeks of the season. A.J. Hinch did it yesterday, and it worked to perfection. And that was he took Cole Keith out and put in Jahmai Jones. And Jahmai Jones, after a very slow start, is 6 for his last 15 with a couple of home runs. And he came in, they took Colt Keith out, put in the righty, and he hits a bomb, a huge game-tying bomb. And the bullpen did a exceptionally good job, including our guy Birch.
Who?
Birch Smith. Remember when he signed him? We were, they just went out and got some Birch. And then Brant Herter comes on and gets a massive double play.
Yeah, it was nice to see that.
When we knew the back end of the bullpen been taxed the night before.
100% because of what happened there, and specifically with Kenley Jansen. But, and also give some props to Riley Green. Opposite field home run. A laser out there in left center field. He's got his average up now to 289. His OPS now is well over 800. It's actually, I think, 850 now. Good progress for Riley Green, and he's looking much better against left-handed pitching now too.
Anyway, nice win, nice series win. Keep stacking them up. And oh, look, another National League team on deck as Detroit is down in Cincinnati. 248-539-9797. Jake in Windsor, you're on 97.1. Hello, Jake.
Hi, this is Jake from Windsor, brother of Mike from Oxford.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Anyway, so you guys took all the words out of my mouth. The reason I was calling was for Torkelson. For Torkelson, I mean, like Gator was saying, he's the inconsistency is shown. I was thinking, more like maybe throw someone else on first, keep him in the dugout. He's more of a clutch guy. Use him as a pinch hitter as you need him, and then if you need to throw someone in.
That's his first walk-off home run. And his batting average with runners in scoring position has come under heavy scrutiny.
Last year, I mean, he's had some clutch hits, some home runs, some big home runs last year.
That's true.
But when you hit 30 of them, you're going to have someone be clutch. I mean, that's the thing. He's got the power. That's why he plays every day.
Like you said, though, I mean, he's better in the second half. It's proven. I don't know. I mean, he's doing good now. Keep it rolling, whatever. Keep him on first. But if he slows down again, I'd throw him as keep him as a pinch hitter and just put him in clutch situations. And then Skubal, I think he's starting to look like vintage Skubal. Like he's looking like he's going for his third Cy Young.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't have the greatest results yesterday because of the hits, but
there were some bleeders.
They were not. I was going to say none of them were hard hit. They just found their way. They were seeing eye hits, and I think it's got to be really frustrating for him because he's pitching like a boss out there, and then bloop, 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 bloop. Yep. And next thing you know, the game is tied, and then they lose the lead, and able to come back though, and it balloons his season ERA up to 2.72 now.
Huh?
Do we have a Skubal problem?
I don't know if you caught this. Let me just double check and make sure that I am correct about this. That tonight, yeah. So Milwaukee, I think, becomes the first team ever to face back-to-back Cy Young Award winners on back-to-back nights or back-to-back days. They played Skubal yesterday, and they get both Cy Young Award winners. Sorry, Skubal and Skeens in back-to-back games.
Oh, I'm thinking.
Yep. Back-to-back games against back-to-back games from Milwaukee. They faced them both, which is just a scheduling anomaly, but
it happens.
Yeah. Actually, I don't think it does happen. That's the point. It's now.
That's the first. It's literally the first time.
I think that's what the report was. It was the first time.
I find that hard to believe.
That nobody's faced both Cy Young Award winners in back-to-back. Well, it had to be because interleague play only started in the last 10 years. So how many? It would have to be a scheduling thing, right?
That's a really good point.
Yep.
Good for you, Doug.
Well, I'm not even sure I got the stat right, so don't give me a ton of credit, but yeah.
Well, let's speak it into existence.
Yeah, maybe it is true. 248-539-9797. All right, let's get back to the National Football League draft. Gator, there is a player out there that if Jacob Rodriguez, who has been my pre-draft crush, I've talked about him at great length, but if he's not a linebacker they take, there's another one. There is another.
Okay, Yoda.
Yeah. And he probably wouldn't have to go on day 2. He's probably a day 3 pick. I would love to see him in the Honolulu Blue and Silver.
Well, we have had a penchant for falling in love with linebackers over the years.
I thought we've done a pretty good job with linebackers.
Yeah, I think we have done a pretty good job. This is the 20th draft that we've done.
Mm-hmm.
And I would guess we probably, over the years, each have come up with 10 linebackers each that we love.
They've gone on to have good careers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this is my non-Jacob Rodriguez linebacker crush. We'll get to that today at 12:50. What do you want to happen today, people? 248-539-9797. Get your picks in day 2 of the Detroit Lions draft, whether it's just a position, a player that you think got to have them, perfect fit. Who are you? Who did you go to bed saying, that's who I want the Lions to get tomorrow? Get that call in right now at 248-539-9797. Stud Car for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Spring into savings with low payments on a 2026 Chevy Trailblazer. Pay just $249 a month for 36 months on a Trailblazer LT front-wheel drive with $19.99 down, $249 a month. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM Employee Discount, Chevy Lease Loyalty in the household, 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. What do you want in day 2 of the draft? Been discussing it here in the back half of the show. 248-539-9797. Of course, people still processing the first-round pick of Blake Miller. We have the approval rating, which currently stands at 94.7%. Wow. You know what that is, though? People wanted to tackle that bad. And I don't think there was a ton of passion in terms of a Monroe Freeling or a Caden Proctor or whomever. Because, the fans aren't going to sit there and do the deep dives into the strengths and weaknesses. They had their choice of Monroe Freeling or Blake Miller. And I think the durability, they get better every year, the work ethic, the only missing one practice, the toughness that he showed, and I think the profile fitting the scheme a little bit for what they asked the right tackle to do might make more sense for the Lions. And that's perhaps what the differentiator was. And he feels like more of a win now pick than Freeling, who's a developmental guy who has a super high ceiling, but he's only had, 17 games?
17 or 18 starts, yeah. But I think either way, both guys are going to get the opportunity. If they had drafted Freeling, he was going to get the opportunity to earn the starting job too, and could have been starting from day one. Don't know. But it's just that he has less experience. I think by and large, Lions fans are very happy because it addresses a position of need, and none of us are scouts. Right? We weren't sitting watching every second of Clemson football or Georgia football for that matter to recognize the strengths and weaknesses of any of these guys. So you kind of trust the evaluation at some point, and these guys were both given first-round grades, and it makes sense.
So people see the position, tackle, approve, 94.5%. Thanks to Jeremy Otto, who sent me the following, and this is tweeted out by Reporter. Brewers are facing Tarek Skubal today in Detroit and Paul Skeens tomorrow at home. For just the second time in MLB history that a team has faced reigning Cy Young Award winners in consecutive games.
Yeah.
So, it has happened before.
Of course it's happened before. You're way off.
You're an idiot, Doug.
Come on, man.
What a moron. What do you want on day 2 of the draft? All right, here's the other.
I haven't heard that one in a while.
Because you guys think that sounds like me?
That's not you?
No, it's not.
It's not? It's Doug.
People think that sounds like me too, huh?
Yeah.
That's definitely you.
Yeah.
Were you on Gator's boat that day, or?
No,
Doug never went on a boat.
Oh.
Now I've got time. I was actually, it's funny, it was warm. It was warm Gator. Yesterday, and I was like, you know what would be really nice? Gator's boat. Alas. All right, so here's.
You've got a linebacker?
Yeah.
I've got one too.
Okay. Do you think it's the same guy?
No.
Okay. Do we want to try the 3-2-1 thing?
Sure.
All right. 3, 2, 1.
Jake
Bryce
Golding.
Betcher. Okay, it's not. Yours is who?
Jake Golding from Cincinnati.
What do you like about him?
I like the size. He's a guy who's almost 6'5", 235 pounds. He had over 100 tackles last year playing for Cincinnati. I think you read about scouting reports in this guy, and he's really good at being able to move past blocks. He's a former defensive end, so he's got some pass rushing ability too. But he had over 100 tackles last year. It's a lot to like with a guy that size.
So my guy's not a size guy, that's for sure, but he is an athlete. Bryce Betcher from Oregon was in the Astros organization, played center field for the Oregon Ducks and middle linebacker for the Oregon Ducks. And the Astros wanted him to play baseball. The center field prototypical body, you don't think also linebacker, but that's him. And he did a great job of diagnosing plays, making plays outside the numbers. He was a core 4 special teamer, which matters to the Lions. Closes in a hurry, but he's not a huge kid. But I think the idea that he was a baseball prospect and was able to juggle both sports, now fully committed to football. I think Bryce Betcher, linebacker from Oregon, would be a great day 3 linebacker if he makes it to day 3. So 248-539-9797. Kang's perfect pick, as he always seems to. He's shaking his head no. Sorry.
It's too much pressure, man.
We overselling this?
No, we're not. No. We're trying. You know what it is? We're trying to get our reputation back.
I know, right? Hey, why don't you miss a couple of these before we're out of jobs over here?
15 minutes away.
Let's go to Sid. We'll get to that at 105. Yep. Sid in Fenton. Hi, Sid.
Hey, how you doing? I love your show, guys.
Thank you.
I just want, as far as the draft, I'm hoping we get a pass rusher. There's a few out there. Dennis Sutton. They got the guy Jukas from Illinois, Moore from Michigan. But I say if we can't get a pass rusher, maybe we can trade and get a third-round pick and get a couple other players.
So we've talked about this, and it's Akis, the player from Illinois. But if you move back, they could move back. There are several teams with 2 third-round picks, and you could target them to trade your second rounder for 2 third-rounders.
I was looking at Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Jacksonville is the 56th overall pick. The Lions had the 50th pick. Could the Lions drop back to 56 and pick up one of Jacksonville's third-round picks? They pick at 100. They also pick at 81 and 88. They have 3 third-round picks. It's quite possible. Jacksonville's a ton of picks. They might be wanting to give up some of those picks and get the quality by moving up 6 spots.
Well, I'd like to mention 2 other guys from U of M that they don't talk about that much, who later in the draft I'd like to see Barham and I think it's Roldan.
Jimmy Rolder.
Real good players, too.
Jimmy Rolder is a guy that I think would have flirted with a day 1, but certainly day 2 pick had he stayed. I don't know where he's going to go in this draft, but he was really coming into his own, and maybe a little bit early jump. People jump for a variety of reasons. It's his choice, not holding it against him, but I think he could have been more of a surefire day 2 guy. At the worst, but he had some injury things that slowed him down last year, but when he was healthy, he was making plays. And Jason Barham just switched to edge rusher, and that he could be a player that is in that role could really blossom. But he's a bit of a wild card too. 248-539-9797. James and Howell. What's up, James?
Hi, I love your guys' show. Yeah, just wanted to call and let you know there's a guy I went to school with. He's actually going to be up in his first game in MLB tonight after 12 years in the minors. He's going to be doing the game out west in Colorado tonight. He's from Sault Ste. Marie.
Wait, hold on. There's a native of Sault Ste. Marie that's debuting for the Rockies tonight?
No. He's an umpire.
Oh, okay.
What kind of response is that? His buddy's umping his first game.
I was excited. I thought he was a player.
Now you're not excited? Why?
I'm not as
guy
excited.
from Sault Ste. Marie is going to umpire his first game in Major League Baseball tonight? I think that's awesome, James.
Yeah, he's a great guy, and I just wanted to give him a shout.
Yeah, we don't do shit. What's his name?
Louis Krupa.
Yeah, there you go. Go get him, Kroops. Call him
Thanks,
straight.
man, I appreciate it.
Okay.
What was that?
Well, one, don't lie to the call screener.
Is that what happened, or did we just listen to? Yeah. Kenny is vehement about it.
Yeah.
He say he was a player?
No.
Wanted to add secondary help. That's what he called about.
Oh. Well, if that's the case, then you should have just dumped it.
It's too late now.
You just dropped the call.
Okay, you don't like my reaction. Now you're telling me I should have just dumped it.
I didn't know what he was going to say. If I knew that he was lying the whole time, then you just drop him.
Well,
you
when
can't
somebody
lie.
says he's making his major league debut in Colorado, what do you instinctively think?
Is he an usher? No, it's his first time slanging dogs tonight, man. I want to wish him luck.
Ice cold beer.
It's first major league game tonight, man. Is he a player? No.
You got any peanuts? No.
He actually
By the way,
sells
what
tickets.
Halsey in the secondary?
He's going to be selling tickets for the Rockies tonight. Got a job at the ticket office.
A lot of people up north ready to head out west.
It's kind of cool. You know, your buddy's umpiring a major league game. All right.
Do you think they work on their strikeout call?
Yes.
Like in the mirror?
They practice?
Yeah. Like Doug practices his touchdown call? Or like Dan Dickerson practices his home run call? Yeah, absolutely.
I remember a friend of mine was umpiring a kids game, and he said a kid tried to steal base and he got thrown out at second, and he said he put his foot down right next to the bag, and he said it was like starting a mower. You're out! Like you're pulling the thing on a mower.
And the kid started crying.
The kid did start to cry. It was a little bit much for 7-year-olds or whatever it was. All right, Kang's much anticipated second round prediction coming up today at 105. He got Blake Miller right yesterday. Who do they take today? We've given you a billion names. Kang will give us one at 105 here on 97.1.
Brought to you by M&M Garage Doors. In a revealing conversation with ABC News this morning, Paige Shiver shared details about her relationship with former Michigan coach Sharon Moore. Shiver said that she was pregnant with Moore's child and was unable to keep the baby due to pregnancy complications of a rare genetic disorder. She also said that 1 hour after disclosing her relationship with Moore to the University of Michigan, he showed up at her house and barged in and threatened to harm himself with butter knives. Moore was sentenced to 18 months probation for his actions that night. Shiver thought his punishment should have been more strict. Moore's attorney told ABC News in a statement, quote, "That chapter of Moore's life is closed," unquote. The Lions are back on the clock in round 2 of the NFL draft tonight. They have no third-round picks this year after trading this year's selection in the deal to draft Isaac Tesla. Tonight, many people expect them to select a player on the defensive side of the ball. The draft resumes at 7 o'clock in Pittsburgh this evening. The Lions have pick 18 in the second round, which is pick 50 overall. The Tigers start a 6-game road trip tonight in Cincinnati as they are set to face the Reds. It'll be Andrew Abbott for Cincy against Framber Valdez for Detroit. The Reds are currently 16-9 in first place in the NL Central this season. Tigers are tied for first right now in the AL Central at 14-12. First pitch at 6:40 this evening can be heard right here on 97.1. At the Carlwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay. So, Gator, if you had to lock in on one guy at 50, one guy at 50, who would you go with for the Lions? Maybe I should say, who do you think they come away from tonight with? Maybe that's a better way to put it, because they could move around.
They could definitely move around. I think they're going to come away with trading Stooks.
Son of a bitch.
Well, I said it last hour.
Because I agree with you.
Yeah, I think the reasons I gave, the versatility. He could step right in and play safety for this team until Brian Branch is ready to come back. And then, or he could not lose his job because who knows what's going on with Kirby Joseph as well. Or he slides over to play nickelback. This guy has got great coverage skills. He's incredibly fast, and assuming that he's ready to roll by training camp, I think that versatility gives him the reason that the Lions are looking for to take him. It's a position of need, and with that versatility. So yeah, that's the guy I think they walk away with at 50.
I actually agree, and I think Stooks could be on the board for them, or they move up for him. I think they'll love his story. I think they're talking about a guy who was 150 pounds out of high school that walked on, got a break that his dad played for. What was the defensive coordinator at Arizona? So they got his tape in front of him, and they said, "We'll take you." Sure. And then he became a 2-time captain, did all he had to do to put the weight on, playmaker all over the field, versatility, which they love. I think Traden Stooks is the guy. But let's go back 1 year. 1 year ago today, we were sitting here and trying to figure out what they were going to do. I thought it was impressive that Kane got the first pick, Tyreek Williams. So he said, "What do you think is going to happen today?"
Kenny, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you had to sit in all day with that ego. The giant head is just swelling by the minute.
It's not like Shabath, but it's big.
Oh,
shots.
Well, I mean, it's nowhere near as that big.
Wow. All right. So, what are you thinking here?
All right. I don't feel as strongly about the second round pick as the first round pick, but I'll give you the people want to know a name, so I'm going to give it to them anyways. Okay. I think you guys are off a little here. The first round pick was a guy who helps run the ball. The second round pick is going to be a guy who helps stop the run, and they're going to go somewhere on the defensive line. I'm focusing on the defensive tackles. They're thin at defensive tackle, guy. No Roy Lopez, no DJ Reader. It's basically Tyreek Williams and Ali McNeil. I think McDonald from Ohio State's not going to be there when they pick. And they might move up a little bit, but I don't think they can get up high enough to get McDonald, which leaves the other defensive tackles, Georgia, Christian Miller. Ole Miss, Xavier Harris. Texas Tech, Lee Hunter. I think in the second round, the Lions walk away with defensive tackle from Georgia, Christian Miller. He's a high floor guy as well, just like Blake Miller, but he's a run stopper. This is not a sexy pick. I think they're trying to get somebody to rotate with the three guys in the middle and stop the run, get back to the grassroots of what this team was, the culture, the grit, run the ball, stop the run. My second round pick for the Lions is Christian Miller.
So Christian Miller, defensive tackle from Georgia. I am today years old when we first talked about him on the air.
Yep.
So if this is the pick, it is certainly not groupthink and echo chamber coming from Kang. His reputation is as a run defender, if I'm correct. And I think that's what they want. You know, they'd love to have a guy that pressures and breaks down the pocket, but I think they really want to stop the run this year.
Absolutely, and that's why I have them going with him. Brad Holmes has swung and missed on defensive tackles for sure, but he's that thing with defensive tackles. He's not afraid to swing again. You know, obviously Levi and Broderick Martin did not work out, but Tyreek Williams is still here. Ali McNeil is still here. He'll swing again. He don't care. I believe him when they say they don't draft for need, but he also knows his roster and he knows where they're a little light at. If that guy is there and they don't love anybody else, they're going to go after the guy that they think that's going to help this football team, and I think that's Christian Miller.
Wow.
It's Miller time in Detroit.
Yeah,
Miller,
exactly. Yep. And so just as a bonus, this is the Tesla be wary of type pick.
Yeah.
They don't have a third round pick. They do have a fourth round pick. Couple. They might move up into the third or stay in the fourth round and take, wait for a Gator, running back Penn State, Nicholas Singleton. He's also known as the other running back at Penn State. I just think his skill set might be too enticing for them to pass up. That running back room is also light. Pachenko has injury history. This guy could fill in for both guys. Honestly, he's very fast, very strong, good at pass protection, can catch the ball out of the backfield, can return kicks. His issue is he kind of runs a straight, like he doesn't have any wiggle, right? He doesn't make guys miss. But for third and short, fourth and short goal line, he's perfect for that stuff. And like I said, he provides value returning kicks. So that's my other wild card is Nicholas Singleton, either up in the third or in the fourth round somewhere.
Okay. There you go. So, Gator, what do you think of this?
I mean, I love it. For the fact that he's calling the shots, and now he's going beyond just the second pick. It makes me want to go beyond and call my shot, which I will.
Yeah, man, it's fun, right? Right now, none of us are wrong.
I think in the fourth round, the Lions will go after the offensive line again, and I think they're going to find a center, somebody that they can groom as a backup to Mays and perhaps be the heir apparent. And I think that they will lock down with Connor Lew from Auburn.
Wow. And what leads you to Connor Lew?
He's available. Thank you. He's the fourth highest rated center according to Scouts Inc. It's out there right now. He's recovering from an injury from last year, an ACL injury last year. So it just follows some certain patterns the Lions have had. But he can take chances like that later in the draft. I think they do need to look for a center at some point, and whether it's Lew or Logan Jones from Iowa, Matt Gulbin from Michigan State. I like the players that are available. I think they're going to go for a center, so I'm just calling my shot at Connor Lew.
Okay, since we're heaving shots from the logo,
let's go, Doug. Who you got?
In the sixth round, the Detroit Lions select H-back Riley Nowakowski from Indiana. This is a guy who can block, lead blocker in short yardage situations. He can line up at tight end, made some really big catches in his career at Indiana, also carried the ball in the national championship game and scored a touchdown out of the fullback spot. So since we're heaving logo threes, I'll go with Riley Nowakowski, H-back, Indiana.
I like it, guys.
Yep.
I like it.
I am mad. I like Nowakowski. I thought he was really good. I'm not going to lie about that. I don't know if that's somewhere where the line's going to go. He's kind of undersized at 6'2", but hey, you're calling your shot.
I am calling my shot. So there you go. There you go. If anybody else wants to heave a logo 3, let's hear you. Your sleeper today or tomorrow in the draft, 248-539-9797. We got open lines. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, Twin Peaks. Well, we finally made it to the weekend, and they can host your party. That's right. The party never stops at Twin Peaks, and this weekend has amazing sports action from sunup to sundown. It starts tonight with our baseball team on the diamond at 6:40, along with some hockey and basketball playoffs. Circle back Saturday for more basketball and hockey playoff action, including local team taking the court at 1, right? Lots of sports to watch. And of course, you got the draft on. Why go to Twin Peaks for sports? It's a no-brainer. They boast wall-to-wall TVs, video walls, some as big as 98 inches. It brings you all the action you crave. Their Scratch Kitchen boasts items like the house-smoked chicken wings and thighs, the ribs, the hand-cut New York strip steaks, and don't get me started on the bar. Outside of the coldest draft beer you've ever had, poured at an ice-cold 29 degrees, they boast an exquisite craft cocktail list featuring a wide variety of tequilas and bourbons. And the best part, it's all served up by the beautiful and hospitable Twin Peaks girls. Come root on your home teams all weekend long at the best bar in the country, Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views. We got some logo 3s coming in via ticket text. Is that right, Karen? All right, here we go. 248-539-9797. The draft is fascinating. Here we go. People predicting some long shots that they think the Lions could take. I mean, it's one thing to predict the first round pick, but if you can predict what they're going to do in the 6th round, God bless you. Unnamed texter says Max Clare, tight end, Ohio State.
I see them drafting a tight end.
I do too.
Eli Raridan, let's go.
My logo 3 is Dylan Barrett, guard, Iowa State. Addition to the offensive line, and he's my cousin. That's from Ken and Ipsy.
Who was the player again?
Dylan Barrett, guard, Iowa State. Ooh, here's one. Max in Bath, Michigan. In the 6th round, the Lions take running back Kalon Black, Indiana. Power back to replace Monty.
I'm not going to lie to you. Every time that I've done these mock draft simulations, I try to get Kalon Black. If with my last pick.
Really?
Yeah. When I get a bunch, I only go through 4 rounds, so I'll end up with, if I do a heavy trading and get a bunch of 4th round picks, I'd go for Kalon Black. And then Cole Payton, the quarterback, is the other one to go for. Do you think they're going to get a quarterback this weekend? Do you think they'll draft one?
If they don't trade away all these picks, if they have 9 picks, yeah, I think one might be used on a quarterback.
Kane, do you think they're going to draft sorry, Kane, do you know if they're going to draft a quarterback?
I say they're not going to draft one. I'm sorry, man.
So the one that would be interesting is if they end up with Drew Aller from Penn State, because Drew Aller's high school ended Blake Miller's high school career, I believe, in the state playoffs.
Oh, a little showdown in the locker room.
Yeah. So Aller, I don't know what high school, but I read somewhere that Blake Miller's high school, I think, senior season ended at the hands of Drew Aller and his high school. So if they get Aller, little rivalry continues there in that locker room.
I like it.
Yep. So anyway, do you got a logo 3, a pick you think the Lions might make? 248-539-9797. Ticket text coming in as well. Here's more text. The only reason that I'll watch the 2nd round is to see if Kang gets his pick right. I think we're all interested.
That's a good reason to
It's
watch,
Christian Miller, the defensive tackle.
I like it.
Next text. 2nd round, I'm grabbing D'Angelo Pons, Gabe Akis, or Jake Rodriguez. Pittsburgh running back Katron Allen. That's Penn State, but he wrote Pittsburgh. He's a budget David Montgomery in short yardage.
I have no problem with that.
You've been talking about the Penn State running backs.
I've been talking about Penn State and Indiana. Between them, they have 4 running backs.
Yeah.
Each school has 2 that are going to be in this draft, and I have no problem with any one of them. They all have some little different flair to them. Hemby he's fast as hell and catch ball out of the backfield. He played a lot of receiver as well. Kalon Black is a guy that looks like he can get you the short yards if you need him. Both Penn State running backs are they mirror images? They're basically the same kind of guy.
I like Allen a little better.
But they're both big. They're well over 200 pounds, and they can get those yards too. So I like all 4 options there. And I do think they're going to draft a running back. I think it's a really deep draft at running back.
Calling my shot in the 4th round, the Detroit Lions select quarterback Cole Payton, North Dakota State.
I like that one.
I know you do. You first brought him to my attention. I think you were scouting North Dakota State. Weren't you looking at their head coach?
I was looking at their coach.
Then
they extended him.
He's kind of a closet Bison fan over there.
Look, I think they have to start looking for the heir apparent to Jared Goff, and I'm not forcing Goff out the door by any means, but how many more years do we expect him to be playing at this level? 3? Be great. I hope it never gets hurt, but you got to start thinking about it.
I agree with Gator about getting another center, but I'd like it to be Indiana center Coogan in the 3rd round. Love the show. It's from Mac in Hazel Park.
Might be a little lofty, 3rd round for him.
Might be, but he's a guy who played all over the offensive line.
He is. He is projected by Scouts Inc. He's got the overall ranking of 192.
Mm-hmm.
but 6'5", 311, can play, like you said, anywhere in that offensive line.
Yeah, I think, wasn't he? He was at left tackle at Notre Dame, wasn't he? Before he transferred to Indiana?
May have been.
Pretty sure. 248-539-9797. Tweets coming in as well. What do you want to happen on day 2? We're also, people are taking logo threes on who they think the Lions will get in the next couple of days. And it's kind of fun to see some of these names that are coming up. So who would be your long shot? Joe writes in, coverage linebacker is more important than edge rusher. Jacob Rodriguez, Brad will need to be aggressive to snag him, or at a minimum, Kyle Lewis. So, yeah, Rodriguez, being a former quarterback, I think he looks at the defense like he's the quarterback of the defense, and he does a great job of diagnosing plays and making plays. And I love the line, the hard work is getting to the football, the reward is getting the football out, which is his quote. Kyle Lewis has always been a linebacker in a safety's body who went down to the Senior Bowl and blanketed everybody in those drills when they had him covering running backs and tight ends. He just blanketed everybody. So, yeah, coverage skills, Kyle Lewis. And in some ways, they might like Kyle Lewis's skill set better than Jacob Rodriguez. They might.
But is 50 too high to take him?
Is 50 too high to take Kyle Lewis?
Yeah.
I wouldn't think so, but Austin writes in, Kyle Lewis, he's everything we could need. Fast, instinctive linebacker safety, can fit in a 4-3 or 4-2-5 in coverage, run fit, or blitzing. All right, here's one. No, it's not. Never mind. I'm not reading that on the air. Nice try.
Careful.
Pons the Hoosier. Rodriguez, the linebacker from Texas Tech, or Cisse from South Carolina. It's another one there. Cisse interests me. Cisse, he's, I guess, got great coverage skills, but didn't make a lot of plays on the football. I think he only had one career interception. But, he's got high marks from everybody, it seems.
He does have one career interception, yes, and he's has 10 passes defended over the last couple of years.
I mean, high pick, you'd expect a little bit more than that, but, stats don't always tell the whole story, right?
No, they don't.
Yeah. 248-539-9797 from Lions fan 1232 has to be an edge in the second round. I don't really care who. I'd also be okay with a defensive tackle. Well, there's Christian Miller.
Yeah, but that's not how the Lions draft. When he was saying, I don't care what edge, they do care. They care about the player a lot.
That's
right?
true.
They don't go in there going, we need an edge.
It's not a YOLO 3 there.
No, you're right. In fact, in many ways, they care more about the player than the position. It just so happened this year the player and the position married up, which is good. 248-539-9797. We'll get back to some of your draft feedback and calls in a minute. Give us your long shot for the next couple of days. And if you want to tell us who you want in the second round, let's hear it. In the meantime, Pistons in Orlando tomorrow, 1 o'clock, Game 3, after the Game 2 third quarter. It felt like a definitive win, and if you go back and look at it, Orlando won 2 of the other 3 quarters. If you're in Orlando and we're doing this show in Orlando, we're talking about how our team just had 1 bad quarter so far in this series. The series is tied at 1. I don't think that was a demoralizing loss, even though it was a demoralizing quarter. So I think they're going to see, I think tomorrow's game is going to be really, really tough. Plus, their home fans are going to be into it. It's going to be a raucous environment.
It should be. But one thing I'm really excited about with the Pistons is I still don't think they've come close to playing near what we would deem even acceptable as an offensive unit. Mm-hmm. Defensively, they really stepped up the game the other night, and it was awesome. Go out there, play the same defensive game tomorrow, and you'll win again. But yes, please, pretty please with sugar on top. Let's start getting the offense working the way we've become accustomed to during the regular season now that we're in the playoffs.
Yeah, and we know they can play better than they have. And look, we just went through a stretch where people were talking about Torque, and Torque suddenly explodes with back-to-back bombs. Are we getting to the point now where Jalen Duren's going to go out and have a monster game? Isn't it about time they get a monster game out of JD?
Yes. Not only him, but also Danish Jenkins. Both of these guys carried this team in Cade's absence, and neither has really been around there so far here in the in the first 2 playoff games. Mm-hmm. I mean, Duren showed some signs of warming up in game 2 where he was better and more assertive, certainly. But it still looks weird watching Dennis Jenkins out there. That's not the same player we saw during the last 25 games of the season.
Okay, really interesting second-round mock from The Athletic. When you talk about the bucket of players that are on the board still at 50, this would be a tough choice. We will get to that today at 1:33 here on Carson Anderson. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Here on 97.1.
Hey, Southfield, spring has sprung, and so have the savings at Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. And now is the perfect time to trade in and trade up, because you'll get more money for your trade and shop an excellent selection of brand new Chevys ready to roll. Cruise into the future with a 2026 Chevy Equinox EV for only $159 a month. If you need power, how about the 2026 Chevy Silverado? It's just $199 a month. Or zip in a spring in style with a 2026 Chevy Trailblazer, only $269 a month. That's right, 3 amazing deals. 1 incredible spring event. So whether you're going electric, hauling big, or just upgrading your daily drive, Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield has the perfect ride waiting for you. Hurry in today or visit sarahchevrolet.com and spring into savings before these deals are gone. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, where your next ride is in full bloom. Together, let's drive.
We've dissected and redissected and taken another look and then a second look and then a third look. And then we looked again at the first round pick of Blake Miller. Now we're previewing what's going to happen in day 2 of the NFL draft for the Detroit Lions.
And day 3.
And really day 3, you're right. And just the one pick today. And we have a mock from The Athletic. Ooh, this one's interesting. What will you do if this plays itself out? To open up the second round, the San Francisco 49ers take Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, very popular pick. Arizona goes Zion Young, edge rusher, Missouri at 34. Other picks of interest. Jermod McCoy goes to the Raiders at 36. Christian Miller, Kang's guy, goes to the Giants at 37. Then T.J. Parker goes to New Orleans at 42. When the Lions are on the clock, their choices are Gabe Akis, Traden Stukes, A.J. Halsey, Cassius Howell, Kieran Crawford, who else here? Eli Stowers, Jake Galladay, sorry. There's a lot of talent there. It's not so dissimilar to the ESPN one we had earlier. I feel like there's more desirable players here.
This is why you trade back with Jacksonville.
But Stukes makes it to 50.
Yeah, I'd take him.
Would you?
Yeah.
I think I'd take him too. What they write is he can absolutely fly. Ran a 4.33 40-yard dash and posted a 10-foot, 10-inch broad jump at the combine. He was all over the ball at Arizona. 29 pass breakups, 7 picks.
29 pass breakups?
Yep.
And that's a lot.
I'm pretty sure he might have been a 6-year college player. So he's able to accumulate a lot of stats there. But I think he started his career in 2020 at Arizona.
I can tell you exactly what happened with him. He did start at 2020.
Yep. Did he play in 2020?
He had 8 tackles and no passes defended.
Okay.
So then he had 6 passes defended in 2021, then 5, then 7, only 2 in 2024, but I think he was hurt.
Yeah.
And then 2025, he had 6 passes defended last year to go with 4 interceptions and 52 tackles. And he had a quarterback sack. He was all over the place.
So the other player that is really intriguing is A.J. Halsey, the safety from LSU.
Yeah.
Another player with hybrid potential. Halsey is a 250-pound safety with a great burst, ton of power, can play either safety spot or in the box. Gabe Akis, the edge rusher, powerful technician off the edge. It's exactly the type of presence against the run Detroit is looking for opposite Aiden Hutchinson. That's interesting. I was reading the Athletic, The Beast from Dane Brugler, and I don't think they were crazy about his run defense.
About whose?
Akis's run defense. Okay. Yeah, mediocre instincts in the run game is what they wrote. But hey, man, this goes to show you, not all draft experts. They don't all see things the same way. But the pick is Akis in this draft. How would you feel about Gabe Akis, edge rusher, Illinois at 50?
I wouldn't love it. Again, I like Dennis Sutton better than Akis, and I think that the better value would be to take one of the guys that could play safety, Halsey or Stukes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a problem with either one of those guys. And there's a lot of guys I don't have a problem with, but if you're going to take Akis over those safeties or Akis over Pons, I don't know if he was available or not, but I'm not approving of that.
Well, I'll just say this: if they take Akis, my guess is they evaluate him way better in the run game than this analysis I took off the Athletic.
Probably, or they say, well, we've got Wanham, and then we could put Akis in there as a pass rusher when needed.
Okay. All right. Here's some logo 3s coming in.
Here we go.
These are kind of fun. My logo 3s: Michael Heldman, defensive end, Central Michigan, and Damani Jackson, cornerback, Alabama, in the 6th. That's from Nick and St. Clair. Is Damani Jackson's the one that started his career at USC, if I'm correct, and transferred to Bama?
Damani Jackson, let's see. He started at USC.
Yeah.
Played 4 years of college football. His second year at USC, he had 32 tackles, 3 passes defended, and then he had 7 passes defended and 51 tackles the following year at Alabama. Last year, calmed down a little bit, 38 tackles, 1 pass defended. No interceptions. He only had 2 interceptions in his 4-year career. Both came his junior season at Alabama.
It's a logo 3. Joe in Chesterfield, my 6th-round sleeper, center Pat Guggen from Indiana. I watched him pull like a guard all year. He was the MVP of the Rose Bowl. Can't for the life of me see how he's rated as a 6th-rounder.
Pat Coogan would be nice.
Yep. Left tackle at Notre Dame, center at Indiana. Versatility. Marlon and Wall Lake. Gentlemen, the 7th round, the Detroit Lions select Haynes King, quarterback, Georgia Tech. He's the type of quarterback that can move around. You can line him up at tight end and do a lot of other things. He's very mobile. Reminds me of Taysom Hill. That's from Marlin and Walled Lake. Now, I know you don't like Taysom Hill.
What?
You don't like the hype that surrounds Taysom Hill. Is a better way to put it. How would you feel about getting a versatile quarterback that you could use in a variety of ways?
I don't know. I that's why I like Cole Payton. He's also versatile. But he was playing in North Dakota.
You know what I never say about my quarterbacks? I hope they can give me some reps at tight end.
Well, and Haynes King is like 6'2", 6'3" in that range. So no, I'm not a big. I actually watched quite a few Georgia Tech games over the last couple of years.
Did you?
I think he's good, not great. But if you're drafting somebody that late, you're expecting him, not to be great.
Mm-hmm.
I've kind of locked into my other quarterback, so it's a no. It's a no for me, dog. Cole Payton's my guy.
All right. Next text. Take Jacob Rodriguez tonight, then go out and get Cam Jordan as our edge. End of story. That's from Rob and Linden.
I don't hate that.
Rob, 100% right there with you, buddy. That would be a great 1-2 combination to add to the defense.
King, would you approve of that?
I really want Cam Jordan, but I have to take Rodriguez.
Yeah.
That's basically what I'm saying. I'm just not in love with Rodriguez like you guys are, obviously.
I'm not saying. Oof. Yeah, we are.
I mean, Doug's in love with him.
Yeah.
I kind of like the guy.
Would I take that? Yeah, it's not the worst thing in the world. I mean, I would do it. Fine.
There's the ringing endorsement.
Yeah, right.
I just think
the
that
Lions assistant GM over here. He's like,
I think
it's not
that
the worst thing in the world.
I think he's a good player, but I think for the Lions, he's just undersized off the ball linebacker. That's more like a 5th round type of player, But I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know. But if you get me Cam Jordan, then I'm more open to it.
Was it Burkett that wrote the story about linebackers and underrated need on this team?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry, it was.
Okay. Logo 3, Kyron Drones, quarterback, Virginia Tech in round 6.
Virginia Tech.
Huh? Yeah. Lions move back up for their second player tonight and get linebacker Josiah Trotter from Missouri. That's an interesting prediction. And expect to be a 3rd round guy, I believe.
Wondering why it is this guy likes Kyron Drones.
Didn't he put up some ridiculous either 40 or vertical jump or something like that? I thought I remember reading that he was off the charts and one of those just underwear Olympic types of things that get so much attention. Lions love tape, okay? I mean, I kind of feel like we probably overvalue certain things. And the one thing out of the combine that I think that they shade towards isn't your shuttle time or isn't your bench press. It's your overall RAS score.
Well, Kyron Drones has a RAS score of 9.58.
Mm-hmm.
His 40 time is 4.6. Vertical leap was 33 inches.
From an unnamed texter, I like the pick of Blake Miller. Exactly what they needed. Need to draft defense next and linebacker or DB. So anyone at all 3 levels, I guess. But when I sit down and look at it, I can actually see them going. I guess he didn't include defensive tackle. Could I see him taking a defensive tackle tonight? Yep. Edge rusher? Yep. Linebacker? Yep. Safety? Yep. Corner? Yep.
I would be surprised they went defensive tackle in the 2nd round.
Did you hear what Kang picked?
Yeah.
You'd be surprised?
I would still be surprised.
Okay.
In the 2nd round. I wouldn't be surprised if they took one overall, tomorrow with the rest of the, 4 through 7 tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Don in Phoenix, my day 2 prediction: Lions trade a 4th and 5th round pick to move back into the 3rd and take Max Clare, tight end, Ohio State.
So Max Clare is the transfer from Purdue.
Yep.
How do you? Were you okay with that when he transferred from Purdue to Ohio State?
No.
I mean, left one school you love.
No, Blake Miller. How about Blake Miller? Grew up an Ohio State fan in the state of Ohio and gave him the Heisman. Said, I'm leaving. I'm going to Clemson. Love it. As far as Max Clare's good. Max Claire's really good.
Solid tight end.
Robin Ann Arbor, if they don't take Rodriguez, I'm picking the Lions to take Jayshawn Barham since Shep loves Derek Barnes, and Barham seems to me to be a Derek Barnes type of guy. He'll probably be off the board at 118. 248-539-9797.
Barham got off to such a great start and then kind of leveled off. What was up with that?
I don't know. Maybe he just started getting more attention. The book got out. I felt like I'll tell you what I think it might have been. Again, untrained eye, not Jansen. I think he started running upfield a lot and got very leaky in the run game, and quarterbacks could step up and around him in the pocket. He just tried to outspeed rush everybody.
Gotcha.
Is my untrained analysis.
Untrained.
Not trained at all.
Just like my dog.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. The final approval rating is in. And in not a close vote, 94.2% of the people approve of Blake Miller. And 5.8 do not approve of the selection of Blake Miller.
It's bringing an endorsement, Doug.
What's that?
That's a good endorsement.
It is a good endorsement.
That's like one of the all-time highs, wouldn't you say, for a poll?
I think it is. I think it is. Steve writes in, offensive linemen are difficult to evaluate for most football fans, including me. My only concern is having started 54 games in college, Miller has more wear on the tread than Freeling, but that should make him more NFL ready. I trust that Brad made the right pick. Steve, it's funny because the wear on the tread thing is the kind of thing that it doesn't seem to apply to linemen like it does, say, running backs. You know, in this case, it's held up as nothing but a check plus for Blake Miller. All the games he started, all the snaps he played, all the practice he didn't miss.
And he's not the only guy to play that many games. I mean, but he did it in 4 years. Yeah. He didn't stick around there for 6 years to do it. So he did it all quickly. And apparently he's done the worst for wear.
Here's somebody who doesn't approve. D. Tomps, 1234. They had the best right tackle in football. Now they don't. They clearly needed a tackle, but I would have preferred to keep Sewell in the position that made him the best in football. Freeling was right there.
I understand that. But here's the thing. Penei Sewell started off as a left tackle, and everybody thought that when he was drafted, it was just a matter of time. You know, once Taylor Decker retired, that Penei Sewell would switch over to the left side, go back to his natural position, and be as dominant on the left side as he was on the right side. I feel pretty confident in thinking that he would be. Now, if he's not, okay, then we'll do a mea culpa at some point. But I would trust him.
Vic writes in, the Lions got the best right tackle in the draft. Who would you rather have at left tackle, Sewell or Freeling? I mean, it's even if he's the best right tackle in the draft, it doesn't mean anything when you get on the field. It's not like that gets you get to hold 4 times a game and don't get flagged for it because you were the best right tackle in the draft, because drafts are different.
Well, had they drafted Monroe Freeling, which is the guy I wanted them to draft, and I'm fine with them drafting Blake Miller. Had they drafted Monroe, do you think that Sewell would still move over to left? Because I do.
I don't. I think they would have left Freeling at left tackle. Instead of having both their tackles learn new positions, which...
Well, you're not having Sewell learn a new position.
Yeah, but right to left. John Jansen said that that's way harder than guard to tackle or tackle to guard because everything's inverted and you got to learn all the footwork and all that. I mean,
But he played left.
He did play left.
A lot. And actually played it in the pros, too.
Yeah. I guess I could see the challenge of that. I would think they would have started. I think they would have given Freeling his left tackle spot. But Logo 3's coming in. Rob in Ann Arbor says Lee Hunter, defensive tackle, Texas Tech. The Lions met with him at the combine, and they met with a ton of defensive tackles and defensive ends. So they really want D-line help. He will be there at 50.
So Lee Hunter, big fella, 6'4", 318. Had 41 tackles. He's had a lot of tackles in his career. 41 last year, 44 the year before, 69 the year before that. Got some pressure on the quarterback with like 7 sacks in his career. Space Eater, 6'4", 325, they list him. Like it. I mean, look, I do think they need to add another defensive tackle at some point, but I would probably hesitate if they do that tonight. Unless Caden McDonald slips down to 50, and that would be kind of strange going back-to-back years with Ohio State defensive tackles, but so be it. If it fits, if it lines up for you, do what you're going to do.
The only thing stranger would be going back-to-back Millers.
Right. And who knew that Blake Miller would be Miller Light because he's only like 315 pounds.
Look at you. I'm an Arizona alum living in Detroit.
If they did it, it would be a Miller genuine draft. And the Lions be living the high life.
Dan Miller approves.
You're really happy right now, aren't you?
Beer. Even though I had a scotch last night.
Did you?
Yeah.
Kind of scotch.
It was a scotch my brother got me for Christmas. I hadn't had a chance to try it yet, or I have had opportunities. I just haven't done it yet. It's the Belvenny, which I'm a big fan of Belvenny, the Doublewood, but it wasn't the Doublewood. It was a Belvenny Scotch, single malt, aged in a American bourbon cask. A lot lighter in color, and quite tasty and smooth. I approve.
Okay.
Somebody called me on Twitter last night too, because I posted the video of my reaction.
Yeah, what'd you say? I didn't get a chance to watch it.
Well, I mean, we talked the whole first hour about it.
Oh, you just reset everything?
Yeah, what I said in the video is I did it in a minute and 15 seconds or whatever.
But he did it with a scotch.
Yeah, but at the end I said, now it's time to have a scotch or whatever. And somebody called me out saying, oh, you just post a video to show off the scotch collection, which was not necessarily the case. But there was a bar behind me, yes.
Next text. I'm an Arizona alum living in Detroit. Stooks would be my dream if they drafted him today. Great player. Loved watching him in college. We're big fans. Did I read this one? Lions 4th round pick, Mike Washington Jr., Arkansas. That's the running back that put up the elite 40 time. It was the fastest 40 time amongst running backs at the combine. So here's you like this. A reliable character with a man-on-the-mission mindset. NFL scouts said, quote, the staff said he put his head down and worked from the moment he arrived, had no trouble fitting in, left an imprint on the program. There's your Lions, things that matter to the Lions.
6'2", 223, played at Buffalo and New Mexico prior to going to Arkansas. Last year ran for over 1,000 yards at Arkansas, over 6.5 yards a carry, 8 touchdowns. Lots to like. I mean, this guy can get it done.
Well, it's going to be interesting. Expect the Lions to pick roughly around 9 o'clock, maybe give or take 15 minutes either direction. But the one pick that they have there.
What time's draft start tonight?
7.
Probably before that.
So they've got the 18th pick, and it's 5 minutes a pick. I don't know if it starts right at 7. But it could be in that neighborhood. Maybe you don't want to miss it. So let's go 8:30. Turn on your TVs at 8:30 to make sure you don't miss it, and then
listen to the Tigers game.
Yep, the Tigers on in the background, and they open up this series at Cincinnati, and see how it plays itself out. But could be a fascinating night. Mike Valeni and Rico Beard have made their way in studio. What's up, guys?
I feel like we just got done talking draft. Rieger hoodwinked us into, hey, could you stay for another segment there, buddy?
Is that right?
Oh, yeah.
How many segments did you stay?
What were we, 4? 3? 4? I don't know. We made it through the Lions pick.
Did you?
Yeah. Cool. I felt bad. He was by himself.
Uh-huh.
Poor guy.
Well, I thought he was out until midnight.
He's a big boy.
Done at 10 o'clock?
It was before the pick, right?
Yeah. It lacked some juice, like overall last night. What did you make of it?
Well, we all kind of agree that maybe we don't all agree, but the draft, the 8 minutes between picks didn't feel like it saved a ton of time.
No.
Especially when it's a 4-minute walk from the green room to the stage.
What is it with the Hall of Heroes? What was that? You're right. It was like Adventures of Zelda. They had to go on a 7-minute journey.
I like the fast pace, though. It was like, okay, next.
What do you guys got planned coming up next?
I mean, we'll talk about it. It's just kind of hard doing. No one's ever seen the player play, but yeah, rock and roll. He's an offensive lineman. I'm good with it. And then what the hell do you want tonight? And I want to talk Pistons too, because I think the winner tomorrow wins the series.
Wow. All right. Have a great show, boys. Have a great weekend, everybody. A reminder to stay safe, treat each other with respect. Draft Talk continues with the guys on deck. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Whether it's a new roof, windows, or siding, these are big decisions for your home. And when it's time, you want a company that you can actually trust. And for over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have counted on Shaner Roofing. And now they're bringing that same 5-star service to windows and siding. And here's what sets them apart. Shaner is a local family-owned company, and they treat every customer just like family. Every roof that they install, it comes with a lifetime transferable warranty, and they've earned a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of happy homeowners. Now, that kind of reputation, it's not bought. You got to earn it, and it's earned through decades of doing the job right. So if you're in the market for a roof, new windows, or siding, you owe it to yourself to get a quote from Shaner. Here's what you do. You go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. We're talking about Shaner Roofing and Shaner Roofing Windows and Siding, Michigan's name that you can trust.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. Rounds 2 and 3 of the NFL Draft are tonight. The Lions had just one pick, number 18 in the second round, marking the 50th overall as well. Their first-round pick from last night, Blake Miller, is scheduled to talk with the media later this afternoon. The team just posted video of Brad Holmes, Sheila Ham-Ford, and Dan Campbell on the phone with him yesterday, breaking the news. The Tigers begin a series against the Reds tonight on the road. Cincinnati has won 7 of their last 10 games, including a series win against the Rays. Andrew Abbott is on the mound for the Reds tonight. He has a .584 ERA and has had some trouble with walks. He'll face Framber Valdez, who's coming off a 6-inning run start against the Red Sox. First pitch at 6:40 right here on 97.1. The Pistons are prepping for Game 2 against the Magic. They just wrapped up a practice in Orlando earlier. There are 3 other games tonight around the league, including the Spurs and Trailblazers. Wembanyama is questionable. Sharon Moore's mistress, Paige Shiver, told Good Morning America that the relationship was an open secret in the athletic department and says they didn't do anything about it. The relationship, which she called consensual, began when she was an intern in 2022. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, it's Friday. Day 1 of the draft is in the books. Very interested to see if A, you care, and B, what you feel. There can't be any big opinions. You've never seen Blake Miller play, so that's cool. I'll be very easy about this. I wanted an offensive lineman. I got one. Blake Miller, elite Raz, as Rico and I like to say. And they had dinner with him. Well, I guess that makes you a Lion. He's a right tackle by trade, which means he doesn't have to move positions. Anything beyond that, I ain't got nothing for you. I wouldn't know Blake Miller if he delivered a pizza to the studio. So we'll see you in training camp. I wanted an O-lineman. I got one. Goulet, I'm good with it. There's my draft take. See you Monday. I mean, I'm an adult. I'm sensible
we got 3
about
hours
it.
and 59 minutes to fill.
I don't have any sex appeal to sell here, Rico.
It is a hot dog, a sandwich.
What else could I say without being fake?
You're right. Most people, and by most, I mean pretty much everybody, has not seen this man play. He wasn't the name a lot of Lions fans wanted to hear, but yeah, it was like, okay, he's a right tackle. I think that the offensive line got improved from where it was last year. You now have, a right tackle. You move Sewell to the left tackle. You got 2 guards. You brought in the center and K. Mays.
And Borum's your swing tackle. He's your first man off the bench.
I think that you got better. You had one bite at the apple. You took that bite. You didn't have to trade down because everybody in front of you shot themselves in the foot and just kind of made sure that everybody that you wanted. I think a lot of people wanted Monroe Freeling, but guys, he didn't meet with the team.
You don't have dinner with Brad. You don't get taken by Brad.
Thank you.
That just feels like exactly what this is.
Yeah.
You don't get a rose. If you didn't share some strolling calamari, you do not get a rose. But I'm fine with it. I'm never I don't get married to a player. I just wanted, please make the O-line better. They did. Mm-hmm. Now, beyond that, I don't know who I should be yelling and screaming about that they should have taken. I can't do that. So it's really about fans. I think like tonight, I'm not going to do that right now, but my thoughts are equally as, I have high conviction about what they should do tonight as well. I just think you get better up front. You win with the tip of the sword. And when you're a good team, you already have the weapons. Yeah. Look at this offense. They already have weapons, man. This was the move. Yeah. Now, I'm with you. Hey, if they would have taken an edge rusher, I wouldn't have been mad. But what did I say to you yesterday? They were never going to do it. They don't give a rat's ass.
About me.
No, about edge. I'm telling you, schematically, watch them play.
That's why I said, you're like, what's your dream scenario? Don't make me do this.
But I wanted
you just wanted me to be hurt again.
No, not at all. Plus,
Thank
you got what you want with your team. You traded out like 17 times.
That's true.
And you did a great job. But I want to know where the people are. And we'll get to the Pistons a little later, because I do. I think the winner of Game 3 is winning the series. And there's a very creepy point spread attached to this. Pistons better take care of business. I don't know what the hell happened. But after you dust that team by 30, why the hell are you only favored by 2.5 on the road? Ruh-roh.
Oh, really?
Yeah, keep an eye. I think whoever wins tomorrow wins the series. So we're going to talk about Game 3 because I'm a little nervous. I still think Pistons will get this done, but that little red flag went up there. But what do people have to say about this? If you're a Lions fan, are you accepting of this? Are you comfortable? This is the ultimate trust Brad Holmes because Clemson was ass last year. Don't sit there and tell me you scouted their right tackle when they were going 3 and out. Like, it's okay to just admit you don't know the player. Mm-hmm. But they drafted a need here because you also don't get to sell me on BPA.
Yeah, that is true. Clemson, I think, was 4-4 in conference. They were like 100 and something when it came to rushing the ball.
They were horrific.
Which then makes you scratch your head. How did you get 3 people in the first round if you were that bad?
Yeah. Bottom line, this kid's durable. He doesn't miss practice. He doesn't miss games. He goes to work. He's a lunch pail guy. Okay. I can buy into all of that. Bottom line is he's got to be good enough to beat out Larry Borum. If he does that, pick was good. Mm-hmm. So I'm cool. But I would love to know what fans wanted. Because you're right, Rico. Look, we talked yesterday, and I'm glad the receipt will be shown. I told you Proctor was going before they picked. There was no scenario. You knew somebody would look at the measurables, But the fact he went to Miami, as you and I were hanging out with Rieger last night on the air, oh, yeah, now? No, now his career's over and he'll probably be 480 pounds. Miami is just where careers go to die.
What are you talking about? They got like leaders on that team, like quarterback QB1
and CB2
and LB1 is going to really get into him
RB3
if he does something.
Emotional leader LB2,
right?
It's like a non-licensed video game. It's LG83. Like what? David, what were your thoughts? I mean, it was just a very kind of stock letter first round. Didn't move. I don't think they got the guy they like best. You'll never convince me they had this kid ahead of Proctor, but they just sat there, let the draft come to them. But they drafted a need. They did not take best player available. So you have to admit that now. They went against what they normally do, and I'm totally good with it.
Or, as we like to say, both things.
Okay, we can roll that way. David, what are your thoughts in what I believe is confirmed? I believe you're trolling me with a Super Mario t-shirt.
No, not trolling you. Just trying to jump on the mushrooms, that's all. But based on the Lions draft, they did exactly what we wanted them to do. They took an offensive line. They took a big man. That's what we wanted. Am I excited about Blake Miller? No. I mean, because you can look at the numbers from Clemson and you can say, well, the running game wasn't that great and he was on the right side and they ran to that side. Maybe it was him. Maybe it wasn't. I don't know. But they went and got a big man, which is important now. It's very key because I will be doing this. I just will be paying attention to Monroe Freeling for his entire career versus Blake Miller. I just will. It's just something I'm going to do because he was still there on the board. That's all.
So, oh boy. All right. So like the comparative for me is obviously I've said for months, Caleb Downs was my favorite player in the draft. Okay. He's now a Cowboy. Oh yeah. No, I'll be watching Caleb Downs.
You'll be seeing him plenty. Yeah.
I have a bad feeling he's going to be a 9-time Pro Bowler. But no, that always happens. You attach yourself to a guy that you want your team to take. They don't. Maybe you follow the career. Hey, look, man.
Yeah.
I'm going to trust him. They've done a good job drafting O-linemen. If you look in the aggregate, Manu aside, I'll roll with it. And I like that he's a right tackle. I don't have to teach him nothing. It's plug and play. It's the same crap as you did in college.
David, yeah, guys, for me, Keem Mestador. Mestador was sitting right there, and I was like, wait, are they?
No.
Do I dare? No, don't dare. Don't dream.
I told you.
Stop dreaming. Wake up.
There are no dreams.
Wake up.
There is only reality. Kenny, what was your early return here? Were you okay with this?
So there was no yelling and screaming from me, either positively or negatively. I was like, okay, they filled the need. They drafted, and like you said, Mike, earlier, they have a pretty decent track record drafting O-line. So if that's the direction they want to go, I'll trust him. And if he can beat out some of our depth O-linemen, then it's the perfect pick.
Right. And again, by drafting him, you can move Borum to a reserve role where he will be one of the better backup swing tackles in football. You've created depth. If this kid can't make it and Borum has to start, you still get a high upside kid to bring along as depth. Guys, their offensive line, if you go and look at it, if they didn't make this pick, you have no depth. None. So this, to me, they put themselves in a corner. They had to take a tackle. They're lucky this happened. I gotta be honest. A couple of teams lost their effing minds, including the Rams. We'll get to that later.
See, Mike, you just mentioned something that I just told Kenny about 5 minutes ago, was that this helps that depth so much, where you have Frazier now can be the backup, and Scruggs that you traded for can be the backup, and Larry Borum, who you signed, can now be the backup.
And what does it take to win? You need 8 offensive line.
Yes, you do.
You cannot be signing substitute teachers and garbage men by week 11. You can't.
Yeah.
So I'm totally good with it, but I do apologize that I can't, play the Roman trumpets today. Like it's a solid move, but nobody knows this guy.
Mike, I think the best thing that happened to the Lions, they didn't have to move up, and there were 4 offensive tackles that they could have gone with. So that run that everybody talked about never really happened, because when Miami took Proctor, I thought, okay, here's where it starts. Nope, it went Ty Simpson. No one saw that coming. And then the tight end went, and then Bain went. It was like, okay.
Well, and what ended up happening is the teams that talked about trading up didn't.
Yeah.
Because if they did, you might have got sniped right there. And that again, it was the risk you ran, but the gamble paid off. And they got a guy they clearly liked. They used one of their visits on him.
Because like Carolina didn't have to trade up because they ended up with Freeling. So they're probably thinking, okay, that's a win. We get to keep all our picks, and we got our tackle to protect our quarterback.
248-539-9797. David, early texts. I mean, do we have anything of note? Do people even care?
Not a tight end. And Elite Raz, good with it. Someone says. Then
That's the perfect starter pack. Not a tight end.
Another texter says, love the Villani show with Rico and happy Friday. It's a nice, safe pick.
Yes.
I'll roll with it.
Take
care, guys.
I'll roll with it is the T-shirt you should be wearing. I just don't think there'll be anyone being upset or angry. I think some of that would be fake, honestly. And so would elation or acting like I know if this kid's great. No. Now, look, Proctor's different. Lots of time watching him. Some good, some bad. But that would have been a polarizing selection because some people would be very afraid about a kid who's played between 340 and 380.
Afraid of a kid who needs motivation to stay focused. In the NFL, you would like to think that these guys just love football enough to use the Dan Campbell term that you don't have to get them to be focused. Every day they just walk in there and they're ready to learn, ready to get better.
Well, life's going to come at some of these dudes fast because they're taking a pay cut going to the NFL. Thanks for what you've done to college.
Oh, no,
doing
no,
the
no.
Lord's work. Rico.
No. You know who didn't? Jeremiah Love. We talked about
He
that.
did not take a pay cut.
He got paid. So much so that Saquon's like, hey, bro, can I borrow a couple bucks?
That is such a dumb draft pick. Well, we'll get to it later. That was such a dumb pick.
No pay cut.
No, definitely not. Any Miami player took a cut, clearly. Come on. Bain and Messidor, they took a pay cut.
Okay.
You know it.
I'll give you that.
Go ahead. Talk to him.
Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. Guys, it's warmer outside, which means the grass is growing. Also means weeds and dandelions are starting to sprout up. You want to get rid of them? Very simple. Call 888-GET-GREEN right now. And Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service will develop a program to strengthen your turf and improve your color. And more importantly, control the weeds. Look, if you want to tackle this problem, early solutions are the best because if you wait, it's too late. They have fertilization, aeration, weed control, disease control, so many other programs to make sure that your lawn is the best lawn on the block. And they've been doing this since 1990. Call 888-GET-GREEN or go online at naturalwaylawn.com.
David, a few texts. We'll get to the callers. And again, I don't expect any explosive opinions, but I'm good with it. I wanted an O-lineman. How could I complain? The only thing I can offer, he has an elite RAS score. They did have dinner with him. That's basically next year. Don't bring up any name unless they have a great RAS and they used one of their visits on the player. That's it. That's their shopping list.
Yeah, the dinner is that seals the deal. The RAS score, that gets you in the door. But
yes,
did you stick around for dessert? And then they took you out to Coney's after.
Yes. David.
It's hard to understand how Brad Holmes thinks, but I think it was more about moving Sewell over to left tackle and getting a serviceable starter on day one, so I'll be okay with what he did.
Well, they're only moving Sewell because the idea of winning a Super Bowl with a rookie left tackle while you have a first – I mean, I truly believe in my heart Penei Sewell will be a first ballot gold jacket Hall of Famer. No, it's time. The only reason Sewell didn't debut at left tackle is because you had an established, team captain type over there. Now with Decker gone, this is where Penei will spend the rest of his days. And it made sense. Easier to take a guy who's a right tackle than teach a guy to play it.
Mm-hmm. I am fine with the pick. More importantly, the way Dan Campbell coaches, he needed this pick. He's an in-your-face coach, always going for it. He needs a very strong offensive line to be successful. That is Adam in World Low.
And let's be fair. I think, Rico, you will agree. You're about to pay your running back $8 gazillion. So you best provide him with an O-line because do you want to go look at the year Gibbs really had last year? Oh, you think he had a great year? You sure about that? Want to go take a look? Why don't you look at the one game he had against the rat bait Giants with the worst run D in the league? How many times did he get you more than 60 yards in a game? You sure about that?
Yeah, that's what I would say. Take away the Giants game, it doesn't look as good.
No,
he got about a quarter of his yards.
And that's the point. Running backs don't win games. Offensive lines do. But go ahead. Do you. You just keep cooking. Go ahead and make him the highest paid running back in history. Have fun.
As a Clemson fan, and unfortunately, I watched all the games last year, hoping Blake returns to the 23-24 form. He helped put Klubnik in some hell last year. Good luck.
Okay, now listen. I will take that person's opinion based on they're a Clemson fan and watched every snap of their player. I'll listen to it. What I can't do is get up here and lie to my audience like I have some huge opinion on Blake Miller. Sorry, I do not. At least I spelled insurance right. He did not.
No, you did not.
David, go ahead.
Jason in Heartland says, needed an O-line. They got O-line. I'm happy. Giants, though, are the winners so far. They are making the playoffs this year.
Ooh.
Oh, boy.
Hold on. David, I seem to remember a certain Giants fan lamenting.
I was scared.
We're stupid.
I was scared.
We're going to go out there and take a running back and a wide receiver, and oh, my goodness, and Big G's going to keel over.
I was scared. And I admit this, when we were on the air with Rieger last night, I said to you, I'm happy the other teams took the sharp knives out of the drawer so they wouldn't hurt themselves. Once Tyson came off the board, I go, there's really nothing they could do to anger me. Huh. They really couldn't hurt me at that point. I felt like, oh, my God, we're going to land safely.
Go ahead and send your flowers to the New Orleans Saints.
Yes.
No, but how about this? After Arvell Reese dropped to you, even if they did take the wide receiver, who cares? Because John Harbaugh took all of this stuff and burned it right there in the middle of the Giants headquarters for all the research and things and interviews that they did, not even remotely thinking Arvell Reese will be there. Oh, we'll go after. Wait, huh?
Well, that's because the Arizona Cardinals are stupid.
Well, and the Titans.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of. I don't know why you take Carnell Tate there, but fine. For Arizona, I don't know what you're doing. You don't have a quarterback. You don't have an O-line. Here, let's take Jeremiah Love, run him into the ground, 2.9 yards a carry for 3 years, and what?
We'll call you Bijan.
Yeah, well.
No. At least I can get what the Titans did because you got a quarterback, so you're trying to match him up with a David, it kind of made sense. The Cardinals made no sense. Okay, that one, okay. You got Cam Ward. You just got him the receiver. Maybe they'll become this great connection over the next few years. I'm with you. I was shocked that Saleh went that route.
Someone on the text is asking you, could Detroit have traded back and still got the same guy?
No clue. And I'm not interested. Sorry. Like honestly, like do you think that information's truly available to anyone? Do you think the Lions would even tell you? It doesn't benefit anyone. And it's all this hypothetical crap. Well, maybe we could have kind of sort of made no. The answer is no. It's like a couple of years ago, people were screaming and yelling about, well, they could have waited and taken Gibbs. And then reporting came out where it was like, no, the Patriots were taking him. So it doesn't matter. They got a player they visited. They got a player that they had dinner with. This is who they wanted. And I'm done at that point. I'm good. If they would have done some stupid ish, that's different. But they didn't. But the problem is, there's no party poppers. I got to see if he can play. If this was Caden Proctor, this would be a totally different show. Totally different show. Let's go to Shane, 97.1. Shane, what's good, brother? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, Mike? Rico? Gosh, yeah, I'm happy with this. I think this was obviously a glaring need that we had to have. I'm glad it worked out the way it did with, Decker going away, kind of like the Ragnow scenario last year that, really burned us there. I'm happy the kid has started a lot. He's proven. I watched some tape on him before the combine there, and I think he's going to be a good pick. I'm happy with it. I can't argue with it. I do got to say, I unfortunately had an obligation last night and missed the draft, so I was driving home, and I asked my wife, I said, okay, it's Lions time, and she told me, I said, can you please go back through the list and tell me that Caden Proctor was already drafted? Because if he was available, I couldn't even believe the show that you'd have today with the fans calling in, just blowing up about the only name that they have heard of throughout this whole entire process. So I'm happy. It's safe. It's boring, but we need it. I mean, it's what's needed. So I'm happy for it.
Yeah, and again, when you're picking Shane, I think, and this is an opinion, maybe somebody will get upset and call in, but I think pick 17 in this draft was kind of like pick 37 in other drafts. This is not a good draft. Sure. There's not a person who covers the league who thinks this is a good draft. So you kind of got to lower your expectations in 17. And if you could take someone, I think Shane said it, Rico, safe, nice.
Yeah. Need. It was the best of both worlds. Best player available.
Guys, he doesn't come with some of these other baggages that we've had with the draft. Injuries. This guy hasn't been injured. That was what I was worried about. We're going to get another project, another injured dude that's going to never, pan out.
That was the only thing that would have really upset me. Seriously, because again, we could create a bunch of scenarios that had no opportunity to happen. Well, if they take a quarterback, stop. If they would have taken Jermod McCoy, that would have upset me. If they would have taken Sadiq, again, upsetting, fancy, too cute. There's it could have been the kid from Arizona State. It could have been Blake Miller. It could have been. I am going to trust from a first round perspective. I think they've earned our trust. Now, what they do in the other rounds, that's starting to come into question. It really is.
Yeah.
But the first round, the first pick of their first round, I don't really have anything bad to say.
No, I mean, it kind of goes, and trust me, I wasn't in the room. The war room. I promise you, I wasn't.
I thought you'd be there with Rod having a little Mai Tai.
Rod in the all white. All right.
How is Rod Wood in the war room? How does his key card still work? Why is this happening?
Because I think this is the last hurrah, and now he's going to get the cake in the corner office, and everybody's going to say goodbye to him.
They should have done a password reset. After him in the media the last couple of weeks, no way does that key card work.
Yeah, but I think what you saw was what I thought. There were a lot of people, and they'll never admit this, Mike, but like I said, you had 4 offensive tackles all there for the Lions if they wanted to, and now it's just, okay, let's see what we want. We make the best call. You're right. With this draft, it wasn't like, wow, we had to get this guy or else everything failed. I think after Caleb Downs went, at that point, the draft was just best player, whoever you really liked, or if you could, I'm just going to trade out and let you guys have my pick, and I'll take your picks next year or later on in the draft. Like you said, Buffalo did the same. Buffalo and the Niners were like, yeah, we're opting out of the first round.
Let's go to Mark, 97.1. Mark, what's good, buddy?
Hey, how you doing? I can't really say nothing bad about this pick. I think this was the guy they had targeted anyway. Everybody else was projecting them to draft Proctor, but I think if they sit down, if they had dinner with this kid, Brad Holmes said he was going to trade down to get this kid. I think this is who they wanted all along. I think they didn't tell nobody because everybody thought they wanted Freeland and Proctor.
Well, they did spend time with Proctor, but he wasn't available, so it doesn't matter. He wasn't around.
Right.
Right, but I'm just saying. I think Mike, if they sit down, I think Blake Miller was the. I'm glad Proctor went off the board because I didn't want him. I think anytime you got to motivate a guy to play football that's getting paid, that's going to the NFL, I don't like that. This kid right here, you ain't got to motivate him. He's all. I think this kid's gonna come off and be a day one starter, and I think he's gonna be a good starter because he's already seasoned. Plus, I think he can even get better.
I think it's just a difference, Mark, where you draft a guy, it's a known commodity, it's a lower ceiling, higher floor. But yeah, I mean, Proctor, it's boom or bust. He's either going to be an elite tackle or he's going to be out of the league. It's just, I don't think there's an in between.
And Mike, I watch college football. Clemson is a good program, and he was a starter from day one. Well, so for him to come in there and start for that program for 4 years, that's pretty impressive.
I want to beat Rico to the punch on this, Mark, just because I know what he's going to do to us. They used to be a good program. I'm just doing. I'm getting it out of the way.
No, they bounced back. Yeah. They fall into the way of. No, you know what they become? They become the new Tennessee football.
What a compliment. I know Kenny enjoyed that. That was for you, buddy. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of the phone calls. Turn our attention to game 3, rather. Pistons and Magic maybe in the 3 o'clock. And yes, we'll talk night 2 tonight. You got one more bullet to fire. You don't have a third-round pick. I think tonight's pick is equally as important as last night's. And we'll talk about what you want out of it. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row. Spring here, tax refunds hitting. Now's a great time. You can make your move. The 26 Silverado RST Crew Cab V8 engine starting at only $249 a month. And you can be ready to haul all the gear you need with that V8 or a 26 Equinox starting at $235 a month. Both leases 24 months, $999 down. And your current vehicle needs attention. That's not a problem. You go to MoranExpress.com, you get the certified service, and you are on your way. Shop online anytime as well. It's on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Straight to the people. What do you make of last night? I think everybody should have a level of acceptance and calm because it's a bad draft. You're picking 17th. I don't think we can have any huge opinion about Blake Miller, and I'm just going to trust them in their evaluation, in the fact that the RAS score lines up with dinner time, and you go. I can't scream about what? Not trading up for Caden Proctor? No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that show. Would I have taken Caden Proctor if he's there? Yes. Saban's comments don't scare me. I'm a little bit more risk it biscuit. I like risk-reward proposition. And to me, if you get it right with Proctor, you're looking at the two most dominating tackles in football. I mean, it's a combined 700 pounds of pain. But I'm totally fine with this because he wasn't there. To Rico's point, would I have been mad if they took Messidor? Absolutely not. But I also had to let my special little guy over here down easy yesterday where I said straight up, man, they don't give an F about edge. It ain't happening. So I'm good.
It's why I stopped asking for that. So we'll see.
It's like you knew mom and dad didn't have the budget for the Christmas present.
Right.
You didn't even ask.
Right, so I stopped asking for video games a long time ago. It's just not going to happen.
Let's go over to JP, 97.1. JP, what's good?
What's going on, guys, man? I love the show. Hey, not going to lie. I had the tingles when Ruben Bain was still sitting there a couple spots before us. Started getting a little hopeful, guys. But, yeah, I mean, everything everybody has been saying is pretty dead on. But for me, the durability thing I think is a really big deal. And I know the college game is different than the pros, but when you get a guy that has only missed one practice and never missed a game, I mean, that's something the Lions have been lacking, I think. Not through anybody's fault, but I just feel like that could rub off on some of the other guys, and I love that mentality. So that's pretty much it.
Yeah, and I think it's, you know, I mean, JP, we all do this, right? We're all sports fans. We all want to carp about something. But sometimes it's okay just to be like, I'm good with it. Like, it's the same thing. Like, I was talking to my dad last night, and he's like, I know you really wanted Caleb Downs. And I'm like, right, but I'm not going to be mad about what? Getting Arvell Reese? Cool. And then getting CC, like, I'm good with it. Like, what am I going to – how could I be mad? I'm not. I'm terrified Caleb Downs is going to turn into Ronnie Lott and haunt me for the next decade, but that's a different topic. That's a different thing.
For sure.
I'm terrified because then the Cowboys traded up, and I'm like, oh, no. I was the little monkey in the movie. Oh, no. That was me watching.
You literally, I think, got the best offensive tackle.
I understand. Well, he's going to play guard for us. My point is, oh, no, that was me seeing the Cowboys move up. And my dad's like, what do you think they're doing? I go, they're going to take Downs.
Yeah.
Ah!
That was a worst-kept secret.
I was like, no.
The Cowboys are on the clock. They're going to be in there for 2 seconds.
I was actually hoping that Hall of Heroes, like they had the rookies take this 9-minute nature walk to get to the stage. I was hoping the tunnel caved in on Caleb Downs. That way they just, sorry, used your pick. He's under rubble. I don't want to watch him twice a year. He's going to haunt me.
Just thought he was going to get lost. Like, what was it, the weekend for that halftime show for the Super Bowl when they were all the mirrors?
Yes. Yes. Or I wanted him in Bad Bunny's forest, whatever he was walking through on the Super Bowl, okay? Hey, look, there's a confused Cuban man with a cup of coffee. I don't know how am I getting out of here?
You'll be fine.
Listen, Lion fans do the same thing. When the Packers, the Bears, or the Vikings take a player you like, of course that gets under your skin a little.
No, they all suck because, they're going to the Bears.
Got it.
I did it last night. When Ione went to the Ravens, I was like, oh, here we go. They did it again.
Well, Ione to the Ravens is peanut butter and jelly.
Yes, it is.
The Ravens are the kings of taking built in a lab, perfect for Raven player. It's the same. Remember when they took Linderbaum and everyone, us included, was like, that dude was built to be a Raven. Yeah. It's the same thing with Ione.
You know what? You're right, because I was like that when Love got drafted and along with Ty Simpson. Yeah, I was I was heartbroken.
Oh, boy. Your division. Up next, Rico's division is now called the I Do Crack division. What the hell were the GMs in that?
When the Seahawks with the 32nd pick made the best choice, and they just got the backup running back from Notre Dame. Yeah.
Hey, Joe Rogan, I smoke rocks. I was like, the NFC West is out of its mind. Go to Dante. Dante, how you doing, buddy? What's going on, buddy?
Not having too much fun on hold, man. Let me go back and let you guys do your stand-up routine.
No.
I'm dying over here.
What's up?
Oh, man, I heard, last night I had a vision watching, as a side, I don't know if you guys will mention it later. Who was it, Malachi, the kid from USC?
Malachi
He's on the
Lemon.
phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's on the phone, and he's on the phone with one team. The Eagles are trading up to get him. And in my mind, I heard Paul Wood's voice go, no, from last season.
No.
Yeah. The goal last year, the goal out. Anyways, I was sitting there and I was thinking, oh, dear God. I'm watching that. I get home at like pick 15. And I'm, ready because automotive restyle restoration. I'm in the shop right now. And by the way, Mike, you're killing me. I'm in Nashville, okay? Nashville. Transplanted Detroiter. And you start with the redneck stuff once in a while, and everybody loves you, and then people start peering their heads around the corner going, what the hell are you listening to?
Well,
you're wearing on them. You're helping me out. You're winning them over.
We'll
slowly,
win
but
them
once in a while,
over.
like, what do you listen to?
You give us 2 weeks,
But,
they'll understand the show. They'll figure it out.
Oh, they love Rico. They love Rieger. They love all the guys. Like, what's a Kang? I'm like, don't ask. Anyways.
The translation, guy who takes Fridays off.
Yeah, really.
Was he here?
So Lions put the pick in for Blake Miller. I'm like, all right, cool. I mean, I'll bet. I'm one of those kind of geeks. I watch O-line play.
Sure.
But I didn't really know a lot about him. And so I have, let's say I have 2 family members that work at Clemson, okay? So right away I'm on the phone like, hey, this guy better be good. Give me the dirt. What's the deal? And like the response was, nice as can be off the field, but on the field he's got a mean streak. I'm like, thank God. I think so. I tried to explain the B-ball Paul thing to them. I said, so he's basically, among other things to summarize, he's all about football. He loves football, and I think the previous caller mentioned his missed 1 practice.
Yeah.
I mean, that's totally him. Like, he's totally committed. That's what we want. I'd rather have, as a Lions fan, have that consistency on the line, somebody that you can plug and play at a non-sexy position such as right tackle.
That's right.
And not worry about it. God bless Caden Proctor. I wish him nothing but the best. I'm so glad we did not get him because I'm tired of falling in love with sexiness, but we need stars. We got to have the great talent. Well, what about when he gets with the next, Terrion Arnold or the next J-Mo?
Right. If Blake Miller comes in and just stabilizes things, if Blake Miller can come in and be available, be a plus player, he doesn't have to be a star, just be a solid NFL right tackle. That's all I need.
A force multiplier is the way I see this selection.
Yes.
I really do. It's not a deep draft. It's not sexy. Perfect. When you just said it's like pick 17 in Lions is like 37 in another draft.
Yeah, it just feels that way.
Right. Yep. Yeah, it is. But guess what? If he can be just, hey, boom, plug in. Don't worry about it. He's solid to well above average.
It's a home run.
Don't have to be a all-pro. Exactly. It's a home run. And by the way, my second favorite team growing up was the Giants.
Oh, God.
So, yes, I felt your pain last night. I'm seeing that because I got some Giants fans as neighbors down here.
Yeah, no, and listen,
the New Yorkers.
I'm
We
happy.
talk about the Giants all the time.
I'm happy what they did. Dante, I'm terrified of Caleb Downs haunting my nightmares. That's all. That's all. Listen.
What about Arvell Reese and what he's going to do to the Cowboys?
I mean, after we teach him how to play, 1 year wonders.
He said that he's going to use him as a weapon.
Right. That's exactly what you would say about a player who doesn't have a position. Cool. Thank you for that. Look, I'm hopeful. All right. I'm terrified. I got Sonny Styles in DC. I got Caleb Downs in Dallas. Meanwhile, you're in the methadone clinic division. Oh, hey, the Rams are high on coke. Woo! Ty Simpson. Hey, here's Arizona. We have no team take a running back. Must be nice. All right, if you're in an accident,
we got a power plant.
If you're in an accident or you're the LA Rams, you need to make a phone call. The insurance company's not your friend. The paperwork's a nightmare. That's why you got to call David Femininio. Only Femininio Law has the accident response team. You need action. You need it now. Crisis counselors, they'll keep life moving. I think Sean McVay may need one of those. Forensic experts lock down your case. It is smart, it's fast, and it is built to win. Get David, get paid. That's not a tagline, it's a playbook. Call 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH. Or you can go to getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, let's get into the football. David, music. This is receipt time. We get to see how stupid we are. Go ahead.
All right, here's the deal. We
are better than Mel Kiper.
We're smarter than Mel Kiper.
Yes.
We could start with that one first.
We also have better hair.
I don't know about that.
Not me.
David.
You know what?
Wow. Jeez.
Mel Kiper over under correct at 5.5.
Easy under.
Michael, you said under. Kenny said under. I said under. David said over.
Oh, God.
He actually got, you want to take a guess?
1.
2.
Okay. He's terrible.
And 1 was given.
Right. Fernando Mendoza. He put his name on the SATs.
So 1 was right then. Yeah.
Yeah, he got 1 right. All right. Will there be a trade in the first 4.5 picks? Mike said no. First trade will happen. No, yes. You said before. I said before. David said after. David was correct.
And what did I say we would start? The first trade would be at 6.
David was correct. Will the Lions pick 16.5 or later? Mike, you said they will pick later. Kenny said later. I said before. David said before. They picked at pick 17. They didn't move. Would Ty Simpson be taken in the first round? I said that he would. I thought that he was going to be taken in like pick 31, pick 32.
Not 13? You sure we didn't turn the numbers around?
Apparently.
Crazy.
Apparently that's what happened. Yeah, he went at 13. Mike, you said no. Kenny, you said no. David, you said yes. David said yes. So David and I got that correct. The amount of Buckeyes taken in the top 9 picks. This was weird because it wasn't the order that I thought it was going to happen. I thought it was a shoo-in that there would be 4 in the top 9. 3 went in the top 9. It was 4 in the top 11. Mike, you went under. Kenny, you went under. David, under. I, unfortunately, went over.
Hate to see it.
The amount of tackles taken in the first round. Over, under 6.5.
I said over. I just trying to count in my head how many went last night.
7.
All right. Nice.
I'm going to go work for Vegas.
Nice.
Mike, you said over. Kenny, you said over. David, under. Don't worry, David. I went under as well. So, yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah, I know. The amount of trades.
Oh, I got this wrong, guaranteed.
That will happen. Over, under, 3.5. Kenny, you said under. Mike, you said I want chaos theory.
I do. I root for it.
It was over.
Yes.
It ended up being 7 total.
I'll take it.
I think 5 came within the last 5 picks.
It was like the pity trades. Like, we need to attempt to spice this up. Here, do something silly.
David, you went under. I went over because I wanted chaos as well. All right. Will there be more wide receivers or offensive tackles taken in the first round?
I think I said O-lineman.
There were 5 wide receivers. There were 7 offensive linemen. So, OT, Mike, you said tackles.
Thank God.
Kenny, you said tackles as well.
Nice job, Kenny.
I said receivers.
I said receivers as well, David. So, yeah.
You getting a sense David's really bad at this?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
My goodness.
Caden Proctor. Will Caden Proctor get taken before the 15th selection?
I said yes. I said somebody would salivate over the measurables. I got this.
You said yes, Mike.
Thank God. Poor Caden, though. Miami, it's all over.
You should be a GM.
Yeah, right.
All we got to need is Rod the Bot in this room now, and you'd be okay.
Rod just getting loose.
David, you said before. Kenny, you're awful quiet. You know,
I'm pretty sure I said before.
You said before.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering who won this.
I said after. I thought that he was going to go.
David and Rico are in a battle royale of like who's just going to get one right.
You're exactly right.
Kenny, you and I have risen to the top.
I feel like the cream has risen to the top.
Well, David got before on Proctor.
Well, good for you, buddy.
Will the Eagles trade up in this draft? Of course, the Eagles were going to trade up in this draft.
Yeah.
Mike, you said yes.
Howie Roseman has no chill.
No, he doesn't. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry, David. That's probably a little sensitive to you right now. I'm so sorry. They traded up right before the steal. You know what? We don't have to talk about this one.
Was anyone more relieved? Like, you go to Pittsburgh as a wide receiver, now your life is over. At least you go to Philly, you got a shot.
Yeah, you know you're going to end up doing something stupid and leaving in shame.
Uh-oh.
Sign pretty much everybody.
Yes, you were exactly right.
Kenny's on fire as well. Kenny said, yes, David. Sorry, buddy. You said no.
Ugh.
And they snuck your Steelers. I said yes.
While they hosted the draft, they got blitzed by the Eagles.
I like how they said, well, no, this happens all the time.
No, it doesn't.
It just got caught on camera.
Okay.
Finally, will the Giants take an offensive position player?
I know I said yes.
You were in your feelings.
I was very scared. I admit it.
And that's why I did the opposite. I believe I said no.
Kenny, you said no. David.
I said yes.
You said yes.
And I said good luck Jordan Tyson to him.
And I said no.
Thank you for having faith. We do appreciate it.
Hey, man, because I love Big G, and I knew it was going to be the best thing for him. Not to worry. Like, don't listen to your negative son. It's going to be all right. I got you.
I just want to thank the New Orleans Saints.
Yeah.
Because you know if Tyson was there, we were screwed.
When it comes to Big G, I'm the good son.
That's fine.
All right. Tabulations. Congratulations, Michael and Kenny. 8 apiece.
That's why Kenny's got that political ad running.
Let's go.
Play Kenny's song. From the forest to the fields.
Oh.
You know what? I would love to see a politician run on that song.
That would be tremendous.
I finished with 5. David,
2.
David, you get first pick in next year's draft. You finished with 4.
And
God.
I'm still going to be Raider-like.
You okay, David? You want to pick the number 1 pick for tonight to balance all of this out?
Yeah, let's do this. I like
this.
this. This is exciting.
The
Go ahead.
number 1 pick for tonight?
Yeah, let's throw a name out, like bonus points. Why don't we just do this separate? If anyone gets this right, lunch Monday.
Oh, boy. It won't be the Niners picking it, but I do think it's going to be Emmanuel McNeil-Warren.
I'll say Jermod McCoy.
Oh, on crutches.
Yes. Okay. Full wheelchair.
Kenny?
I just, for quick math, pulled up a mock draft for round 2. And it has Carson Beck going to Arizona, which is very funny to me. But I agree with
at that point they should be contracted.
I agree, but I'm with David on that one.
You going with Carson Beck?
No, I'm going McNeil Warren also.
Mark him down for Carson Beck.
No.
Okay.
No.
I'm going to go Zion Young.
Former Spartan.
Yeah. I'm going to go with Zion Young. All right. Well, that's our receipt segments. Good luck tonight, fellas.
That's a side bet for lunch Monday. Just something fun.
The safety, Kenny and David. I got Zion.
I'll take Lieutenant Dan, a.k.a. Jermod McCoy.
That's all right.
You got new legs.
97-1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights. Michigan basketball has landed one of the top centers in the transfer portal, Mustafa Sham. He stands 7'2" and averaged 13.7 rebounds and a block and a half at Cincinnati last season. Morez Johnson is officially declared for the NBA draft while maintaining his college eligibility. Tony Garcia reported yesterday that he heard from a source that Johnson was 75% likely to remain in the draft, however. Round 2 and 3 of the NFL draft is tonight. As of now, the Lions will pick just once at 50th. Round 2 starts at 7. Detroit's first-round selection from last night, Blake Miller, due to speak to the media next hour. The Tigers begin a series in Cincinnati tonight. The Reds off to a hot 16-9 start. They sent Andrew Abbott to the mound. Detroit counters with their number 2, Framber Valdez. Pregame at 6:15 right here on 97.1. Kevin McGonigal is riding a 21 on-base streak right now. The Pistons practice this afternoon in Orlando ahead of Game 3 against the Magic tomorrow afternoon. 3 other NBA games are tonight. First at 7, the Celtics have the 76ers. Both teams have blown each other out for a 1-1 tie in the series. The Lakers and Rockets tango at 8. LA has a 2-0 lead in that one despite being without Luka and Austin Reeves. The Spurs will look to shake off a Game 2 loss against the Blazers at 10:30 as well. They could be without star Victor Wembanyama. He's still questionable with that concussion after hitting the floor last game. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, hour 1, we talked a lot about last night with the draft. We will look forward to hour 2. You can use Odyssey.com. Rewind. Going to bring up the Pistons because, I don't know, you tell me if you disagree with it. I know trends don't define everything, but if a series is tied at 1, the winner of Game 3 wins 80% of the time. And as you go to Orlando, you're not a 10 or a 9 or an 8-point favorite. Somehow, some way, after what you did to Orlando coming out of halftime with one of the greatest playoff runs in the history of the NBA. I've just never seen a 30-6 run. You just don't see it. I don't care if Michigan was playing the New Jersey Institute of Technology. You don't see that. Mm-hmm. You're a 2.5-point favorite. I would love to hear from Piston fans. Now again, Game 2 was weird. They can announce whatever crowd they want. There were plenty of empty seats. Ticket prices were coming down. You want to tell me it's because the Tigers were at home? I'll tell you it's an April baseball game. This is a playoff game. I'm not buying that. But if you're a Piston fan, what's your confidence level? We all talked about it, Rico. For me, I was like, I expect you to play best game of your season. They played the best 7 minutes of their season. The first half, I don't know what I was watching.
Yeah, it was tied up. Yeah.
It was gross. It was 45-45, and it was disgusting basketball. But that third quarter, they dropped a bomb on this team. But you know what it is, to me, what that number is saying? That, honestly, I'm not taking away a 30-6 run. That's not what I'm doing. But outside of that run, that's what that number's based on. Mm-hmm. Versus things fell apart in a 7-minute hurricane. These teams are actually close to each other. Now, I hope I'm wrong, but I think tomorrow is going to be fascinating. Mm-hmm. Now, I mean, do you buy the winner of tomorrow wins the series?
I do. I always say that it's the winner of those odd number games. Those are the ones that win. And yeah, that third game and the fifth game normally cement who's going to get this thing done. Fifth game, if it goes 7, right, it's normally that guy, that team. But you're right. It's still Pistons at -2.5. In that time span, in that third quarter, everything that you needed, your Pistons basketball happened. Block shots, turning into easy transition baskets. And that's what you do. That's how you crush teams. That's how you went wire to wire in the East. I don't know if that's sustainable for an entire series. It was a great 6-7 minutes. But yeah, Mike, I'm going to agree with you on this. I think Vegas looked at that as, okay, that was an anomaly. Other than that, this has been a pretty even series where it's going to go back and forth. Where, yeah, at 45-45 at halftime, I'm thinking this isn't looking good for this team because you're at home. If you were on the road, I could say, okay, maybe it's the crowd really get into it. The Orlando crowd's bothering you, but you were here. You had all the former Pistons in the house, and you still weren't getting it done. And then all of a sudden it clicked. So I don't know if you'll be able to get as easy transition baskets and as many block shots and that type of stuff. it is concerning.
What's
that
more
being said, go out and get it done.
What's more true? The 7 quarters of basketball where it's been even or you're losing, or the 7 minutes where you dropped an atom bomb on this team? I think it's a fascinating backstory for tomorrow's game. I was confident about game 2, and that's just based on you watching the league your whole life. You're winning that game. Yeah. But man, it's must-see TV tomorrow. I just would like to know where Piston fans are, if you exist. 248-539-9797.
They exist, Mike. They're wearing the belts.
Are they? Yeah. Because they seem like a nervous lot.
They should be nervous.
No.
They should
be nervous. The Pistons won again. No. All year I had to listen to these chatty Cathys. But then the minute things get tough, they crawl back in their cave. Now say it with your chest if you're confident. I picked you to win the series, but I'm telling you, tomorrow, that number's a little nerve-wracking. And I think knowing what's on the line tomorrow. And realistically, you blew the doors off that team in a 7-minute span, again, 30-6. What was the first half?
Yeah.
What was game 1?
Here's why it's nerve-wracking. Because when you look like the Spurs and Trailblazers, it's the Spurs by -2, but their star banged his head against the floor.
Correct. It's not even a real thing. You lose. That'd be the equivalent of you losing Cade.
Right.
And more, because Wembanyama is a 1 of 1.
You don't have any injuries. You don't have anything going, and you're the number 1 seed. You're only favored by 2.5. I didn't realize that number till you just brought it up to me. Yes, it's still there. It has not moved.
I just thought it was interesting.
No, it's very interesting. It's very concerning. If you look at this, so yeah, I do think that Vegas is saying take the 7 quarters, not the 7 minutes.
248-539-9797. And do you believe the winner of tomorrow wins the series? I do. I mean, minimum you lose tomorrow, you're going 7. But I think if you come out and you do the job here and you get a little bit more carryover from that third quarter, you show Orlando every possession is going to be hell. The turnovers. Orlando has an ability here now, I think, to play tight. Because what the third quarter showed is, oh, damn, we've missed 4 in a row. Now all of a sudden we're down 9. We're never getting back on these guys. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, could the gentleman's sweep be in order if you win tomorrow as well? But I'd like to know where you're at with it.
Yeah, because they're not a 3-point making team. So, yeah, they fall down by that much. That's game, set, match.
David, your take. Talk to me. I mean, am I oversimplifying that, hey, winner tomorrow takes the series?
I don't think that's an oversimplification, but I am nervous about game 3. And it was before I even saw the spread. It's just that first half in game 2, something just doesn't feel right about the way the Pistons are playing. It doesn't. And I get it. They went on that run in the second half, and eventually I was able to breathe, but something doesn't feel right. It feels like others are trying to do too much. Dennis Jenkins seems like he's trying to do too much. He's over-dribbling, turning the ball over when he should just, make the simple play and pass the ball. Something just doesn't feel right with this team, and I am definitely nervous about game 3, and it makes me even more nervous because of what the numbers say about game 3 in the winter. B-ball, Paul, stop it, Rico.
I love it that he was able to get into the game. But no, David, I understand, and I think the thing that makes you nervous, and it's what a lot of Pistons fans don't want to hear, but I think it's just the reality that the playoffs is different than the regular season. And it's not going to be you just blowing through this series and winning it in 4. That Orlando came to play. And, yeah, I mean, Vegas, who doesn't care about anything but balancing money, is saying, basically, you can flip a coin for this game.
David, text while Kenny's finishing screening calls. Because I want to get to Piston fan.
Jalen Duren has been arguably the 6th most important player to the Pistons in this series. Cade, Stewart, Tobias, Duncan, and Thompson could be argued as playing better and more important in the first 2 games.
I really don't want to do another Duren referendum deal. This is a tough matchup for a guy who has absolutely no offensive ability. Tough matchup. They're going to crowd the paint. He's incapable of stepping out of the paint, and he's incapable of operating in traffic. And once in a great while, he'll throw up a little meat hook. He'll certainly be capable of giving you a putback. But to me, if it continues this way for Jalen Duren, this is every reason you cannot meet his demands if they rise to $40 million. I just don't want to do that. I want to win the series. We have all summer to talk about Duren's contract. I don't really want to do another one of those shows.
No, because what you don't want is end up like New York is with Mikal Bridges, and they're saying how severely overpaid he is, and he's not producing for what they paid for.
You hate to see it. 248-539-9797. We are going to get to your phone calls, and we've got now Piston Fan Wants to Party. Let's do it. I really would like to know where you're at with it. And does tomorrow, if you don't buy into any of that stuff about the point spread, if you don't say it. But do you agree it's winner take all tomorrow? The winner of Game 3 goes on to win just a shade under 80% of the series. I think there's a lot of truth in it. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. Their brand new warehouse is phenomenal. The thing's the size of Ford Field. If you're a contractor and you're not buying from Northville, you're missing out. You're leaving bread on the table. Selection, service, price, nobody outdoes them. Full window program as well. Go on out and check them out. It's worth your time, and it's certainly going to be worth it to your business. Call Northville Lumber today. You can take home some samples or simply go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, let's get to the people. I'm glad we carved out some time for the Pistons in Game 3. It's the event of the weekend. And look, I think it's winner take all tomorrow. I do think the team who wins tomorrow wins the series. I think the point spread is an interesting backdrop to this because Vegas is basically saying we believe in the 7 quarters around the execution of the third quarter versus what you did to them there. I don't know why that number would change. It's not home court. You were essentially a 9 to 10 point favorite in both games. Now it's 2.5. Don't tell me that Disneyland dump arena. You're not walking into the LA Forum and James Worthy's coming out of the locker room. It's really interesting. So where's your confidence level? Do you believe the winner tomorrow wins the series? Nice backdrop for this is what it's all about. Weekend basketball, month of May, basically. Like, this is what you play for. I'm excited to watch it. Go to Joey, 97.1. Joey, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Good, Joe. What's the word?
So happy with the draft last night. Agree with kind of all your points that you kind of said live right after the pick last night on the YouTube channel, at least. One other thing that I wanted to note was I was happy that they weren't handcuffed into kind of that leftovers, right? Mm-hmm. They had their choice of a few guys. I think they were pretty high on their board. And I think it was relatively clear for the reasons you guys have already mentioned that Blake Miller was their guy. So super happy with the pick. Hope they acquire some more capital in kind of the third round later.
So you want to, in your deal, you'd want to move down tonight then?
Yes, or you're pairing a few fourth round picks together as well. But I think you need to at least have 3 picks in the top 100. And they just need bodies. They need guys. So I think they need to do something there, and I think they will. So
yeah,
I thought it was a good start last night.
It's very interesting too, is kind of where you're looking at. I mean, tonight this always happens. There's a bunch of guys everybody expected to go in the first round because of stupid mock drafts. Our team's going to get aggressive moving up to go get them. Do guys like again? We all could sit here tonight, Joey, and be like, "Oh, Jermod McCoy is going to be first or second off the board." I'd put it 50-50. He's available on Saturday. We see this every year with a guy who gets hurt. Every year.
Yeah, I do think the board fell well for us for how we're set up tonight too, because of there's a lot of defensive players out there, and I would think that's the next move. But I guess we'll have to wait and see. Obviously.
Yeah, but no, I'm very comfortable. I love what they did last night. That they just drafted the position I wanted. I don't care who the player is.
Smart. Did not overthink it. And it was a best player available. It was also a position of need. They shored up a side of the ball that desperately needed to be fixed, that offensive line. I feel a lot better about this offensive line going into this year with protection of Jared Goff. That's your moneymaker. That's who you're paying all this money to. And if you're about to pay Gibbs, now you'll be able to open up holes for him a lot better than you did last season.
You're on your own with that one. Let's go to Jason, 97.1. Jay, how you doing, buddy?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good, pal.
Happy Friday. My confidence level, is okay. I'm super confident. And when I heard that it's -2.5, I'm going to be going on my betting sites and put 113.13 on both of the accounts, to get even money. So $10 returns me $10. Then I'm also going to go and put whatever half of the spread is for $10, the minus, for the Pistons. Then I'm going to put it at the half of the spread. I'm going to put 113.13 on each of the accounts. So then I'll have 226.26 on each of those. And then I'm going to do, just for the win, 113.13 on each of the accounts. That's how confident I am the Pistons are going to win the third game.
I mean, do whatever you want to do. It's free country. I had to, you know why I said it, Jason.
I totally hear you, man.
You took a double take and you go, whoa.
Yeah. I'm an economist. We do need to win the third game, and we're gonna.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you have designs on getting this done and certainly not going 7, you do. And I think it's going to be very interesting because, look, if we flip the script, Jason, and I know that people don't like doing this because you're only concerned about your team. But if you're sitting here and you're from an Orlando perspective, you feel like you've either played even or outplayed this team 7 of 8 quarters. That's how you feel.
Can I say this? Also, what I got to say, the spread, the -2.5, is because of what people are betting right now. So if people start betting on the Pistons, the spread is going to change. All right, talk to you guys later. Bye.
Okay.
Have a great weekend.
All right, but Jay, no disrespect, buddy. Like, it opened at that number. It's at that number. There's no scenario, barring someone on the Magic dying, that number will end up at 7, 8, or 9. So that, again, I brought it up as a talking point, not as some New Testament certainty. We're just talking through it.
He's betting a lot of money on the Pistons.
He's an economist.
Okay.
We'll go to Charles, 97.1. Charles, what's the word, man?
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen? How we doing?
Good, man. How you doing?
Oh, I'm good. In terms of the Pistons, I'd say my confidence level is about a 7.5, 8 out of 10.
Okay.
The reason I say that is because last game I just feel like we really got back to who we were as a team, playing that physical, good defense. And like JD said post game, if we play Pistons basketball, I feel like we can beat anybody. And we just really took it to them defensively. Now I do have some concerns for sure. Number one concern right now would definitely be the turnovers and just not clicking offensively for a full 4 quarters.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's our biggest issue right now. And then second, I would like to know how you guys feel about this. Like Desmond Bane, he's played like absolute garbage in
Correct.
this series so far. I feel like he's kind of due for a big day. Or how do you guys feel about that? Do you think he's gonna? Do you think he's due, or do you think he's just ice cold right now?
No, I mean, like, there's one player that's ice cold, and I don't think he's going to get out of it, and it's Derek White on the Celtics. His shot's been off all year. He's career worse in a lot of percentage, and it's carried over to the playoffs. With Bane, I'm more likely to believe the real Desmond Bane will come out. He's been largely trash the first 2 games. I think that's certainly something that if you're from a Magic perspective looking at and going, hey, we believe there's going to be better there. Their percentages aren't going to change from deep, but he's the one guy that can change it. He's their best shooter.
Yeah, maybe going home could spark something for him.
Yeah, so, I mean, like I said, if we just clean up the turnovers, keep playing physical defense, man, I think we can get this done in 5, maybe 6. But, yeah, I'd say about an 8 out of 10 going into tomorrow.
Listen,
so.
If that third quarter is who you really are, it's a gentleman's sweep. But that's why we brought up the point spread. Just as, hey, we're all just talking through it. It's an interesting backdrop. Vegas doesn't give away freebies. I know our resident economist believes it's free.
He does.
And you're free to do whatever you want. It's not North Korea. But that makes me a little nervous. But the winner of tomorrow is winning the series. I believe that. And I think percentages back it.
No, it does. As I stated before, it's that odd numbers games where that's why I was concerned when they came out in game 1, like, ooh, not a good start. You even things up, but you don't want to fall behind again because now they're going to be at home. They're going to be feeling good, and they're starting to think, all right, if we can go up 3-1, we just got to win one more.
Well, it's the other angle. All right, you played 8 quarters. It's been a draw or Orlando in 7 of 8. And if they win game 3, you would presume they'd win at least 2 of those quarters or draw. And you look at it and you go, okay, wait a second now. Over a 12-quarter sample size, we've only grossly outplayed these guys in 1 or 2 quarters. Yeah, you're kind of deep in a playoff series to come to that realization and then turn it all around. Or you go out and do your damn job tomorrow. So let's see it. Or are we afraid of people wearing mouse ears? 248-539-9797. I'm just not going to turn that into Boston Garden. I'm not going to turn that into the queue when LeBron was a young man. Like, there are certain places you would go play and you'd go, oh, my God, I don't want to deal with this.
Oh, man, they're loud in Orlando. I couldn't say
okay.
He couldn't even look us in the face when he said it.
That was a patently absurd remark. David, text communications before we get back to the callers.
The Pistons will win in 6. The problem isn't the Pistons. The Magic are underrated, but we're better at the same game, so we'll be just fine. We will win game 3. I think the Pistons' run in game 2 was them getting lucky, catching Orlando lacking. I still think Orlando wins this series. Pistons came out sluggish after a little too much time off before game 1. They more than responded in game 2. They're going to be just fine. Great show, guys. Jenkins is garbage. Dribbles only to find a shot for himself. He's nothing but a victory cigar kind of guy.
Oh, boy.
That's tough.
Oh, dear.
That's tough.
Hey, you're the one who you're very anti-Dennis.
I am.
You're a mean person, and I don't know what that guy did to hurt you.
Did you just text yourself?
Victory cigar. That's tough, man.
It's like me, myself, and Irene. Right. Hank? David is texting himself.
I was Hank. It's this week. You're exactly right.
You need to tell those guys Jenkins stinks.
I 100% agree, guys, that tomorrow is winner take all. I disagree with you on who's going to win it, though. I think Orlando wins it and wins easily.
Well, look, if I don't want to go there, and I mean this, like I know we're in the opinion business. I don't have some huge opinion. I really just want to watch tomorrow. The number gives me great pause. I don't understand it. If you truly are a 60-win team and they truly are a team that hasn't put it all together from injury, and again, I think it was Suggs, Wagner, and Boncaro played a total of 19 games together, a total. It shouldn't be this way. So it does make you stop and go, Jesus, you mean to tell me that this is essentially a pick'em and that, or not a pick'em, that the Pistons are only slightly better than this team? That's something very jarring to accept headed to game 3.
I'm going to say it's more like a pick 'em. I know it's not, but 2.5 points and you're the 1 seed and they're at home. Yeah, that's one basket. That's a pick 'em.
I admit it. I'm nervous about tomorrow. I was totally confident about yesterday, and that's fine. But or 2 days ago, rather. This is different. This feels a little different.
Yeah, I was expecting that number to be like 6 or 7. I wasn't expecting -2.5.
We'll get to your calls. We'll return to draft coverage later in the show. We'll talk about tonight, what you want. I guarantee you Rico wants to trade down. That's going to be his stock answer. Trade down. 97.1.
If you're locked into the MLB season, Fanatic Sportsbook is where you need to be. They're giving you a profit boost on every single day. Use them on any hit, run, or strikeout. So at every at-bat and inning means just a little bit more. And new this season, they've got the long ball jackpot. Every MLB game day, pick any player to hit a home run. If they hit the longest one of the day, you're taking home a share of the $500,000 in fan cash. Track your player on daily leaderboards, see total entries, and watch the estimated payout in real time. And with Fanatic Sportsbooks, you get back to 10% of fan cash on all your bets. You can use that fan cash on Profit Boost, more bets, exchange it for merch, collectibles, tickets to events, and so much more. From the first pitch to the final out, Fanatic Sportsbooks gives you more reason to stay in the game. Download the Fanatic Sportsbook app and see why winning hits different here. You got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET.
Game 3 on tap. We'll get to night 2 of the NFL draft later if you want. I mean, guys, I'm not going to oversell it. Our thoughts on last night's Lions pick are pretty standard. I wanted an O-lineman. They took an O-lineman. They took a player that had a great RAS score and they had dinner with. That's kind of their playbook. Do I have a big opinion about Blake Miller? No, I'd be lying to you. Lock and load. Put him in the drills and see if he can beat out Larry Borum. I like it. You know, I can't get mad. Now, tonight will be I think tonight's going to be interesting. This is the last bullet you get to fire of presumed starters you get out of this draft.
Yeah, because anything 4th round or later, that's why I'm looking at depth
and the fact
practice
that
squad players.
And their draft picks have largely been duty.
Yes, and please save the text. Well, I'm on Ron Kirby, and
you got to go back a long way.
I understand, but yeah, you get one bullet tonight, and that's it.
We'll talk about it. We'll go to Hussein, 97.1. Hussein, hold on, hit the wrong damn button. Hussein, how you doing?
Doing well. How are you, gentlemen?
Good. What's on your mind?
First-time caller. Real quick before I get to my points, Rico, I ran into you at the Home Plate Club a few days ago. Said hello, Rico, and you kind of side-eyed me, and I was like, damn.
Whoa! Whoa! Did he go Hollywood on you?
No. Yeah, he did. I was like, damn, I just got fanboyed. Put me in my points real quick.
No, you know what it is, Hussein? No. These founders think they're pretty special.
No. If that was the case, it may have been I had no idea where I was going, and I was just trying to find where I was supposed to go next. So
you're fine. I was just like, hey, Rico.
Uh-oh.
So I get it. I get it.
So I apologize.
Let's carry on.
Man, you're fine. So real quick, I'm the biggest pessimist there is when it comes to Detroit teams, but everybody's in agreement pretty much that the Orlando Magic is not truly an 8th seed team, more like a 3-4 seed. So this is kind of like a second-round matchup in a first round.
Yeah.
That's happening in the first round, right? So I would assume this would, a Vegas line, this would be an indicative type of line for a Game 3 going away. So I'm not too worried about it. My confidence level, I would say, is at a 6-7. And the second point to that is because the way Game 2 unfolded. Had this been if Game 1 and Game 2 were flopped and we were going to Orlando, I'd be like, the sky is falling. But the fact that, we got pummeled in Game 1, responded in Game 2, going into Orlando, and now they have the doubt versus, in Game 1, we walked all over them. 2 was a hard-fought battle,
Well, it was a hard-fought half, and then you detonated them in the third quarter.
Right. So I think that the pressure's on them. Now, the first 10 or 15 minutes of that game going into Game 3, they're going to be all riled up, and I'm assuming they're going to jump out to a 10 to 15-point lead early on. That's how the script usually goes from what I see over the years. But I do expect them to battle back and kind of win and eke it out, and take that 2-1 lead.
Listen, I hope you're right, and I don't care if they win by 1 or 100. If you win, I think if you win tomorrow, you win the series, Hussein. It's just, I don't agree. I will be surprised if Orlando popped out to some 12, 15-point lead. That would scare me.
Oh, they're going to be playing on emotion. It's expected. The crowd's going to be raucous. It's going to be wild.
Well, you know what travels?
To jump out to an early lead.
No, here's what travels: defense. And if your defense is half as special as you think it is, it better travel, or you're going to be right, Hussein. And I want to apologize on behalf of the rest of the show for Rico's churlish, standoffish, arrogant behavior.
Not at all. No. I look forward to seeing him there again.
And you know what? I'm sure he'll give you a hearty handshake next time. Unbelievable. These founders, David, my God, the arrogance.
We apologize on behalf of Rico Beard.
You know what? I should be punished.
My God.
You know what? I should go. I should be punished. I'll see you guys on.
All right. Rico's going to get the smoker revved up. Let's go to the basketball elite. E is joining us next. 97.1. E, how you doing, buddy? What's good?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. First and foremost, go blue. Here we go. I think the Pistons came out a little sluggish in Game 1. I believe what we got in the third and the fourth quarter was the true Pistons. I believe that we're going to get that sweep. We're going to win Game 3, Game 4 over there, come back and win Game 5 here on Wednesday night.
Oh boy!
And get ready for Toronto or Cleveland or whoever it may be. Second thing, that pick last night, I think it was a horrible pick. to pick the guy from Georgia was sitting right there waiting on us. You took a guy out to dinner with a second round grade. We could have got him with the 50th pick.
No. Listen, I'm fine if you say you prefer somebody else, but you can't say, well, he had a second round grade and what? You think Freeling had some better grade? They put more work into this kid than Freeling.
You're absolutely right. My bad.
You're fine. You're fine. Believe me.
I'll take this guy, but we got to pick up a DN today. We got to trade up and get another draft pick because now we need another draft pick. The pick we got later on in the draft is not going to help us.
You ain't getting another draft pick.
Early.
You're not getting another draft pick in the third round unless you are borrowing into heavy draft capital for next year or trading a player. You're not getting another second round pick, brother. No, that's not happening.
Let me help E out here. E, lower the bar. If they take a DN, then they do. Don't go in expecting it to happen because I feel like you're going to be disappointed, and I like you, E. So
you wouldn't breeze by him in the 1901?
I didn't breeze. I didn't.
Wow, Rico.
Person probably called my name. I looked around, and I didn't see. It was probably about 30,000 people there.
It's tough.
He called your name and you say, yeah, go ahead and move my car.
I said booth. Booth.
Tough. Let's go to Don, 97.1. Donnie, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, doing pretty good. How are you guys doing?
Good.
It's been a while since I called in. I think the last time I talked is when they had the Palace at the Malice or whatever that was years ago. Okay. But I had to call in on this because I just feel the Pistons, they're going to be ready tomorrow. This may sound crazy and all, but I think they'll be more relaxed on the road than they were at home.
Why do you say that? I'm interested. Like, why? What's your theory there?
They've been a good road team last season, and they've been a good road team this year. And when you're a good road team, I think mentality, they'll be up for the task. And what were they like 10 on a 10-game losing streak at home?
I was like 12, right? It was 2 decades basically.
Yeah, which is crazy, but I think that kind of played in their minds too. That maybe they had to get that monkey off their back. They got it off their back. I think they go on the road. I won't say relax, but I think they'll be ready. I see them taking tomorrow's game, and if for some reason they lose, I still have them for that next game. But I just think I don't know. Vegas. I'm not betting on the game, so I can't get all that 2.5 and all. I'm just but I want the Malcolm X win by any means necessary. It's a last minute shot. Somebody gets hurt on the other team. They do a Wemby and break their fall with their face and can't play. I don't care. Okay. Any means necessary. Pistons tomorrow. If not, the next game. I still got them.
All right. Listen, we don't want anyone falling on their face, but I understand. Also, shout out 20 years between calls. That was something. Hasn't called since the Malice at the Palace. This is what brought you to the table.
I was trying to think.
Yes, Kenny.
No, he said Palace at the Malice, actually.
Oh, so I'm like, unbelievable.
I was like, did we talk about that on the anniversary or something?
Yes.
Or he's actually talking about the actual.
Oh, no, I think he's talking about the actual event. Wow. Amazing. David, a text or two, please. That was amazing.
I think you were the only one here of all of us.
That is correct. That is correct.
I also have approached Rico in public, and I was given the side eye. I believe it's because I am a white guy. LOL, just kidding. He was cool.
Woo!
Yeah, I think I remember that guy now.
No.
I think I remember what happened. Yeah, I was on my way to the restroom, and I'm like, dude, I got to go. So I don't know.
Bill from Wayne texts in and says, Rico looked over, thought to himself, you're not the valet, and kept walking.
Damn.
In Rico's defense, if someone walked up to me too, I would also give them the side eye. All right.
I'm just having a good time with this. That's all. Rico's always like, Michael's so mean.
You are.
How dare you?
I've seen you out in public. hat over your head, hoodie, sunglasses.
Because I'm not looking to be a social butterfly like you.
No. I'm not trying to be a social butterfly. Dude,
You
I had to go to the
are an
bathroom.
attention whore. You love attention.
I don't love attention.
I'm easy. You love it. You love being with the people. I like being
I like
left
going
alone.
to games. That's not an attention
Where
whore.
people
that
are.
means I like
You
going
love
to
being
games.
with people. You love it. You go to games because you like people.
I like being at the actual game.
Okay.
Well, we see it every day with Shabath.
Exactly. 100%. Another guy who needs attention.
I don't need attention.
I'm just saying.
I'm
Poor
just not-
Hussein. That's the victim in all this.
You're exactly
Poor
right.
Hussein. And I don't want to lose sight of that.
I just don't hate people.
You destroyed that man.
I did not.
248-539.
Man, but you gotta go. You gotta go.
That's my radio hero, Rico Beard. And
And get away from me. All right, listen, FanDuel, bet 5, get $250 in bonus bets. Free props on your favorite stars. And maybe they'll say hi to you. Lord, I'm kidding. Relax. Hussein, we love you. Listen, FanDuel.com/Michigan. Get the bonus bets. Do the business. Maybe you'll love the Pistons tomorrow. It's FanDuel, the official partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. The bonus is issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. Right back to the people. If you're looking for NFL draft, we are going to get back to it. Odyssey.com rewind to hour 1. If you want to hear about last night, we'll start talking about tonight a little bit in the 4 o'clock and certainly in the 5. But we wanted to get to game 3 with the Pistons. Does the winner of tomorrow win the series? And what do you make of it? Could be something or nothing. You're only a 2.5-point favorite. That's striking considering the lasting memory we have is you hanging Orlando upside down and draining their blood like a pig. I mean, you took them to the slaughterhouse in the third quarter. But it is hard to unsee the first half where that was, I'm sure some dingling's going to call up and go, that was great basketball. It was horrific. You know, in this town, Rico, they could play a game and win 10-9, and people are like, that's basketball.
Well, they weren't losing.
Brother, there was no winner in that first half. That was awful. 45-45. What is this, Michigan State, Wisconsin, 2000?
More like Pistons, Pacers.
Yes, what is it, 73-67?
Yeah, something
disgusting. Like that. Go to Kevin, 97.1. Kev, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, doing good. Hey, I just want to say I really do think that this young Pistons team has got this under control. I say that because that 10-year streak at home was something I think was playing with them a lot. They could not play relaxed at home, it looked like. And then they finally figured it out. They got it off their back. They're going on the road, which they've actually played like it's them against the world, and they're relaxed in a way for some reason.
Yeah.
But I'm confident.
Yeah, and look, Kevin, maybe you're right. I don't know how much the current players, how much, what their predecessors did or didn't do. If this core had a great amount of playoff failures, I'd buy into it more. But I don't have any problem if you're using that as an angle. No, I could go with that.
I think pressure is just a weird thing to explain, and some people just got to work their way through it. And I think this team finally worked their way through it. Like, you'd think that they would play horrible at Madison Square Garden last year, and they took names and kicked butt.
No, you're right. That's actually that's actually a really good point. And again, I do think part of it is, look, there is a toughness to this team, and defense does travel. Like, all of these things are true. It's just I do keep coming back to it is they really have not, over a course of a game, they have not outplayed Orlando. 2 games in.
Right. And I'll give Orlando credit, too. They're a gritty team also. It's kind of like the Pistons are looking in the mirror in a way with the way that they play, that annoying Franz Wagner, me being a Michigan State fan, really
and look,
sticking up.
He had a really nice second half in game 1. He was atrocious in game 2. Yeah, Orlando needs Wagner and they need Desmond Bane. If those guys aren't going to play exponentially better, no, they're going home. There is no out for them to win this series if those guys don't play better. I mean, Bane's been terrible.
No, I mean, they're the Orlando version of the others. So, yes, you're right.
Let's go to Pete, 97.1. Petey, what's good, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. How are you? You guys sound like you're having a blast, man. I love it.
Yeah, listen.
Hey, I'm listening, man. I'm listening. Listen, what I got to say is this, man. That first game, no question about it, Detroit was sluggish. They were knocking the rust off, and you could see it. Game 2, Mike, like you said, 46-46 at the half. It was atrocious. Detroit just unbarred them in the third quarter. This is the game 3, where Detroit puts it all together. They're going to trounce the Orlando tomorrow night. They're going to trounce Orlando the rest of this series. It's done, boys. I'm telling you, it's done. Mark it. Because if you can go into Madison Square Garden last year and battle the Knicks on a team that nobody expected anything to do, they're going to get it together tomorrow night. This is the game where they've gone through the first 2. They've gotten all the wiggles out. Now it all comes together game 3. They're going to blow them out, guys.
I mean, I like the sound of that. Go ahead.
I mean, Pete, I would be cautious. 1, last year was last year, and 2, do you feel like the Hawks are the team to beat right now? Because they're kind of taking it to the Knicks.
Ooh, man, I tell you what, the Hawks are just smacking the Knicks around like they're red-haired stepchilds, okay? Seriously. It's a beautiful thing, and I love seeing it. But Detroit, Cade, if you looked at Cade's eyes the other night, especially in that third quarter, he's a man on a mission now. I think he got tired of hearing all the malarkey, and this is it. And, guys, we've got an X factor with this year. We got a healthy beef stew. I don't know if you guys seen him prowling that rim the other night, blocking shots and making good defensive plays. That's going to be another big thing in this series.
Well, I mean, look, he outplayed Duran. I mean,
no question about it. And guys, give Orlando credit. They're shutting Duran down. And they're saying to Detroit, we're going to take away Duran. Let's see if Cade can put the rest of the team on his back. And he will. There's no – dude, I'm telling you guys, Detroit's going to come out smoking tomorrow night. They're ready. They're ready to explode.
I'd love to see
that's
it.
All I got.
I'd love to see it because what I'm not really interested in is game 1 or the first half of game 2. So, yes,
well, listen, it was
that would be preferable, Pete.
I agree. It was garbage, no question about it. And the line coming out of Vegas, especially I've noticed with basketball, man, you can never trust it. I really can't. Basketball is so fickle. Yeah, how you can bet on it is beyond my imagination.
I would not. I knew that's not for me. That's a Kenny Cott thing.
No question. And I'm on disability, so I can't afford to bet anyway. So there you go.
No, you sit and watch it and relax. And Pete, I hope you're right. I hope you call back Monday. Yeah. They win by 20. You call on the air and shake your ass a little bit. Do whatever you like. But I'm just telling you, when that line rolls out, and you're like, what?
It is concerning because nobody's hurt. Nobody's, at least that we know of, injured or anything like that. It's only because you're going to Orlando. But, you're the 1 seed.
Yeah, that's the real Roman Coliseum of NBA basketball. Yeah. Let's go to Adam, 97.1. Adam, what's good, pal?
Hey, man, first thing I'd like to say is I really like how objective you are, man. You really look at both sides very well, and I appreciate that.
I try. I appreciate it. Adam, unfortunately, it makes a lot of people angry, but I can't help that.
Oh, so. No. You you're just like Jim Rome back in the day. You either love him or hate him.
I'm going to tell you something. You brought his name up. Rico, I want you to go listen to this. Adam, on YouTube, I caught one of Rome's monologues about Rossini and Vrabel today. Adam, I laughed my ass off. My wife thought I was losing my mind as I was cackling alone. It was like Rome 20 years ago. Rico, it was effing hilarious.
I didn't know he was still around.
I know. Adam brought it up. It's worth the watch. Hilarious. Adam, go ahead, buddy.
So, confident in the team. I just want to go back 23 years, man. Nobody's talking about this. We were a growing Pistons team, was learning how to win in the playoffs. They got down 3-1 against Orlando. Tracy McGrady's Orlando. Very good team. The whole nation wrote us off. We came back and won. They learned how to win. Next year, they won the championship. So the historical perspective is there.
Yeah, that was the Doc. Wasn't that Doc Rivers? Was that Doc Rivers blowing a 3-1 lead? And they asked McGrady after the game, and he had made a point of, well, next series. And it's like, dude, you haven't eliminated these cats yet. I think that was Doc Rivers.
3-1, yeah.
Was that when he was holding up the 3 fingers?
Maybe.
I think that's what it was. He was holding up 3-1 to the crowd. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. T-Mac. What a loser. 248-539-9797. I have winners and losers from last night. I'm going to rifle them around the room to you guys.
Okay.
And you grade these out. 97.1.
Brought to you by Guardian Alarm. The Pistons practice in Orlando earlier this afternoon. Game 3 is tomorrow, of course. Amari Sankofa, the Free Press, says that when they return for Game 5 Wednesday at LCA, tip time has been announced as 7 o'clock. JB Bickerstaff told the media they need to get Jalen Duren more touches, and they've worked on creating space for him, given how Orlando has crowded the paint this series. Michigan has landed one of the best centers available in the portal as Mustafa Sham committed. He stands 7'2" and averaged 13 points, 7 rebounds, and a block and a half at Cincinnati. Rounds 2 and 3 of the NFL draft are tonight. The Lions have just one pick, number 18 in the second round, marking the 50th overall. Their first round pick from last night, Blake Miller, is scheduled to talk with the media right about now. The team posted video of Dan Campbell on the phone with him yesterday, breaking the news. The Tigers beginning a series against the Reds tonight on the road. Cincinnati has won 7 of their last 10 games, including a series win against the Rays last time. Andrew Abbott on the mound for them. He has a .584 ERA. Has had some trouble with walks as well. He'll face Framber Valdez, who's coming off a 6-inning, 1-run start against the Red Sox. First pitch at 6:40 right here on 97.1. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we hate draft grades. They're ridiculous. C+, A-, B. What we're going to do is winners and losers, because you just either like what a team did or you don't, or you think a team was smart or they were the Arizona Cardinals. Very simple. We go around the room. All of you guys weigh in. David, music. Yes. All right. We begin with Rico Beard, a man who foretold destiny. First winner of the night. The downtrodden yet proud New York Football Giants. Arvell Reese at 5, CC at 10. You tell me. Winner? Yes?
Yeah, I think you guys were winners last night because you went out there and Mike, you could argue you got the best defensive player in the draft because I thought that Arvell Reese was going to go 2 overall. He ended up going to 5, and you got the best offensive tackle out of this. So, yeah, you didn't get Sonny Styles. You didn't get Caleb Downs, but you got 2 pretty good franchise pieces.
Kenny, winner?
I say a winner, not just because of what Rico said, but because of what you did not do, which was what you were worried about, which was getting a wide receiver, which would have been a large mistake. So
David,
I think winner.
Winner.
Sure.
Yes. All right, loser. You have no quarterback. You have no offensive line. You have no life. You just took a running back at 3. The Arizona Cardinals. Great player, horrible pick.
Yeah, that was a loser because the whole time I'm thinking, wow, what uniform are you going to be wearing in 3 years when they trade you for draft picks? Because you're just going to hate life. I mean, it's great weather down there, but you have nothing. You have a quarterback. You don't have anything.
Kenny.
I say loser as well because you could have traded out of that pick and got a haul, especially in a draft where it seems like it was more devoid of talent than normal. If you trade out of that pick, that makes you a winner, but this is a loser move.
Yeah, definitely a loser. He'll probably be a Commander in 3 years or, a Buccaneer, something. They'll trade him. They'll have to.
I want to give you a winner that's shocking. They showed shocking competency. I give you the Cleveland Browns. A trade down, addressed a need at tackle, were able to acquire an extra pick. Quality selections. Andrew Berry, competency. Winner.
Loser. It's still the Cleveland Browns. You have no quarterback. You got 4 quarterbacks, which means you still don't have a leader of this team. So,
and how were they going to address that last night?
No, they weren't, Mike. They're just still the Cleveland Browns. So,
all right.
Even though you got picks, I can't declare you a winner.
Kenny?
I lean also with Rico Beard because as it might look like this is a winner draft for them, which makes me think the reverse of the reverse is true, and it's not going to work out in the least bit. So I'll say loser.
David.
I have never been prouder, guys. You are right. Cleveland will always be a loser. Doesn't matter what they do.
All right, I'm outvoted. Loser, Minnesota Vikings. This set up perfectly for you to replace Harrison Smith with multiple first-round safeties on the board, and you took Caleb Banks. I just don't get it. Rico.
Unless you're looking at trying to bottle up and stop Jahmyr Gibbs, you're right. I thought they were going to go safety at that point, but I thought that Thielman was going to be the guy. But, yeah, I was a little shocked. I'm not going to say loser. I'm just going to say it was meh.
No, there's no meh. This isn't winner, meh, loser. It's winner or loser.
What did I say?
Meh.
Okay, that's what it is.
It's not. No, it's not. That's cowardly. They're a winner or a loser. Come on. Just give me one. 51-49.
Okay, they're a winner.
There it is. Kenny.
51 loser.
See?
Just a head-scratching move. I didn't really understand it when they picked after us. I couldn't tell you what they were thinking.
You hate to see it. David.
Both of you guys are weak. It's 90% loser. That's what it is here, because you're right about Thielman. But here's the other thing. Now he's inefficient. Now they have to go against him, and they're going to regret that.
I'll give you a winner for drafting a player that's built in a lab to play for their franchise. I'll give you the Baltimore Ravens selecting Ione. It just fits the profile of who the hell they are.
Yeah.
Winner.
Yeah, even with Harbaugh not there, the blueprint it stayed in Baltimore. So, yeah, I'm going to give you a winner for that.
Kenny.
Can I say out of spite loser because that's the player that I wanted?
That's equal to meh. You can't do that.
All right, fine. I'll say winner, I guess.
There you go.
Begrudging winner.
Winner, question mark. David.
They are the opposite of what I said about the Browns. The Ravens will always be winners because of what they do. And Rico, you're right. The blueprint's there. You think John Harbaugh's gone. It may shift. No, they just continue to do what the Ravens do.
See, that's the only thing is I wonder if they're going to keep up doing Ravens things with him not being there. But that pick was pretty good.
I'll give you the loser of the night. I think it's unanimous. I'll be shocked if any of you argue. What the hell were the Rams doing at 13? You are in your Super Bowl window. You've already made a bold trade to get McDuffie. At 13, you'll never be picking this high again. You could take a starter who's ready to help you or a guy who won't play this year. Ty Simpson, loser.
I say I'm going to go winner because I think that they actually looked to their future, Mike, and said, we don't know when Stafford's going to walk out the door, so we need to have our replacement right here, right now. We don't need to be desperate when we take our quarterback. So
you're just openly lying.
I'm going to say winner.
You're a liar. You're out of your mind. You don't even mean it. That's the worst part.
Rico,
Kenny,
stop it. When you have a chance to punctuate your Super Bowl
Thank
window,
you.
absolutely do it. Drafting for the future when you're a team like the Rams makes absolutely
if this was
no
pick
sense.
28, you might sell me on that.
Maybe, but
14?
If you're going to do that, you trade down and you take him with the 31st pick, and I would be like, I still wouldn't do it, but I get it. They outsmarted everybody. You could tell that there was a heated battle in that war room. And this wasn't one, Mike, where everybody was clapping when he was on the phone.
I can't stand the performance theater these teams do. Go ahead.
Which is why I will double down on saying Ty Simpson is also a loser because everyone's like, he gets to learn under Sean McVay. But by the time he starts, McVay will be gone.
Bruh. David, all I saw was, you know how they passed the phone to the coach, McVay, who this?
Nope. Winner, Mekhi Lemon, because you avoided going to hell, a.k.a. Pittsburgh, and you go to Philly.
Whoa.
No future in Pittsburgh if you're a wide receiver. You go to Philly, you at least have a hope. I think Lemon got lemonade. Because if he got drafted to Pittsburgh, may as well quit football. Winner.
Yeah, this was one where, Philly's going to need a wide receiver, but I guess so long as you're better than A.J. Brown, that bar is low. So
hold on. They're trading Brown tonight, possibly. And if they don't, it'll be June. They had to do this.
Right, it's the worst kept secret, but yes. What happened to Pittsburgh was that was very unfortunate.
No, David. It was great, and David deserves it. David?
I was sitting here agreeing with you when you brought up Lemon as being a winner because I'm like, yes, going to Philly's nice. And then you said
it's because he avoided you. All right, let's go loser. Kansas City Chiefs. You trade McDuffie, you lose Watson, and then you take capital to go up and get a corner when really did you have to go that high to get Mansour Delane? I just didn't like it, and then major risk taking underachieving defensive tackle Peter Woods out of Clemson. I didn't love what they did.
I didn't either, Mike. It was head scratcher because when they moved up, I was the whole time trying to think, well, are you going after Sonny Styles? Are you going after Tyson, the wide receiver? Like, where are you going with? Wait, you just got rid of your corner to get another corner. I guess he's cheaper, so he's under team control for the next 4 or 5 years.
They could have got him at 9. I thought they were trading up to get a tackle.
Yeah, David, that was the head scratch. They just made it a trade just to make the trade, just to start things off and make it interesting.
All right. Winner. Dallas Cowboys. Moved up, add a defensive captain, a quarterback of their secondary. I think it cements this defense taking a big step forward. Caleb Downs. I think Cowboys are a winner. I know it's terrible.
No. That's what when you trade up, you go to get a player that's going to be a cornerstone of your team, somebody that's going to move the needle. It was the antithesis of what the Chiefs did. They went out there and said, wait, you guys are not picking Caleb Downs? We're not going to sit tight where we are. We're just going to go ahead and move up. They moved up a spot to get him just to make sure nobody else got him.
Kenny.
That's how you do it.
I want you to, first of all, winner, but I also want you to know you've upset David greatly because he knows that he has to give Dallas credit for something.
Yes, he does. Just do it. You have to.
Good for them.
Okay, loser, Mel Kiper's barber. There's no world. There is no world that's an acceptable hairstyle.
You gotta let that go. He's old, man.
It's hair by Bronner's. You can't look like a Christmas bulb on TV. Are there any Detroit barbers who could tell me what you even ask for at your place of business if you want to look like Mel Kiper? What is it even called?
Could you say winner, though, because he still makes it on TV every year?
And gets nothing right.
And who's going to walk into a barbershop and say, I want to look like Mel Kiper?
Well, I'm saying, what in a hypothetical world, what would you ask for if you did?
You would have to bring the picture because there's no way to describe it.
But is there a word that, like, when you go to barber school, do they teach the Kiper?
No, I think it's David's right. You literally have to go in the picture. Can you make me look like this? And the barber will be like, why?
No.
Do you hate your life?
Get out. Winner, Rico. His team had a masterclass in moving down, adding picks, and now they're the belle of the ball with the first pick in round 2, which guess what? They'll be able to absolutely put somebody over a chair today if they want to and get as much as a second-round pick next year or capital this year.
Yeah.
Niners, winner.
I will agree. Yeah, they went out there and they added draft picks. They added more picks. And now they can set themselves up if they want to go and make a trade with somebody or, you say, keep stacking picks. Because right now you're getting into the BC section of the draft where all the players are pretty much the same.
Kenny.
Loser, still substation. So that's automatically cancels out everything.
Kenny says protons. Okay. All right, we go over to David.
Ditto.
No.
Yes.
Loser, Mike Vrabel. All right, we're done. I'm sorry. Selective rehab program.
Yeah, he'll be there tonight.
He told the person that he drafted, he says, I hope you're with your family. Whoa, you might not want to say that.
Yeah, signed what looks like a 6-year affair with an NFL reporter.
You just see the PR department. No. Mike,
nope.
You know what? Just hand the phone back over to the GM.
You know, family's the most important thing.
Nope. Try again. Let's just stick with football.
The rookie should have said, Vrabes, which family? All right, we're good. That is winners and losers, our way, 97.1.
Hey, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren. Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer, so they're going to guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save you some money. So get into Hamilton Chevrolet right now. Hit the road with the great deals on their massive inventory. Selection is best right now, and they're ready for immediate delivery. No waiting. That includes the April Rico deal, a new 2026 Chevy Equinox LT. Get this, $299 a month for 36 months. Walk into Hamilton Chevrolet with $1,000 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Guys, you know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Just stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet and tell them I sent you. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
David, a couple of texts. We'll get to the calls, and then we got to do who said it, and then we'll turn our attention to tonight. And obviously, if you guys want to rap about Game 3, Pistons and Magic tomorrow, happy to do it. I do think who wins tomorrow wins the series, and I can't wait for the game. David, what are people saying here?
Says Mel Kiper looked like Count Dracula last night. That is from Marty. Bad picks will be the Browns. They're losers for their picks because I thought those guys would go in the second round.
There was just no point in me bringing the Browns up. Fine.
No. I see what the Browns did, but it's
it's the Browns.
Right. It's like a car sitting on blocks. Like, yeah, you got a great paint job. It's still on blocks.
Someone definitely says, the Rams are losers. Planning for the future while you're in your Super Bowl window, very, very dumb.
Not at pick 13. You can do it in the second round. I'd still question it. But you can't do it at pick 13. That's a starter. That's a player that helps you win now. Your quarterback is damn near 40. Your coach hates it. McVay looked miserable. I thought that was one of the biggest wins for the Lions last night. A team that you'll likely have to go through to make the Super Bowl just basically punted pick 13.
Yeah, when the Rams made their pick and when the Jets made their pick, I was like, this is the best thing that could happen for the Lions. Because when the Jets took Sadiq, I'm like, okay, all your tackles are still there. Your wide receiver is in some type of trouble, rehab type of thing, and you chose another quarterback that your coach didn't want.
Yeah, someone texted in and said, it's been so long since the Rams had a first-round draft pick, they forgot what to do with it.
Maybe that's why they trade them all the time, David.
And then another one says, Kenny, you're wrong. The 49ers were winners. You cannot bring up the substation. That is not fair.
No, I tried to focus on what actually took place, and then Kenny just unfairly put a chair to the Niners. I thought the Niners did the smartest thing possible. They need depth. They have 4 fourth-round picks. They were able to acquire some more stuff. And right now, every team is calling them. Every single team in this league is calling to see what pick 33 costs. I thought it was a really nice job.
And the substation doesn't count because they paid $9 million and it's all good.
Well, there's truth in that, too.
Between 2010 and 2015, Mel Kiper only got 8 selections correct, first round only. Dude's worse at making picks than his barber is at cutting hair. That is Don in Phoenix.
I think Don just won. There's really nothing else to say. We go to Bernard, 97.1. Bernard, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing great, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Listen, 2 things before I pick my Pistons pick. The other day, I was waiting on the phone to talk about the draft, and I was on the phone for a long time. It just hung up on me. And I swear I never waited that long for anything since I stood in line for a food box, man. That was a long time waiting. Anyway, Rico and Mark were on a week or so ago, and the 2 callers, Mike, I mean this from my heart, 2 calls in a row got pulled over by the police. Rico didn't have a good day. You remember that, Rico?
I do.
Oh, my God.
The one caller was so upset, and he's just like, yeah, and hold on. I'm out driving, and wait, I just got pulled over. Okay, I got to go. And then somebody else got into an accident. Did somebody get into an accident, too?
Oh, my God. What the hell happened here?
I don't know. You were going too long, Mike.
Man.
Mark took over. It's over with. Yeah, but 2 guys in a row. But about the Pistons, man, Mike, I agree with you totally. Defense carries, man. Defense travels. And I believe that's what's going to happen tomorrow. I believe the Pistons defense is going to clamp down like they did in the third quarter the other day. And I believe they set Bangs down. And what's the guy's name? The guy who's been hurt all year long. If they can set them 2 down, this game is going to be easy.
Well, Bernard, it's just they have to show they can outplay this team for more than a magical 7 minutes. That's really what I'm looking to see, because that first half, they didn't outplay them. Game 1, they didn't outplay. I think that's the only reason I'm not willing to just dive into the confidence pool here and be like, it's a wrap. They got to show it. And tomorrow, look, I hope Vegas is wrong, and I hope Vegas gave everybody free money. But I admit it, being favored by 2.5, that kind of made me just step back for a minute and go, what?
Well, that's my take on it. I appreciate you guys.
Bernard, appreciate you, man. You got it.
Tell Rico to quit getting people pulled over, man.
Man.
Not me.
Damn.
Not me, Bernard. Yeah, I remember. That guy was flustered, and it was a weird call. And then all of a sudden he was just, because he was all over the place rambling, and he was like, "Oh wait, I just got pulled over by the cops."
Oh, jeez.
Oh, okay.
That's no good. Go to Kevin, 97.1. Kev, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing great. I've been on hold a long time. I think I started on Tuesday. Anyways, on the Pistons, I'm going to give them an 8 or 9 on my confidence score. Couple of things. One, they're a 60-win team, which means they won 3 out of 4 games. And a little shame and a little shade to our Pistons, quote-unquote, fans who took such umbrage with them losing game 1. Remember, they sat for about a week, and it was nothing but rust. And actually, the first half against Orlando in the second game, a little bit more rust came off. Now they got their legs underneath them, and you saw that third quarter. So I am bullish on the Pistons. The other thing about winning quarters, Mike, remember the Bad Boys when they finally climbed the mountain and had won? What they were very proficient at was winning those last possessions in a game to win. About half an hour ago, you said, I don't care if I win by 1 or I win by 100. I think the Pistons know how to close people out. I think they're going to close them out. One more interesting stat, not in basketball, tennis. Roger Federer won almost 80% of his matches, 78%. You know how many percentage of the points he won in those matches? 54. So he only won 54. So the line between winning and losing is very small. And the other thing the Pistons do for props, they share the ball very, very well. When you watch them play, they are sharing the ball. So high on the Pistons, they're going to be fine, and enjoy it, okay? That's my 2 cents.
There you go. Well, it was more like 10 cents. It was a good call, Kevin. You had multiple points. That's at least a dime.
Tennis.
I'm good with it. And I mean, Kev, the one thing I would say, it's not an argument. Be careful with the regular season and how dare the fan. Listen, I think fans understand what the regular season was. This was one of the worst years in the history of the NBA where 13 teams were tanking and not trying. The Eastern Conference was dilapidated by critical franchise-altering injuries. You're closer to a 50-win team than 60. And when you lose game 1 at home and you get wired, fans have a right to get pissed. I mean, come on. Let's not be the fan police now. They got a right to bust the team's balls. That was ridiculous. And in game 2, don't tell me you were happy at halftime.
No, I'm about to say the Pistons really have given them 6-7 minutes worth of cheering.
And that's where I wonder. Let's hope the third quarter is more the norm, but I'm fascinated to see what tomorrow looks like from the jump.
Yeah. Because I don't think you want to start off down to them because I think that's when the snowball gets
rolling. Man, don't let the Disney characters get into that game. It'll be a snake pit. Orlando's such a loser town. I hate it down there. I absolutely hate it. It's an awful city. Who are we kidding? 2-4. I mean,
it's a tourist trap.
It's awful, and the suburbs suck. You ever go to Apopka?
No.
What a hellscape that is.
Why would I go to Apopka?
Home of Trey Hendrickson and noted Michigan State Spartan Nakai Martinez. America's favorite place to watch sports. Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games. Great viewing experience built for fans. 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view of the big screen right at Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Vegas. It's on Fremont. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, Evan is sauntering his way in, and we will get to our weekly tradition of Who Said It. David. Our coworkers say things. We have to try to put together these quotes and figure out who said it. David, who's eligible? Let's start there.
6 a.m. to 8 p.m. 6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Did Woj work this week?
So I was wondering, did Stoney work this week?
No. Stoney's been on vacation.
All right, number one. I don't think they're seriously flawed, but I think after that performance Sunday, they really have to prove it, and they have to prove it now.
Kind of definitive, but not really, right? They're kind of flawed, but not really flawed.
Talking Pistons, right?
It has to be.
That feels like Doug or Scott to me.
That's what I was going to say.
That feels like a Doug one because Doug wouldn't call them flawed because he's respectful, but then he knows he can't say that they're not flawed because he's also not crazy.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go Karsh.
Yeah, because the Tigers won that day on Sunday. So, yeah, it's got to be Pistons.
And flawed seems like a Doug word to use to describe
Can you
it.
say it again, just like the first few words?
I don't think they're seriously flawed, but I think after that performance Sunday, they really have to prove it, and they have to prove it now.
That rules out Kang. I'm going Doug.
I'll go Doug as well.
Yeah, I'll join you.
David, who said it?
Yes! Yeah! On the board.
Yes!
All right.
That's how you start. Now we're on a free roll.
All right, number two.
Rico shows no joy. All right.
He's happy inside. I can see it.
David.
But they do need a tackle. They need a right tackle. You got Sewell moving over to left.
David, just say football next time. What are we doing here?
Clouds, water, things.
But they do need a tackle.
I mean, I've said that. It could
Everybody
be me. I just
that's why I knew that was too easy. So David's about to hit us with something hard.
Shouldn't have got the first one right, Kenny.
Say it again.
But they do need a tackle. They need a right tackle. You got Sewell moving over to left.
Me.
Yeah, I'm going to say Mike Valeni, too.
I'm going to say Jansen.
Okay.
Not a lot of words.
But I don't know if he was he sold on him moving to left, though?
Who?
Jansen.
I don't know. Couldn't tell you.
Huh.
I'm going with Jansen. I'm going with Kenny.
Ooh, I'm going to say Tom Milliken. I'm going to go off the board.
Really?
I don't know. I don't have any idea who said
Mike,
this.
it could be any.
It's true. This is very difficult and feels spiteful by David. David, who said it?
Ow.
Okay. I'm
Good
not even
job.
going to.
That's a good job.
I'm not even going to be upset. It may as well have been sports. Go ahead, David.
They have to play much better defense than they did in game one. The easiest answer is to play the guy who nearly won Defensive Player of the Year all of the second half.
That feels like Cookies.
It does, right?
Cookies has an absolute iron boner for Sir Thompson. I'll just go Cookies.
He's also big on absolutes, and this is a matter of fact, and this has to happen.
Yeah, that was very matter of fact. That's got to be Cookies.
Oh,
right?
my cat's named Roomba. It's a Sir Tom. That just sounded like Cookies.
It is, but we all get this right. Be prepared for
Yeah,
the
next one's going to be the.
The next one will be meh. All right, David, who said it?
Yeah! All right.
I go to the Frozen Four. Look at me.
Get ready.
Okay, now here we go. Ready?
Detroit Lions.
97-1. Khakis. Let's go.
Next one, guys.
I love how Rico goes. Now, guys, warning. If we get this right.
I'm not going to flip out. Is there a reason for concern? Yes. Orlando's a good team. It's a tough out.
Tough out. Who talks like that? That might be Gator.
One more time, David.
Sure can. I'm not going to flip out. Is there a reason for concern? Yes. Orlando's a good team. It's a tough out.
Actually, no, I'm switching to Jansen.
See, I'm wondering, is that you? That sounds like something that you would say.
I feel like I would say it meaner.
Well, David's not saying
Yeah,
it
there's
the way
no
you're
inflection
saying it.
there.
Right.
Evan,
I'm
what's
not
your
going to
initial?
flip out. That's a you thing.
Okay. This is good.
No, but Mike I'm going to flip out.
No.
I'm going to say Kang.
Kang?
Yeah, he likes to talk basketball. They go to him. He's their resident basketball knowledgeable person.
Yeah.
Or that could be Carson Anderson Kenny, where he just says things that he doesn't even remember.
I'll tell you this. I did not say that. Pretty sure I didn't say that. Like 90% sure I didn't say that.
Say it one more time. I want to see if I can just hear the person I'm thinking.
I'm not going to flip out. Is there a reason for concern? Yes. Orlando's a good team. It's a tough out.
Gator.
Could be Jansen, too. But.
It could be, but it's so...
So what did I tell you?
Mm-hmm.
You don't get to go back to back on these.
I'm going to go Gator.
I'm
no,
sticking
not
with
with
Kang.
Not with David. Man. Go ahead.
You.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Kenny?
Jansen.
So we have 4 different answers? Wow.
It's called the field.
We're going to go over.
We're going to miss somebody.
Nobody's going to get it.
David, who said it?
Kenny, what was your first guess?
Gator.
Yes!
Damn it.
Yes!
I need you to start talking like them and being like, yes.
Yet again, people. Mike's brain.
What?
You worked that out.
I
you
did.
said, let me close my eyes and listen to it again.
I just deeply care. I know this is stupid, but I like to compete. I don't want to be bad at this.
Everyone was going to miss it until he did that.
I was like the kid at the spelling bee. Can you language origin, please?
That's why I try to lock in, because like I want to get these.
All right, this is good. We're doing good. David, next.
He's not in love with injured players. This is the most uninjured player you could possibly take. Showed up on the injury report for a practice. He missed a practice.
God. One more time.
He's not in love with injured players. This is the most uninjured player you could possibly take. Showed up on the injury report for a practice. He missed a practice.
Seems like John Jansen.
I was about to say, I'm going Jansen.
Yep, me too.
Toughness, beef sticks. Yeah, that it does feel like that. I didn't listen today at all. All right.
He could have been yesterday.
No,
because they're reacting to Blake Miller there.
Maybe they were previewing Blake Miller.
No, but he liked Monroe Freeling.
Oh, that's true.
All right. I'll go with you guys on this.
Consensus.
Oh, boy. David, who said it?
Who does John talk to all the time?
Dabo said it was 2 practices he missed, so somebody's lying here.
Irrelevant. Erroneous. Do another one. Damn it.
This team, for the last 2 seasons, their problem, they ran out of bodies at the end of the year. The 15-2 year defense had nothing.
Rico Beard, and I'm not using Evan's rule. I sat here. I am more convinced it's him than anything else I have said or thought today. I swear to God it's him. I can hear him saying it.
Well, Mike's an atheist, so
I
that was
swear. David, get the good book. I truly believe it was Rico.
Then he'll catch on fire.
Yeah!
You didn't even let me guess.
You don't need to. Nona took care of it. Yes.
Going with Tom Milliken.
I felt it in my bones. David, I'm on a roll. Next.
Here we go. The city tries to act like a walking Cialis pill. You know what? That is fruit roll-up flaccid behavior. That is ridiculous.
Gee, I wonder who that could be.
Me. Because that fan base is so damn soft, and then they want to act all bricked up the minute something goes good. Me.
Was Mark Ryan on this week? Because I think it was him.
Definitely not.
It's very nuanced. It could be Mark Ryan.
Or Chapman.
Oh, yes.
I'm locking in Brian
there.
Chapman from last night.
Rico, you asked me to grab this, and I had to, man.
I still hear
I'll let
Chapman.
it play out.
Yeah, get to the good part. What the hell are you waiting on?
If you leave a fruit roll-up out, though, they do get hard, just to let you know.
Did not know that.
How about Evan from science class? Amazing.
No, that's from being stoned as a 20-year-old and forgetting about it on the
Or that.
counter. And then
I tried to pay him a compliment. Nope. Just wouldn't take it.
It's experience, Mike. Experience in life.
David, do we have any more of these?
That's who
This
said
was
it.
tremendous. Spring is here. The weather is starting to take a turn. Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights right now. Lease a 26 Elevation Crew Cab, $199 a month, 24 months. Or you can lease a 26 Invista starting at $249 a month. And both leases, $999 down. Your current vehicle needs attention. You can take it to Moran of Sterling Heights. And they've got you covered. MoranExpress.com. You shop online anytime. And remember, the free loaner vehicle. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. You can visit my guys on Van Dyke just south of 18 Mile or shop anytime again. MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
All right, here's the deal. We
are better than Mel Kiper.
We're smarter than Mel Kiper.
Yes.
We could start with that one first.
We also have better hair.
I don't know about that.
Not me.
David.
You know what?
Wow. Jeez.
Mel Kiper over under correct at 5.5.
Easy under.
Michael, you said under. Kenny said under. I said under. David said over.
Oh, God.
He actually got, you want to take a guess?
1.
2.
Okay. He's terrible.
And 1 was given.
Right. Fernando Mendoza. He put his name on the SATs.
So 1 was right. Then, yeah.
Yeah, he got 1 right. All right. Will there be a trade in the first 4.5 picks? Mike said no. First trade will happen. No, yes. You said before. I said before. David said after. David was correct.
And what did I say we would start? The first trade would be at 6.
David was correct. Will the Lions pick 16.5 or later? Mike, you said they will pick later. Kenny said later. I said before. David said before. They picked at pick 17. They didn't move. Would Ty Simpson be taken in the first round? I said that he would. I thought that he was going to be taken in like pick 31, pick 32.
Not 13? You sure we didn't turn the numbers around?
Apparently.
Crazy.
Apparently that's what happened. Yeah, he went at 13. Mike, you said no. Kenny, you said no. David, you said yes. David said yes. So David and I got that correct. The amount of Buckeyes taken in the top 9 picks. This was weird because it wasn't the order that I thought it was going to happen. I thought it was a shoo-in that there would be 4 in the top 9. 3 went in the top 9. It was 4 in the top 11. Mike, you went under. Kenny, you went under. David, under. I, unfortunately, went over.
Hate to see it.
The amount of tackles taken in the first round. Over, under 6.5.
I said over. I just trying to count in my head how many went last night.
7.
All right. Nice.
I'm going to go work for Vegas.
Nice.
Mike, you said over. Kenny, you said over. David, under. Don't worry, David. I went under as well. So, yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah, I know. The amount of trades.
Oh, I got this wrong, guaranteed.
That will happen. Over, under, 3.5. Kenny, you said under. Mike, you said I want chaos theory.
I do. I root for it.
It was over.
Yes.
It ended up being 7 total.
I'll take it.
I think 5 came within the last 5 picks.
It was like the pity trades. Like, we need to attempt to spice this up. Here, do something silly.
David, you went under. I went over because I wanted chaos as well. All right. Will there be more wide receivers or offensive tackles taken in the first round?
I think I said O-lineman.
There were 5 wide receivers. There were 7 offensive linemen. So, OT, Mike, you said tackles.
Thank God.
Kenny, you said tackles as well.
Nice job, Kenny.
I said receivers.
I said receivers as well, David. So, yeah.
You getting a sense David's really bad at this?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
My goodness.
Caden Proctor. Will Caden Proctor get taken before the 15th selection?
I said yes. I said somebody would salivate over the measurables. I got this.
You said yes, Mike.
Thank God. Poor Caden, though. Miami, it's all over.
You should be a GM.
Yeah, right.
All we got to need is Rod the Bot in this room now, and you'd be okay.
Rod just getting loose.
David, you said before. Kenny, you're awful quiet. You know,
I'm pretty sure I said before.
You said before.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering who won this.
I said after. I thought that he was going to go.
David and Rico are in a battle royale of like who's just going to get one right.
You're exactly right.
Kenny, you and I have risen to the top.
I feel like the cream has risen to the top.
Well, David got before on Proctor.
Well, good for you, buddy.
Will the Eagles trade up in this draft? Of course, the Eagles were going to trade up in the draft.
Yeah.
Mike, you said yes.
Howie Roseman has no chill.
No, he doesn't. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry, David. That's probably a little sensitive to you right now. I'm so sorry. They traded up right before the steal. You know what? We don't have to talk about this one.
Was anyone more relieved? Like, you go to Pittsburgh as a wide receiver, now your life is over. At least you go to Philly, you got a shot.
Yeah, you know you're going to end up doing something stupid and leaving in shame.
Uh-oh.
Sign pretty much everybody.
Yes, you were exactly right.
Kenny's on fire as well. Kenny said yes. David, sorry, buddy. You said no.
Ugh.
And they snuck your Steelers. I said yes.
While they hosted the draft, they got blitzed by the Eagles.
I like how they said, well, no, this happens all the time.
No, it doesn't.
It just got caught on camera.
Okay.
Finally, will the Giants take an offensive position player?
I know I said yes.
You were in your feelings.
I was very scared. I admit it.
And that's why I did the opposite. I believe I said no.
Kenny, you said no. David,
I said yes.
You said yes.
And I said good luck Jordan Tyson to him.
And I said no.
Thank you for having faith. We do appreciate it.
Hey, man, because I love Big G, and I knew it was going to be the best thing for him. Not to worry. Like, don't listen to your negative son. It's going to be all right. I got you.
I just want to thank the New Orleans Saints.
Yeah.
Because you know if Tyson was there, we were screwed.
When it comes to Big G, I'm the good son.
That's fine.
All right. Tabulations. Congratulations, Michael and Kenny. 8 apiece.
Oh, that's why Kenny's got that political ad running.
Let's go.
Play Kenny's song. From the forest to the fields.
Oh.
You know what? I would love to see a politician run on that song.
That would be tremendous.
I finished with 5. David,
2.
David, you get first pick in next year's draft. You finished with 4.
And I'm still going to be Raider-like.
You okay, David? You want to pick the number 1 pick for tonight to balance all of this out?
Yeah, let's do this. I
throw
like
you a
this.
bone.
This is exciting.
The
Go ahead.
number 1 pick for tonight?
Yeah, let's throw a name out, like bonus points. Why don't we just do this separate? If anyone gets this right, lunch Monday.
Who, boy. It won't be the Niners picking it, but I do think it's going to be Emmanuel McNeil-Warren.
I'll
Select
say
safety.
Jermod McCoy.
Oh, on crutches.
Yes.
Okay.
Full wheelchair.
Kenny?
I just, for quick math, pulled up a mock draft for round 2, and it has Carson Beck going to Arizona, which is very funny to me. But I agree
at
with
that point, they should be contracted.
I agree, but I'm with David on that one.
You going with Carson Beck?
No, I'm going McNeil Warren also.
Mark him down for Carson Beck.
No.
Okay.
No.
I'm going to go Zion Young.
Former Spartan.
Yeah. I'm going to go with Zion Young. All right. Well, that's our receipt segments. Good luck tonight, fellas.
That's a side bet for
I
lunch
know,
Monday.
I know.
Just something fun.
The safety, Kenny and David. I got Zion.
I'll take Lieutenant Dan, a.k.a. Jermod McCoy.
That's all right.
You got new legs.
97-1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Lions introduced their first-round draft selection today. Blake Miller. Miller said the likes of Jared Goff and Penei Sewell reached out to him after he got drafted, which he said was surreal. I spoke with his coach at Clemson, Dabo Swinney, just a few minutes ago about his mobility and durability.
Good pull getting Dabo.
Yeah, thanks. You can hear the full interview over on WWJ's website as well. Round 2 and 3 of the NFL draft tonight. As of now, the Lions will pick just once at 50th. Michigan basketball has landed one of the top centers in the transfer portal, Mustafa Sham. He stands 7'2" and averaged 13 points, 7 rebounds, and a block and a half at Cincinnati last season, whereas Johnson has officially declared for the NBA draft while maintaining his college eligibility as well. The Tigers begin a series in Cincinnati tonight. The Reds off to a hot start, 16-9. Hear the game right here on 97.1 at 6:40. Pistons Game 5 at Little Caesars Arena will start at 7 o'clock. Per Amari Sankofa, JB Bickerstaff said today they've been working on getting Jalen Duren more touches. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Five o'clock, nice to have you with us. If you want to talk about last night, we can kind of do the combo meal now that it's 5 o'clock. If you have thoughts about Blake Miller, you can offer them. I just don't see how anyone would be upset or somehow, I don't know, bummed. You needed a tackle. No team did more work on tackles than the Lions. What did the draft have a lot of? Tackles. I'm not going to get angry because what? They didn't take Monroe Freeling? Well, they didn't have dinner with him. Basically, if you don't have dinner with Brad, he ain't giving you a rose. Yeah. So they took their guy. He's a right tackle by trade. Is Blake Miller any good? I have no idea. I mean, I'm just shooting you straight. You watch Clemson, it was a non-functioning garbage heap. I can't put that on Blake Miller. But bottom line, he competes with Larry Borum to be the right tackle. If he wins it, you have depth. If he doesn't win it, you have depth. It was necessary. But the question is now, okay, Rico, they get one bullet to fire. And after this pick, you cannot expect to have starters the rest of this draft. This is the last starting caliber player you are going to expect. So what do you want tonight? And as you guys are out there as the world's ending outside, 2 hands on the wheel, please. What do you want? What is that bullet you want to fire tonight, position group wise? Or if you have a player you covet, like what is it for you? Is it the edge? Are you do me a favor? Be the Baker on the Titanic. Go down with the ship.
No.
I want you to go down with the ship, demanding an edge, please.
I'm hopping in a boat. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I've had it.
No.
This boat can sink.
No.
I would like to say edge. I wouldn't be mad if you got a safety, Mike, because you need that as well. It has to be somebody on defense. You made a great pick yesterday, and I'm going to say great because you shored up your offensive line, and it's better than it was last season. All your money's invested on that offensive side of the ball. Now you got one bite at this apple. Pick 50, because there is no third-round selection, and I don't think you have enough capital to really move up unless you just want to liquidate all of the rest of the picks in your draft. So therefore, yeah, I would love for you to go out there and get an edge. There's 5 of them that you could possibly go after. Kind of like how all the tackles were there. You get one of these 5 guys, whether it's Cassius Howell, Gabe Jacobs, R. Mason Thomas, Zion Williams, or Danny Dennis Sutton. Zion Young. Yeah. Zion Young or Danny Dennis Sutton from Penn State. You get one of those on the edge, and I think you've finally done something. You got Aiden, a dance partner. Or if you want to go safety or corner, because that's also hurting as well. I'm okay with that. Has to be on the defensive side of the ball for me.
Rico demands defense. Okay. David, more specifically, you want a corner? Do you want a safety?
I would rather have a safety because of the injury situation that you're dealing with. You don't know when you're going to get Branch. You don't know if Joseph is going to be any good for you this year or how long you'll have him. So I would definitely try to get a safety. You probably have to trade up for that, though. And that's the thing. They don't have the capital to do that. So
No.
That's tough.
Kenny, you got one bullet to fire tonight, brother. What do you want this team to do?
I'm with David on a safety. You probably are going to have to trade up. But also, at the end of the day, if you told me that he drafts anything defensive back related, I think best player available in a draft like this where it's kind of devoid of talent, I'm not going to be mad at it. And I think at the end of the day, agree with Rico the most is just add to the defense.
I mean, whichever way they go, Kenny, if they go defense, they're going to tell you where they think the problem is, whether it's the secondary or the defensive line by going with that pick because they got the one. And then after that, it's fourth-round selections. And before you say, well, you can get starters in the fourth round. Yeah, sure you can. But more likely you get starters, day one starters in the first 3 rounds. You got one yesterday. You'll be your right tackle. Now you got to go on the other side of the ball.
Here's my fear. My fear is this is not a good draft really along the defensive line. And I know they should take an edge. You have your first and 10 defensive end. You have your run game guy in DJ Wanham. You do not have anyone on third down I'd feel good about putting out there to rush the passer. So I'll go down with the ship. Jack, I will freeze in the water, okay? Tonight should be a pass rusher of some form. I'm not going to scream and yell. If they have great value on a corner, I mean, I'm not sitting here acting like your cornerback room is settled. Right. Terrion Arnold stinks. Rakestraw's been dead for 2 years. You got Roger McCreary, who's a slot, so that's just a swap for a Meek. And then you had DJ Reed, who was terrible last year. I wouldn't be. Rock Ya-Sin is back. Okay, so Rock Ya-Sin keeps you from taking a corner? No, I wouldn't, because I can't count on half the people I listed. Yeah. But I'll say edge. I just don't know who. I don't know who I'm excited about here.
There's nobody to be excited. I look at it as like the tackles yesterday. You had your choice of people, and you chose the one that best fit this team. Same thing with the edge or the same thing with the corner or safety. If you see one that's a Dan Campbell guy that he had lunch with and has a high RAS score, that's the dude.
Well, let me ask you this question. Throw this into the hopper. You let me know if
Time
the value.
Out. I got the guy.
Okay.
I got the guy. Do you want to know who they met with who's actually available? So they had a meeting formally with Messidor. Obviously gone. Mm-hmm. They had a meeting with Keyshawn James Newby out of New Mexico. But they had a meeting at the Combine with TJ Parker.
Clemson, yeah.
Clemson.
What'd they take last night?
Clemson. Back to back. Dabo will be sitting in the front row.
I'm just throwing that out there.
So they had a meeting with him at the Combine.
Mm-hmm.
Now we need to know what his RAS is.
I got you,
Let's find out.
Well, hey, he may not be available. I'm just saying. But what about the sleeper edge? This kid from New Mexico, you better vet it. Can you imagine if that's the pick tonight? People's head will explode. I don't know nothing about him.
RAS for TJ Parker is 9.33.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
Mike, you may have stumbled upon something.
What's that, buddy?
It may be him.
Who?
TJ Parker. I met with him.
We're using the methodology, which really isn't. It's just simplest explanation is the right one. If they have dinner with you or meet with you and you have a good RAS score, they're going to take you. What was it last night? Yeah, they didn't meet with Monroe Freely. They met with Numbnuts, the kid they took from Clemson. Name escapes me. It's been a long week.
Blake Miller.
Sure.
Yeah.
Could be Dan Miller.
His strengths, 11 sacks, 19.5 tackles for losses, 6 forced fumbles.
All right. At least
just last year.
At least Newbie's like a 5th-round pick by what I just looked up. So, okay. So then I guess you'd be on TJ Parker alert tonight.
Okay.
Well, then let me ask you the question, though. Okay. TJ Parker.
Yeah.
Is it too much value to give up a 2nd-round pick for Kayvon Thibodeau tonight?
Yes.
Too much value?
Yeah.
Here's why.
Okay, just asking.
No. It's not, David. What has this team told you consistently? What?
I
The
know.
Lions do not lie to you. They tell you the truth, whether you want to believe it or not. What has everybody said they want to do, David?
Yeah.
They want to
Yeah.
sign their own guys.
Yes.
If you trade for Thibodeau, you're going to have to re-sign him.
Yes, because he's a free agent at the end of the year. Yes.
Yeah, but let's be fair. Hold on, I do want to be fair about this. You will get a comp pick.
That's
Look,
true.
When KT is healthy, he's a solid football player. He has not blossomed into a superstar. He had an 11.5 sack year 2 years ago. He got hurt last year. You'll get a comp pick. And if history's taught us anything, edge rushers get overpaid. You'll get a third-round pick for him. But you can't give up second-round compensation. I'm with Rico in this regard. Look, I'm a Giants fan. Do I think taking Arvell Reese alters a little bit of their perspective in calculus? Would I be shocked if a team that has said they're not trading Thibodeau all of a sudden did pull a move tonight? No, I wouldn't be shocked. I just don't think you're the team to do it. Because once again, you don't give a rat's ass about edge rushers.
Right. And that would make him, going what you're saying, he'd be a rental player.
Mm-hmm.
This team doesn't do rental players.
But the comp pick could backstop what you gave up, provided it's not higher than the compensation. Third, but you don't have a third.
Which is why 2 is too high in your mind, because the compensation is only going to be a 3. That's the highest it can be.
Right. And for a position that they don't prioritize, it doesn't make sense. That's one of those where I would say, hey, Brad, blink twice if you're being held hostage, because you've gone totally off script here. Last night, right on script. I see what you're saying, David. And for other teams, possibly, because I do think that Thibodeau could go for, depending on how desperate you are, a second or a third round selection. And if you don't want him the following year, okay, you let somebody else pay him, you get that pick back. You don't have that pick. Now, if you can trade, if somebody calls you and says, hey, you want to trade? Yes. Well, I didn't tell you. I don't care. We're trading down. Yes, we accept your proposal. Get more picks, especially if you can gain a second, either an additional second rounder or a third round selection. Absolutely.
So call your shot, guys. What do you want this team to do? Because I do agree with Rico. This is kind of your last bite at the apple. Everything else beyond this becomes hope. What do you want them to take tonight? Do you want to move down? Or do you sit there at pick 50, let the draft come to you, let some stupid teams do stupid things, and frankly, you're not in the market for wide receivers. You're not in the market for offensive linemen. You're not in the market probably for a corner, despite what I wouldn't mind. A lot of those players are going to go before you. Now, again, I can't tell you whether Derek Moore or Jayshawn Barham or kid with 7 names from Penn State, are these the answers to what ails you? Zion Young, look, I watched a lot of Missouri football. Mizzou just dominated the edges. Their pass rush win rate was elite. Their pressure rate was elite. And they do it in a real football conference. I wouldn't have a problem with Zion Young. But again, I am just believe it when I see it with the Detroit Lions as it pertains to a true pass rusher versus a guy that can play multiple positions on the front.
And Danny Dennis Sutton, he blew up at the Senior Bowl, where all of a sudden he was like the belle of the ball there. And that's when his stock rose.
You know what would be really interesting, and I don't think it'll happen, but if, just based on this team's willingness to take injured players, to sign injured players, the guy with the highest upside on the entire day 2 right now is a guy that I'm not sure he'll be taken early. This could be like Will Johnson 2.0. But what if Jermod McCoy fell to the Lions? Now, look, you're talking about a guy who's and I'm not, no hyperbole, was a top 15 pick guaranteed. I want to say top 10, but I'll just, for sake of argument.
You can go ahead and say top 10.
So at pick 50, if he's still there, would you dare?
If he's healthy?
Huh?
No. Hear me out. If he could start day 1.
I don't know about that.
At pick 50, I'm okay. But you got to tell me he's able to start day 1.
I can't do that. And that's why he's fallen. I was asking a question because, again, when you get into best player available, these are the tricky situations you find yourself in. Jermod McCoy's best player available.
I know. Now, if you had one of your corners back, I would be like, yeah, sure. But, well, I guess Rakestraw's back.
He was healthy in December, he says.
Yeah.
So, again, maybe they're not even looking. I'm just trying to put some options out there for people because this never goes the way you expect. But TJ Parker, Raz, and they met with him. 248-539-9797.
I think you cracked the code.
You tell us what you have to say, guys. What do you want this team to do tonight? 97.1. All right, let's get to the people. Your day one review of the Lions, but also what do you want them to do tonight? I mean, you get one bullet to fire. You want a D lineman? Are you going to go down with the ship demanding a pass rusher? Whatever you got, I want to hear what you want because they got one last bullet. They just don't have a lot of capital. I mean, obviously, if somebody wanted to move up to your pick, would you move down? Depends what I'm getting. I mean, I'm not moving down for a 5th.
No.
I'm not moving down for a low 4th. Like, it would have to be something that gets me into the 3rd round.
Yeah, I was about to say maybe a pick swap in a 3rd.
Right. It would have to be something like that. For me, go to Eric, 97.1. Eric, how you doing, buddy?
Doing great. So, for me, day one was good because there was enough tackles on the board that I think Brad got his pick of the litter. And, we're talking 8 tackles were graded first round. I don't care who the guy is. I trust Brad on that he had his guy. As far as the 2nd round, I agree with you. Corner, I would sit there if McCoy's available. I'd take him at that pick. If not, I would try and trade back, get back into the 3rd. And a guy, I'm not trying to be a Michigan slappy, but Barnum looked really good for parts of the season as an edge for Michigan. I would be comfortable taking him.
I don't think you're being a slappy at all, Eric. Both Derek Moore and Barham are day 2 or certainly day 3 picks. There's no slappiness there. They're good football players. A little uneven performance, but it's not
if
crazy.
we got to give up a 4th to get back in the 3rd with a pick swap, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with taking something later in the 2nd, trading back, and getting into the 3rd, because that's what we need, starters. We have holes, and we have capital, but it's just a little bit later in the draft.
Let me give you, for you, do you want the McCoy thing?
No, go ahead.
I want to give this to you, just so here's what the issue is, right? You had asked, will he play day 1? Sort of. So he ran a really good time at Pro Day. But remember, he blew out in 24. He was supposed to be able to come back for 25. He didn't play it down. Now, he runs at Pro Day, but here's why there's teams concerned. You make of this what you will. Teams are concerned that the bone plug used to address a cartilage issue in McCoy's knee might need to be replaced, which would necessitate another knee surgery. So Tom Pelissero reports that while McCoy's camp insists the knee is good to go, the ACL is not actually the concern. It's that another knee surgery could be needed, and in sooner rather than later term. So what are you getting yourself into? You do with that what you want.
Well, I'm going to say no, and it's not his. No, it's not his fault.
I know. I like the way you put it. I'm going to say no.
It's not his fault, but yeah, your secondary is a walking mash unit.
Yeah, it's probably not the player for you.
I'm not going to add another person that I got to sit there and every day see, did he get hurt?
It's probably more of a risk for a dumb football team like mine. The Giants just try to find lightning in a bottle. I hear you. I wanted to give you some clarity.
You know what? Like the Eagles, it would work because they got so many people in their secondary that if he does get hurt, it's no big deal. We keep this thing going. And if he plays, great. We're going to shut everybody down.
Yeah. Let's go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. First of all, I want the Lions to take an edge. The guy from Illinois in particular. I like Derek Moore. I don't think he's as good as Barham. But as far as the Lions go, you have to build up front. You always talk about you win by the tip of the sword, and you're absolutely right. The 3 most important things for me in football are quarterback, O-line, D-line, and we've got the quarterback. Despite what people say about him, I still believe he's a top 10 quarterback.
He is.
And I think we shored up the offensive line, which, by the way, I like the pick because that's the deal you make with Jared Goff. If you're going to have him as your quarterback, you have to protect him. He's not like a Caleb Williams where he can scramble and extend plays and overcome some deficiencies. So you have to build the O-line, no problem with that. And the D-line is nowhere close to Super Bowl caliber. You can't win when you're 30 out of 32 in pass rush, which we were last year. But I have a question for you about the Pistons.
Sure.
What gives you confidence that we can win this series? Because while we have a better record, I really think the Magic have a better roster than us. They were my preseason pick to win the East. What's the pathway for the Pistons to win the series without a second score?
All right, I'll give you what I got, and again, I'm not, this isn't some ironclad guarantee, but Joe, in the NBA, the way this normally works, if you have the best player in the series, you have the upper hand. You do. You have Cade Cunningham. 2, You're not facing the type of team that I think is going to end your season, which is a team that shoots, takes, and makes a ton of three-pointers. The Magic are not a good shooting team and not a good perimeter team. No. So you have the best player. You don't have somebody that you're going to be -9, -15, -18 from the three-point line. The other end of it is this. You're playing a team that while they have pieces, those pieces have not spent any time together getting better. You were all year long. That Cade injury was the only thing. Everybody knows their role. Everybody's played together. And it just, to me, that's what would give me confidence. I'm not telling you it's overwhelming. I do think you'll win the series. But I think who wins tomorrow does win the series. And again, if you lose tomorrow, that's just what it is. I'm willing to give this team enough respect for what they've done. No, I don't believe they're 60-win good. But I'm also not going to turn the Orlando Magic into the 2000 Lakers. Right. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Rico, like that's we still watch the same games, guys. Right. This is a Magic team that struggles to score.
Right. You're a Pistons team. You need to get defense, and you need easy transition baskets, and that's your bread and butter. If you get that, then it's going to be easy, especially if you can jump out early in the first quarter and basically do what you did in the third quarter here in Detroit. You'll boat race them.
Caller DJ. Royalty is in the building. DJ, how are you, buddy?
What up, though, my dog? How y'all boys doing?
I'm
right?
good.
What up, DJ?
Have you found your accommodations in Orlando acceptable for Game 3?
Man, you know what, dog? You something else, dog. You know why? I literally was pondering going.
Let me show you my surprise face.
Yeah, I was, because I ain't never been to a game in Orlando. But look, dog, let's get down to business, right? So, number one, I was ecstatic when the tight end and Proctor was gone. Let's just say that. I was like, woo, yeah. I'm glad them guys are gone, because I just knew the Lions were going to put a hocus pocus on me and draft that tight end. So that I was ecstatic about. Our pick we got, to me, Tyler Decker, Jeff Backus 2.0. Like, I'm good with it. Like, you know what I mean? He's cool. I ain't up. I ain't down. But here's the thing that I told Kenny Cott, and I think a lot of fans kind of missed this with our team. The inside pass rush was the problem. I mean, the inside protection last year was the problem. And that's why I was so upset that the Baltimore Ravens did what they did, and they took a guy who I think is going to be a Pro Bowler, in my opinion. He looks like Quentin Nelson 2.0. Like, that's the one I'm hurt about, because I wanted him, because our interior rush is where Brian Flores killed us last year, up the middle with the guards. And on the other side of the ball, I keep hearing fans say, oh, pass rusher, edge rusher. That's not it, Mike. We need a Lee McNeil to get back to form, and we're good. That's the problem. So I really would look for another guard, in my opinion. What you think?
I'd be shocked if they doubled down on offensive line. I'd be really surprised. Because you don't have much draft capital. Right. So are you really going to leave the defense naked? Like, you're going to leave this defense with no additions?
And that means that you're saying that you don't think that either Ratledge or Mahogany's good enough? I think they do believe that, DJ.
That could be true. Now here's the thing. Remember, we got that kid last year. And you know how Brad believes in his draft, and the defensive end from – what was that defensive end?
Oh, God. El Hassamin, the kid from Boise?
No.
Yeah, I mean, but he's Brad's guy. But let's think about this. Let's think about this real quick, Mike. I know we got to go. Listen, when the Lions were at their supreme with that offensive line 2-3 years ago in San Fran, was almost to the Super Bowl. Yeah. We still went 15-1 with that offensive line. The defense has just been what it is.
Yeah.
So it's like if my biggest asset, my most valuable asset, arguably, I think it's Penei Sewell, but it's really Jared Goff. By all means, I'm keeping that ship sailing for him alone, because if we protect him, we're winning 10 to 12 games, guaranteed, whether the defense gets better or not.
I'm not telling you I'd be upset, and I don't think you're crazy. I'm just trying to look at it from a team perspective, Deej, where, man, they don't have any more bullets to fire, brother. This is it. If you leave the defense naked after this, you're pretty much saying we good. Well, do any of you feel good out there about this defense right now? I'm very nervous about the defense. Until I see Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph out of wheelchairs, I'm nervous.
Yeah.
Until I see Lee McNeil play functioning football, nervous.
Because the front end and the back end of the defense is very porous.
Correct. We'll get some texts and keep it rolling. We got a blitz to get to with winners and losers. And we'll get you to Tigers and Reds at, I don't know, 6:09 or whatever we're doing. 97.1.
Hey, imagine all that can happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out. But also, what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and a price that didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you actually don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issue before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats, all with our best equipment with no annual contract, no fees, no strings. So even though your kids will grow up and you still won't understand what 6-7 means, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. 5 years, same internet price. Lock in reliability, powered by gig Wi-Fi for effortless streaming. Plus, get Disney Plus, Hulu Bundle, and Peacock Premium included on us. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Peacock Premium includes 3 years, programming subject to change, and availability. Actual speeds vary. Xfinity Internet is powered by fiber and connected to the premises by coaxial cable.
All right, David, a couple of ticket texts. Oops. Damn it. First time all week I said ticket text. Oh, well, text. People knew what I meant. And then we'll get to a blitz. Go ahead.
Screw an edge. I want Jacob Rodriguez out of Texas Tech. Someone else says, best available edge or linebacker, draft a bunch of DBs tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't think Jacob Rodriguez will be around. Now, hey, if you can get him, great. All he does is make people turn the ball over. He has perfected the peanut punch. So, yes, don't think he's going to be there at pick 50. You would have to trade up to get him.
So just here's the problem. You're going to pay Jack Campbell. Basically, he's going to be the highest paid inside linebacker in football. You already overpaid for Derek Barnes. There's $8 million. Okay, Anzalone leaves. Are you going to sink second-round capital into your third backer?
Yes, only because we've said, Mike, they're in their window right now. So by the time it's time for his contract to get renewed, we'll figure that out later. But yes, he is a difference maker on defense. He can punch the ball out like nobody else can. That's why I like him.
Good evening, guys. I'm thinking the Lions may look at Colton Hood out of Tennessee. Also says, have a great weekend.
Appreciate that. And honestly, I know corner probably won't happen, and I know I'm probably too rough on them. But when you're ecstatic about Rock Ya-Sin re-signing, that kind of tells you how bad you're down. I didn't like DJ Reed when they signed him. I can't help that everybody else was glazing him like a donut. I told you what he was when he came here from the Jets. Thought he was massively overrated. He got picked on because nobody would touch Sauce. The guy was a walking PI. I didn't like him. And I didn't think he'd be better than Carlton Davis. Okay, well, there you go. He was actually worse. But even if I accept he's Carlton Davis, cool. What else do I have that I can count on? Forget the off-field stuff. Is Terrion Arnold any good? Rakestraw hasn't been seen in 2 years. Rock Ya-Sin, next man up. And don't give me McCreary. First of all, if McCreary were so sweet, the Rams wouldn't have gutted their own draft capital to update their whole secondary. And second of all, he's a nickel. What you really need is a true guy you can count on as CB2. So I would be totally okay doing it. I don't think they will. But yeah, man, Colton Hood, the guy who actually played for Tennessee this year, I'd have no, brother. I didn't bristle. If they took Jacob Rodriguez, I'd be cool with it. Dude's 25, father of 3, and a mortgage. I mean, he's a grown-ass dude.
Right. You're in your window now, and you'll figure out in 4 years what you're going to do. But by then, hopefully you got a title, and you won't care. You'll go into full Seahawks mode. We don't care. You want more money? There you go. There's the door.
Go ahead, David.
Jacksonville has like 3 third-round picks. You can move down 4 or 5 spots and get an extra or get a third. That is from Richard.
Yeah, if you kick additional capital in. Look, no one is going to argue it. Rico is going to win that argument 10 out of 10 times. If you move down a little bit and you acquire a third, you are getting 2 very similar players to what you likely will find yourself selecting at 50. It's just a matter, does somebody want to give you that? And is this team motivated? Look, if they love a player, they're taking him at 50. But I'm not arguing Rico's point. This is not a normal draft. This is a very bad draft.
Or I think like if you have, let's just say you got 3 players and you realize one of the 3 is going to be there at pick 50 and we don't have to move, they're going to take him. I think that's what happened yesterday. They'll tell you that they've been watching Blake Miller for 3 years and this is our guy. I think they had a few people because they didn't budge. Because they knew, especially when you start seeing, okay, the Jets just took a tight end. Nobody traded with the Jets. They took a tight end. We're good.
Look at Gabe Jacobs highlights. This dude is all strength and such a Dan Campbell guy. That will be the pick tonight. That is from Anthony in Washington.
He's somebody that I could see the Lions taking. I don't know if they took him out to dinner. I don't know what the RAS score is, but I'm just shooting from the hip. Yeah, he would fit that mold.
From Dimitri, he says McCoy is going to get another surgery and he won't be in the NFL for a second contract, so no thank you.
Yeah, I remember a similar, obviously not the same injury. It was different. It was a knee, but it was a degenerative situation. Remember Miles Jack?
Oh, yeah.
Kid from UCLA. He should have been a top 15 pick. I think he slid into the second round. Jacksonville took him. He had a couple really productive years and then kind of petered out. But if you're in your window and you don't care about year 5, 6, and 7, and you take a guy and you get 3 to 4 really good years, Hey, I'm not telling you you're wrong, Texter, because you're not. I'm just offering a different perspective where I know in Lions land, you're drafting everyone to bury them under the stadium and pay them for the rest of their lives. I'm not. I'm drafting you for what you can do for the next 2 to 3 years.
Yeah, they mentioned his name on the NFL Network broadcast because of the McCoy situation. And they said, look, the Dallas Cowboys trusted their doctors and they got what they needed from him. A team is going to figure out if they can trust theirs.
Yeah. Yeah, it really will come down to your medicals. And what does your staff say? Like there was, like the Giants were getting some smoke for taking Mauanoa and, he had a herniated disc. And it's like, yeah, well, the Giants doctor was Miami's trainer. And he worked with this kid for multiple years. Like they have a level of confidence and familiarity with the injury that maybe other teams don't have. So you got to trust your people.
Yeah.
I'm not going to freak out. There's nothing the Lions could do tonight that would make me freak out unless they did they went running. Like if they went rogue and just took a running back or something, I'd be like, okay,
no, wide receiver.
Okay, that would be so obscene. It would be so insane.
The only reason why I say that,
no,
and it's why you can trade down.
Don't say it.
Because there are so many wide receivers, corners, and edge rushers that are available. That's why I'm saying trade back, let somebody else take them. But
if they did that, I will buy you lunch for the remainder of 2026.
I would.
It can't happen. I'm Mike Singletary.
Mm-hmm.
Can't do it.
Mm-hmm.
No.
And I'm telling you, I don't want your lunch. I don't want that.
Tesla.
Wow, that was terrifying. FanDuel, happy hour every day during the playoffs. Special drops so you don't want to miss, profit boost, bonus bets, and more. The best part, it's every single day. So whether you're betting an early game, gearing up for prime time, they got you covered. It's FanDuel.com/Michigan. You can get started. FanDuel, official partner of the NBA, 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required and rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.